fajita veggies, 99-1 ground turkey, and riced cauliflower with a shitload of hot sauce on it. And it is gross. But the whole thing is like 100 grams of protein for like 600 calories, and it has enough volume to fill you up, so it's what you gotta do. But it's nasty.
Little curiosity from the courts. There's I think it was really Corey from Swan who started the whole speculation that Cantor didn't have the Bitcoin from Blockstream or Atom back to do its SEPO deal, that it's getting it via some sort of loan from Tether, basically, because there's 31,000 Bitcoin that are going into SEPO, and the shares have round trip back to below the deal price. And they're like, why? It's Atom back. It's Cantor. It should be up. And so there's a claim on Tether's Bitcoin from Celsius's bankruptcy estate. And so they're saying, hey, this could be encumbered Bitcoin. So anyway, it's just like weak chatter right now that the Bitcoin in SEPO isn't actually unencumbered.
So that would be disastrous for Jack Mahler's thing.
Yeah, that would also be back to Jack Mahler's thing, but I don't know.
Doesn't directly affect it, but obviously it would reflect very poorly on them.
It's bad for marketing.
Yeah, like you said you were putting in this Bitcoin, but it was encumbered Bitcoin.
Yeah.
But Corey is also saying, like, he's never heard that Blockstream had a bunch of Bitcoin or whatever, which, like, I've heard that a lot, so not sure.
Yeah, he's kind of like, wait, Blockstream doesn't have that many coins put in, but people are trying to get.
What are they doing with all their mined coins?
His only explanation for that is, why did they raise money if they have all these Bitcoin? That's the only evidence that Corey has that they don't. I mean, again, obviously, but, like, we've heard it from Vic that, like, they took a lot of VC money and bought a bunch of Bitcoin. Like, I don't know what those numbers are, so I mean, it could be a lot less than the numbers of us. It could still be a lot, but. We do know they raised $75 million, though, when Bitcoin was trading at like 500 or whatever. Like, they certainly could have a billion. But yeah, I would listen to it more if it wasn't from Corey. He's like in active litigation with Tether and whatnot right now. I'm kind of surprised he would make like claims against them while that's happening.
Yeah, it doesn't seem well thought out, does it?
I guess he's the one who's suing them, and it's just for show, so it doesn't really matter. He knows he's going to lose the suits anyway.
Yeah, exactly. He can't win.
Corey's kind of, I mean, for years, he kind of just like, he's like a key man. It's like he just will go and tweet things sometimes. Kind of, it's pretty in form for him to do that.
Yeah.
He just puts out like wild rumors, just tweets it.
Corey is not investable, in my opinion.
valuation of Swan had been public during that run up into the NASDAQ attempt, and then the fall, it would have traced quite.
Still one of my best moves ever was turning down free advisory shares in Swan at the beginning.
I will read earlier when Trump was saying one of his best moves ever was turning down the invite to Epstein's Island.
That is a good move. I would brag about that move too.
It's such a funny thing to add, though. It's like, well, believe me, I was invited, but I said no. I was invited, but I said no. Lots of people in Palm Beach were.
That's a good move. I would brag about that move. You avoided a big one there.
Took my teenage daughter on Jeff's plane. That was a bit of a miss.
Yeah, I'm proud of turning that down. I hated the whole Swan thing, to be honest with you. I was trying to be chill about it, but I just found it cringe. Didn't like it. Had a million reasons. But the biggest one was just, it was a bad product. You know? Bad service, didn't work good. They prioritized in the wrong direction. Yeah.
Are they trying to do like a reverse merger? I thought I saw like a tweet about it or something.
Yeah, they're doing a treasury company thing. River is everything Swan was pretending to be. You know, River actually built a good Bitcoin only business.
From parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My jeans are blue.
Sydney's Tweety, Casper Jean.
They're literally saying the quiet part out loud, but was it ever truly quiet when you're wearing dumbass merch like this? I mean, really, make America great again. When was America ever great? Their definition of greatness was when this country was full of white supremacists and that slavery still existed. And now we have this interesting ad with a play on words where we pass on blue genes to those genetically with blue eyes. And let me just guess that they're going to market that these jeans are made out of 100% cotton. Heaven forbid that there's any poly blend or any mixture of other fabrics, because you know we will totally wrap them all up and incinerate them like we incinerated $10 million worth of contraceptives overseas and 56,000 tons of food. But there's always an exception of the mixture of different fabrics with 100% cotton, and that's when the 100% cotton is being picked by people of color. I mean, it's no accident that Sydney Sweeney's initials are S.
Oh shit, I didn't even notice that.
It's amazing that that's not a parody. Like, That's not a parody, right?
I don't think so. I'd seen stuff about the claims of Hitler stuff with it, but you know what the Bible says about mixing fire?
Not allowed to do it.
Same thing as being gay. Can't do it.
You're definitely gonna have the conspiracy theorists going crazy with this one. Like the abbreviation of her name or whatever. It's SS.
It's amazing how dumb people are.
Just made me think of something though. Your initials American Hodl are AH, and you are an asshole.
AH?
The initials are American Huddle, RAH. I never thought about that. That's so funny. Sometimes people will abbreviate my name and call me AH. I gotta ask them to stop doing that.
Wasn't your user American Hodl 88?
No. It was eight, just eight.
I'm just joking.
But there were 7 other ones.
You didn't get the reference?
No, I did. I got the reference. I'm saying I'm glad it was just 8. There was only one 8.
It's just Hitler, not Hail Hitler. He's ambivalent towards him.
What is this Bitcoin list? Am I on it?
No, you're the shadowy financier behind the scenes. No one knows about you.
Excellent. I'd like to keep it that way. If you do see me on any list, just correct it by misspelling me, okay?
We did discover that the initials of American Huddle are Nazi dog whistle. So that's not good.
AH?
That's why I've dropped it to just Huddle. You know?
Which we all know stands for Hitler on for dear life.
I'm gonna have I'm gonna have to change to Hodzi now. If it
You dropped the Jewish variation of Hodeltoff or whatever it was.
Hodelstein.
Hodelstein, yeah.
No, it's Hodzi Hodelstein.
The Bubby.
Hodzi, baby.
I would like somebody to. Are we done talking? Well, it's pinned, so I assume the topic is still lingering. Are we still discussing the meltdown, or have we moved on?
Nah, we moved on.
Okay, never mind then.
know. It's like, I feel like you've never taken a sales seminar before.
What about this? What if you started with a tapestry that you just kind of hung on the wall?
Great idea. Oh my God, what if we spent like $50,000 on a Hitler tapestry?
Well, Dan Payne brought it up, and that's why I like when he brought it up. Well, you got to put your cans on to hear it. Sorry. Oh shit. But this is Dan Pena, who we've had on the show before, and yeah, I'll do whatever it takes. Yeah. Well, that means something different to me. It means something different to guys like Hitler. Why do I have Hitler's picture behind my desk? He's arguably the best salesman that ever lived. How do you get 60, 70, 80 million people to genocide 10 million people? Either those 10 million people had to do something terrible, which wasn't the case, or you got to be a slick motherfucker. And that's what I'm saying. See? Yeah. So that's the thought behind it. Will you also start dressing like Gomez Adams?
Dan Penn is a crazy motherfucker. I was on an interview after Ozzy died, and they said it was like from the 80s, and they're like, Ozzy, who are some of your heroes? And he goes, well, that's easy, of course. Adolf Hitler. And the woman is like, what? Ozzy, you don't mean that? He's like, yeah, I do. Because he was evil, but like charismatic. I like that. It's funny when you're a person like Ozzy Osbourne, people just let you get away with saying anything. Yeah. It's just like, oh yeah, that's Ozzy. He can just say whatever.
But that Sharon, we gotta keep her fucking mouth shut. She's off the beat.
Yeah, she was, what'd she get shit can from The View for?
I don't remember. I think it was like a vaguely anti-Semitic thing. Maybe it was clearly anti-Semitic.
Let's look it up.
Wait, David, I didn't know Quantico put out their picture of Zach yet.
Yeah, they released it through me. So she defended Piers Morgan's racist comments about Meghan Markle. Let's see, what did Piers say?
Meghan, are you talking about when they said if they wondered if the kid would be dark-skinned or not? That's not racist.
I'm just reading the AI description. That's why I wanted to find out what did Piers.
No, but I remember when Markle and Harry said that their family made racist comments, they were literally asking, they were like, oh, I wonder how dark the child's skin tone will be. And if you've ever been in a mixed race relationship, that's literally, like, everyone has that question.
I still haven't found what Piers said, but she tweeted, Piers Morgan, I'm with you. I stand by you. People forget that you're paid for your opinion and that you're just speaking your truth. I feel like I'm about to be put in the electric chair because I have a friend who many people think is racist, so that makes me a racist. That's what she said on
What did he say, though?
Yeah, it's not in that article.
I can't find it either. Clearly, it can't have been that big a deal because it's not like we all walk around thinking Piers Morgan is a horrible racist. You know? Seems like some wokeness to me.
Piers Morgan says he stands by his criticism after saying he didn't believe a word Meghan said in her interview with Oprah. Meghan raised concerns about how Piers' words affect the issue of mental health, and that might due to others contemplating suicide, because he said he didn't believe her claims that she was about to commit suicide because of the way she was treated by the royals. What did you say that was?
I don't believe that either. She's a huge narcissist.
It's just like all the follow-up stuff. It's what did he originally say? I don't care enough to look at this anymore.
Yeah, who cares?
All right. So what's happened since? It's over 2 years ago, right? Ever since, not a single shred of evidence or name of person has ever been produced. Prince Harry writes a book of over 400 pages, never mentions this, didn't mention the racism claims, was like they never happened. He then said later, I didn't mean to say that the royal family were racist. We didn't. It was the media. Bullshit. You said the member of the royal family turned out to be King Charles and Kate Middleton had expressed negative concern about the potential skin color of your baby, which that conversation will have never happened, and there's no evidence that it happened in the way they tried to imply. Oprah graphs them horror, and so for 2 years, the royal family have had to deal with being accused of being callous racists who don't care about a young woman's suicidal thoughts and don't care about being brazenly racist about the skin color of their child. So, Mohan, you're right. It was him saying that he didn't believe that the claims of the racist statements, which you're saying aren't even racist, ever even happened. And apparently, eventually, Harry says that he never did make that claim, right? Like, it came out in British tabloids or whatever, but it was never attributed.
It was literally, even Dave Chappelle has a few minutes on this where he was like, every single black couple wonders, like, which skin tone of the two couples the kid will be. Like, every mixed race couple is like, oh, I wonder what color the kid would be, right? Like, because you don't know.
There's a Larry David Kerr bit where he's like, there's a mixed race couple and they're pregnant, and he's like, what would your preference be? You probably want the baby to be darker, right? You know? And then the guy's like, yeah, darker would be good. And then the woman's like, what the hell? And he's like, well, you probably want it to be lighter, right? And she's like, well, no. It's like, I feel like it's fairly common.
Yeah, also, I
also think the Matrix.
I guess it entirely depends on the couple too. But in my experience in mixed race couples, they typically tend to want the kid to be darker and lighter. But in black couples, they want the kid to be as light as possible.
This is just like a question you bring up with every couple you come across. Like,
hey, you guys want your kid to be darker or lighter?
Here's my survey. I've been conducting this for years. You can just fill it out at your convenience.
No, I mean, talk to black couples. Ask Jimmy about it. Although he's mixed race, you gotta talk to the black on black. But no, like almost all of my cousins and myself were all mixed race, right? So I have experience on that front. And every time I've seen like a white girl marry a darker skinned guy, she'd actually prefer the kids to be darker skin colors. Mostly just from a practical standpoint of like not catching fire in the sun. It could also be that the whiteys that just want their Aryan pure blood to withstand may not to share their opinion with me.
I want to be offended, but I got a low-grade sunburn yesterday because I didn't have sleeves on while I was waiting for my car to get washed. So
You got to use Jack Dorsey's app, Jalta. Be careful out there.
I did.
That's right.
Wait,
Maybe you lower yourself by another level. Then Jalta sounds like you're a little bit fairer.
Jalta, stop hiding from the sun. You got to build that resistance to sun.
I'm the fairest of them all.
Yeah. Is that what she told you?
I'm actually like the tannest I ever get right now, and
And you're still burnt?
I'm just a pink guy.
Do you have like any Sicilian in you, or like any non-real white, like liquid?
Sicilian?
Yes. Just any kind of like not actually white in you.
Are we having a white off?
The most non-white part about me is Ashkenazi Jewish, which is incredible.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Other part is like British Irish.
Jalta.
Huh?
What percentage?
48.
Andrew's also conducting a survey. Andrew's trying to figure out if you can get Israeli citizenship.
At 48%, he is an Israeli citizen. What are you talking
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why you're trying to figure it out.
about? No, I was just gonna. What I was thinking I might hear is like a low number, and then I would say lead into it because it's likely statistical noise. But you should take full advantage until proven otherwise.
One of my friends got his 23andMe back, and it was like 8% Ashkenazi Jewish or something, and he immediately posted the cartoon of like the Jew with the giant nose.
Jesus.
It did not go over well on Twitter, obviously.
Bro, I don't trust those things because my dad did that shit, and he had heard like something that like we had a little bit of Ashkenazi in us, so he marked the little box that said Ashkenazi, do you have Ashkenazi Jewish heritage? And he was like, yes. And then it came back like 6% Ashkenazi Jewish or something. And then I went through the same process and did not mark the box, and it came back 0. You know?
Why would you put where you think you're from on a thing that tells you where you're from?
Exactly. So like that's my point, is like I don't believe a lot of these results because
they let you identify no matter what your gene.
yeah, it's self-reports, right? So it's like I didn't check the box, and I was just like, you tell me what my fucking DNA is, and then it came back, you're just 100% fucking Irish, you know, like British and Irish.
Can you tell it?
And I was like, okay. I tried to, you know.
You know, it'd be interesting. I want to do one of those where I take my dog's saliva and put it in the human one, and then I'll put it in the dog one and see what it tells me. I mean, it's gonna come back for sure telling me I'm 100% that dog. I'm just curious what breed.
No, they'll extract the human, or technically they should say samples.
You got to be very careful not to cross-contaminate, because if there's even a little human, they'll find it.
Remember when all of those like oranges and apples came back COVID positive?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know how much I believe this, 23andMe genetic testing spit in the tube shit. Like, maybe if you have your whole genome sequence and whatever, they can, it's more legit, but like, I don't know, bro.
It'd be a lot cheaper for them to just pretend to do the test and then give you results.
Well, the one huddle is Nebula with 100 passes. Produce terabytes of data, but it'll be as good as it gets.
I heard that's like $5,000 or something, right?
I mean, it used to be, but it's probably
less than now.
$300 to $600.
Well, yeah, listen, if you're paying $600, it's probably better than the 23andMe is like $99. You know. Because when my dad checked the Ashkenazi box, I was like, bro, I don't know where you're hearing that. I've never heard that from any of our family members. That seems like you're just making it up. And he was like, no, I heard it from like a great aunt. I was like, okay. And then I verified it myself.
I didn't realize like how few genetic disorders 23andMe actually tests for. Like, I mean, not that I thought they did everything or whatever, but it's like I think they only do like 50 or something.
They used to do a lot more, and the FDA shut them down. In the very early days of 23andMe, they did a lot, and then they were told they can't do it anymore. But if you can get your raw data and feed it into ChatGPT, I think you can do more. That's what I want to do. I want to get a whole genome sequence and then just feed it into ChatGPT, and then just do my own analysis.
There's no way you can feed that into ChatGPT. You know, a whole genome is like half a terabyte.
Right.
Yeah, apparently it's not sequencing your genome. They're just doing genotyping. They're looking for specific things. Yeah.
The genome sequence, though, is cheaper, and like you can do it now as an individual.
Really?
Yeah.
Who do you use to do that?
So Craig Ventnor was the original guy who sequenced the genome, and I think he still runs a lab in San Diego where you can get it done. And the workup at that lab is like $4 or $5 grand, I've heard. But I'm sure there are other places that do full genome sequencing for less. Like Andrew said, it was like $600. So
that's crazy. Like, do you know how hard it was to sequence like the human genome one time?
Totally. I know. But now that it's been sequenced, they've gotten it way cheaper.
I think we all went through science class like while they were still.
Yeah, so we're all anchored to it being extremely expensive.
It's going to take 11 more years, but they're finally going to sequence one genome. And then they did it like 4 years later, and so we were like, holy shit, they did it twice.
It's a strictly compute bound cost. So the cost is directly tied to the cost of compute. So it's been going down. I think it's been going down like 16x or whatever every like 5 years or something. You can get a whole genome sequencing now for like $1,500, $2,000.
Wait, so what company is? I'm still in disbelief because sequencing the whole genome is so hard.
It's not. It's called 30x whole genome sequencing, and you can get it done for like $2,000.
30x.
That's gone down even more, Mo. I'm looking at this thing. It says Nebula Genomics offers high coverage 30x whole genome sequencing for $300.
Okay. Well, the last time I checked was like 3 years ago. It was pre-COVID.
Yeah. 300. I'm gonna get that done.
Oh wait, hold on. The number I was quoted, they said that if you want to get whole genome sequencing, but you want a company that will use your data for anything, it's still like 5 to 10 grand. I don't think he heard me. He's on the phone.
He's already submitted his DNA. Shut up, Mohan. Oh, Mohan, you should take a look at this tweet. Simon Dixon talks about your pod.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, put it in the chat. I'll give it a listen. Is it? What did he say?
It's been in the nest. Zach and Simon Dixon got in a big fight, and then Simon was just like, I remember when Let's Talk Bitcoin talked about Bitcoin over bombs or whatever. You know, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, Bitcoin not bombs. Cool, that's cool. I was the one who brought up Bitcoin not bombs all the time. All right, that's a nice little shout out.
Simon thinks that Zach is a Fed and wants to kill all the babies in Palestine.
Look, if you're asking the person who would regularly bring up Bitcoin not bombs on Let's Talk Bitcoin, whether or not Zach canonically espouses the values that I stood for when I talked about Bitcoin not bombs, the answer is no. But I acknowledge and accept his existence and find him more useful than harmful. And I believe that people cannot have my values and still be a contributing member of society.
Yeah, Simon's response was to re-out and cry for 13 minutes and then post it on Twitter.
Yeah, you see, Simon's a British man, which means he's basically a Karen. That's kind of just like it baked into their culture. So I wouldn't necessarily. I like Simon. Clearly, Simon likes the values that I espouse on Let's Talk Bitcoin. But I also think Zach's doing an okay job.
And that's why I'm not going to do well on Twitter. Just stay off it.
Yeah, then I'm just going to get canceled by Simon. You've changed. Listen, the version of you that I used to like is not the version of you now.
You're surrounded the line, you fucking cunt. Calls out that.
Wow.
I just find this line from AI funny. The cost of whole sequencing has dropped from $3 billion to $1,000 today.
It's crazy. I guess why not? It's technically feasible. That's wild. They're still doing a bunch of guessing, right? They chop it up and they're like, well, it probably fits together this way, but still, that's very fucking impressive. I have no idea. I'm gonna get this done, bro. I'm doing one of these. Nebula Genomics is the cheapest one. I'm doing that one.
Do you give a shit at all about the government or the CIA having your DNA forever? Because the cheapest ones are the ones that will sell your data to fucking everything.
I already did 23andMe, so I'm already fucked.
Yeah, you fucked it.
Yeah. So might as well go with the cheap one.
Classic sunk cost.
I mean, it's true. They already sold my data.
It's true.
It's a lot more data, though, now, Huddle. It's different data.
Yeah, they were sequencing.
Yeah, for context, 23andMe sequences like 2% of your DNA, and this will be the other 98%.
Well, there you go. They can find the exact bioweapon that'll kill me. Good for them. They'll finally figure out how to get Whitey. I'll be the first casualty.
They're going to take out the confident male voice first. Oh, fuck.
They'll be like, this guy's susceptible to pneumonia. Get quick, get him pneumonia.
Do any of you have companies where you actively manage like hiring decisions and whatnot, like your own personal companies?
Yeah, I have needs sometimes.
I need to know if this is like a fileable offense, because it's really fucking weird. So we have this driver, and she got into an accident, like
Lady driver, immediate termination.
Lady driver. She got into an accident and totaled one of her freaking cars. It wasn't her fault, thankfully. She didn't get hurt, yada, yada, yada. So fast forward like several weeks, and another driver finds this weird like little pouch in one of the vehicles, and it's just very strange looking, and no one's ever seen it before. They see it in one vehicle, then another one pops up in another one, and then there's a third one, and then they finally bring it to mine and my husband's attention. They're like, hey, this is fucking weird. We don't know what this is. So we have one of them open it, and it's like this little satchel full of like herbs and other weird shit. And we put out like a message to all the staff, like, hey, drivers have found this in the vehicles. Like, it's kind of weird. Nobody knows what it is. Can someone like fess up? Like, whose is this and what is it? So it turns out, and we had our suspicions that it was this lady, and it turns out she who is a Wiccan, which I learned recently, like they do voodoo and other spiritual shit. And she said that she approached them because she had been weirded out because of the accident and whatnot, and that she just needed something for her to feel protected and safe and whatever. So she hired, I don't know how you go about this, but she hired this Wiccan to make her little, like a potion or whatever, to ward off accidents.
Oh my God.
And put them, like, and like spread them out throughout the fleet, like into several different vehicles. And it just weirded everybody out. Arizona is a right to work state, and like you don't have to have a reason to fire someone like that.
You actually should talk to a lawyer about this, because Wiccan is, I believe, recognized as a religion and then a protected group.
Wait. This is a more important question here. If you fire her, is she gonna like Wiccan voodoo you?
How is she as an employee minus the Wiccan stuff?
She's very strange. Like, she does so like she doesn't give us any trouble. She like shows up to work. The job is not difficult. We transport crew members 24/7. Every day of the week, all day. And like
Angels in the Chat Strange, or
I don't know what that reference is, but she's very odd. She's very socially awkward, and she's just very strange. But she does her job, so it's like,
Courtney, from experience, I have dealt with stuff like this. From experience, just get yourself a lawyer, cover yourself, because those people try to use everything in the book. You don't live in a very liberal state, but yeah, they'll use.
I mean, it's a right to work
religion,
state, so we don't have to have a reason to fire her.
Courtney, did you hire an expert to determine if it was a protection spell? Maybe she was pushing you hard.
We didn't hire a professional to counterbalance the Wiccan potion or whatever.
No, you don't know. Listen, you're saying it's a protection spell, but there may be malice here. She could have been a curse, not a blessing.
Yeah.
But then there's medical issues involved, like mental illness or like behavioral. Like, there's just so much. Like, I would just get an attorney to cover you. And then there's the labor board. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I guess we'll have to go that route. I just wanted to present this weird ass situation that we've never been in before, because it weirded me out as well. We want all of our employees to feel safe and, not exposed to other people's personal shit. And I don't think that's for the workplace. Like, keep that shit back to yourself,
Dude, you can't make that story up.
I can't. Like, the shit happened. Like, it's happening now. So don't fire her, get a lawyer.
I mean, let them advise them how to go about it.
Don't leave it.
Because, medical, you got HIPAA, she could say she has anxiety. I mean, there's just a whole lot. It can just get ugly.
Are you in a freedom state or a liberal state?
In a freedom state, it's a right to work. Like, we don't have to have a reason
but right to work doesn't mean they can't claim that you're discriminating against them because of.
Yeah. Well, she specifically said she does not practice this, but that when she told her friend about it, he revealed to her that he deals in this type of stuff, and that's how she came about it. Very, very strange situation.
Well, let me ask you a question. If, I don't know, some Dominican were to put a bunch of crucifix on the window of every single car, would you fire them over that?
I wouldn't fire them, but we would require them to take that down.
Yeah, so why not just require her to take it down? Just be like, hey, undo all your witch stuff. It's not the place to work.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like a rosary and beads and shit is different than casting spells.
Just no personal items allowed to be left in the cars. Simple.
Good talk. Thanks, guys.
Good luck. Don't get cursed.
Thanks, guys.
Yo, I got a guy if you need some retaliatory spells.
Yeah, really?
Did you guys see when Trump was running for re-election last year? The subreddit Our Witchcraft kept trying to put curses and hexes on him. and they kept, in their opinion, not sticking. And they were trying to figure out what powerful warlock or forces were at play that were not letting their spells affect Donald Trump. Very interesting.
I mean, Trump's a known warlock.
I mean, why else do you marry an Eastern European? Melania clearly has warlock-esque powers, right?
Yeah, man, like Mary's like.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you get into powerful positions like that without some kind of, magical classification.
I don't think anyone speaks 5 languages without tongues being one of them. Hey, as of today, we hit a zettahash per second.
Congrats!
That's
the Olympic hash is here.
What's after zeta?
That's the end.
Exa? Wait.
No, it goes exa then zeta.
Okay, sure. Wait, what's after zeta?
Where are fraternity guys at?
I heard you, and I said yes. I'm on a phone call. I'm leaving.
Okay.
Sorry, so someone was interrupting me. What's after it?
Damn, your librarian's mean, huh?
Oh, I just was eating at a Burger King, and they're like, hey, it's been over half an hour. And I was like, okay, I'll leave. And they're like, no, like, you have to leave. And I was like, I'm literally packing up. I heard you. I agree.
King of Burgers don't take no shit.
God damn.
I would have stayed. Fuck out of here.
I would go buy a 4-piece nugget and just eat that thing for 2 hours.
I could just do that.
Wait, Burger King is telling you to leave? That's weird.
That's fine. I sat here for like an hour.
Doesn't matter.
I was just more entertained by the fact that they said, hey, could you go? And then I said, yes, started packing. And they're like, no, I meant to do that. And I was like, what the fuck else am I doing? I'm literally doing what you said.
That, sir, is why you work at Burger King.
It's a Miami thing, man. Whenever someone, gives you, an order, like a police officer or a street person, they can't communicate about it. You'd be like, oh, that's interesting. I'm happy to do that. Why is it happening? They just repeat it more aggressively.
No, Dusty, do you know what it is? I think they're so accustomed to people giving them, nasty sass back that they just assumed that I didn't hear them because I was being completely amenable to them. Because I'm assuming in Miami, just so many people don't speak English that they just say yes when they don't know what someone's saying, that they just assume I didn't speak English and this was agreeing with them to agree with them.
The irony is they're getting mad at you for not listening, but they're the ones not listening. It's just like every freaking time in Miami. It's constant.
Mohan, are you having to evacuate from somewhere?
No, I'm just dealing with jackasses.
Yeah, he's being evicted from the kingdom.
He's evacuating from a Burger King.
Just make sure you just evacuate and don't ejaculate.
Why not both? My mind is still blown. I just learned I was today years old when I learned that you could sequence the whole freaking genome in less than a day. That's insane.
Yeah, actually, Dusty, if you're thinking about it, you can do couples polygenomic screening by getting your and your significant other's DNA sequence, and then they'll tell you what types of risks that you may want to look at when having kids.
I mean, what do you do to change it?
If you really want to go down that route, let's say for whatever reason you have a high probability of a couple of things occurring, you can do polygenetic embryo selection. So what they'll do is you do IVF, and then they'll harvest a dozen embryos. You fertilize them, and then they'll do the genome sequencing for all 12 of the embryos, and then choose the one that has the least likelihood of expressing those congenital disorders.
Mohan, you know about this shit. Is 100x a meaningful improvement on 30x?
I don't know. I haven't looked at it.
Interesting. Andrew,
So
you have
the
any
reason-
thoughts about that? He's not there.
I can explain to you the reason why they do it multiple times. So
Yeah, it's for error correction. I get it.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, they claim 30x has 99.9% accuracy. They say you only need 100x if you think you have rare, mutations in your body. But it's like I don't know. Like, I don't think I have rare mutations.
Is it 3 times more to do it, or is it less? Because
It's twice as expensive.
If they're talking 300 or 600, I say fuck it and just go for the extra.
It's about 2,000 for the 100x.
So this is my question to you is, and I don't know if you have an answer to this. What is the statistics? Like, what is that 99%? Is it there's 50,000 genes and they'll misread like 500 genes? Or is it they'll have a 99% confidence on all of your genes? So I think it's actually the latter, and it's more like on 500 of your genes out of 50,000 or whatever, it'll misread it. And that might be important or it might not.
Yeah. I think probably I'll just go with the 30x one. Because I'm not really working with a doctor or anything. I just am doing this for my own for funsies. I'm just going to feed the data into an AI. So it's like, yeah, 30x is fine. Maybe later if I have cancer, I'll sequence myself at 100x.
Huddle, are you taking that Galari test?
I don't know what Galari is.
It's a cancer screening test. It does.
Oh no. This is just 30x. This is just 30x whole genome sequencing.
Oh, okay.
So it's like a much more robust version of what 23andMe is.
Oh, okay. No, there's this test that I think it's like 1,000, and it tests for, I don't know, like 100. It's quite a bit.
Dude, it's funny what like other people respond to whenever you're doing proactive healthcare. So I remember I was at this like dinner party with my family and my extended family, and my uncle by marriage, he has a friend who is in healthcare. And I was telling her, I was like, yeah, I don't have health insurance, so I just started doing like function health, which is blood tests. And rather than like concern or whatever, she was just like, isn't it illegal to not have health care? And I just started fascinating that like that's what she focused on.
Right.
It's like, wait, I was talking about how I'm a healthy 30-something-year-old male, and her first question is like, shouldn't you be wealth extracted into a system that doesn't benefit you?
I'm just gonna do the 100x one. Fuck it.
Huddle, did you see what Silva pinned on the top? Apparently Simon Dixon was invoking me to morally shame Zach as not being representative of the values of Bitcoin.
I saw that.
I find that hilarious.
45 minutes.
Yeah.
That then inspired a whole video that everyone loved.
Yeah.
I'm about to throw all that out the fucking window because of Andrew and Jason.
Why? What's going on with that?
They'll text you.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I get it.
I'm telling you, I have the worst friends.
It is nice. It is nice. Was that Panamera?
Yeah, GTS.
Fuck, yeah, it's nice. That's a really good everyday car.
I know. That's what I want to.
I like the rims on it a lot.
It's some special color or something.
The rims with that color, sexy, dude.
Oh yeah, that's money, bro. And you know the inside. Hold on, let me send you a picture of it. The inside is like brown leather. It's like espresso brown leather.
What do these go for?
I think it's gonna end up costing me $178, something like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Hey, David, how did you make that photo of Zach? Because I kind of want to make a photo of me and Zach in Bitcoin Up bomb shirts and then reply Simon with it.
That's a sexy exterior. It looks good, man.
Wow.
I say fuck it. Life short, bro. Fuck it.
Do you want me to message you the photo, Mo?
Yeah.
You know.
Although it is more than a Bitcoin. It's more than a Bitcoin.
Wow, it's more than, it's 1 point, whatever the fuck. It's gonna cost me $178.
If you get financing on it, though, you know what I mean?
You can't do that in Dubai, but I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, how else can I get financing?
Well, you can't get financing.
You're cutting out. You're cutting out. I can't hear you.
Is it haram to finance cars or something?
No, they just don't have a big finance culture here because most of things are in cash. So you need like to have lived here for 2 years and all this other stupid shit, whatever, to get it.
Received a report of an active shooter in the Valet area, the GSR.
Oh, look.
Responded to
Another active shooter in America or something.
Dude, America's the size of Europe. That's like saying some idiot got shot in Ukraine. So, like, yes.
Yeah, that's what every American likes to say.
4 minutes, we had located the suspect, and an officer-involved shooting had occurred. The suspect was taken to the hospital. I don't have an update as to his status at this time, but I do know that it was an adult male that was involved. Officers then located several victims of gunshot wounds and other injured parties that they began providing first aid and medical treatment to. REMSA and fire and medical team at the GSR all assisted with providing first aid. And we have several people that have been transported to the hospital. We don't have an update yet on exact numbers of injured people, and we don't have an exact number of their condition yet, or an exact description of their conditions yet, but we will later on.
Was it Marino?
fights with me.
I'm
No!
you know,
Name it your fucking chest.
unfortunately,
Yeah, Chris, you forgot to add in that
unless
video, lending your Bitcoin too. You can put that in.
information. Book transfer.
I know.
I won't be able to. Otherwise.
With age 10% gold.
I'm not going to describe my own exactly, but I'll say the following. If you were neutral on everything, in other words, you didn't have a point of view, and you were optimizing your portfolio for the best return to risk ratio you would have, you would have about 15% of your money in gold or
so this is Chicago.
Bitcoin. I mean, I'm strongly preferring gold to Bitcoin, but that's up to you. Again, I want to say, what is the issue here? The issue is the devaluation of money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the devaluation of money, and if you have that issue and times when it occurred, which was in times of excess debt and geopolitical problems. Just go back and study history, study the British pound, study the Dutch guilder, study this. You would find that in all such periods, also like the 70s, it's an effective diversifier. So if you had no view, you would have about 15% in that portfolio as a hedge against the other. I hope that that's somewhat of a guide.
No, it's fascinating. I mean, I doubt.
It is weird how he says gold or Bitcoin, not gold and Bitcoin, as if like he's aware of the fact that they're completely different investors. Like the kind of investor that'll take gold won't take Bitcoin, and the kind of investor that'll put money in Bitcoin just won't put money in gold. It's kind of weird. He didn't say you should put 7% in gold and 7% in Bitcoin. I'm just really interested by that either or instead.
offense? Why are you taking offense when I say people should evacuate the West Bank?
Because
They
it's
should
crazy.
evacuate Gaza. They should evacuate
It's
Palestine.
obviously the action of
Why is it offensive? I don't get it. I'm just looking out for the people in that area. In my opinion, they're under danger. Why
it's
is
a and it has he's in level.
You were in the Matrix.
And Trump on the side I said it's the most How about now?
No. You can try. You can try.
Yeah, it's Iran that had terror proxies all around Israel in a ring of fire. Hezbollah in Lebanon and Syria, the Houthis in Yemen, Hamas in Gaza. You're like projecting. You're describing what you're doing. It's not like
what did you say again about Hezbollah?
Can I say something now?
It's a terror. Hold on, because I know Weinstein has been trying. She's been trying to go for.
Hezbollah is a terror proxy of Iran. Obviously.
We're going Weinstein.
No, I'm sitting here listening to you guys. I'm not even shocked about the title. And this has been going on. The Christians have been attacked in the West Bank before 7th of October. Actually, if you go do your research and keep on reading about how many times the Christians have been attacked in the West Bank, you will be shocked, because this didn't happen after 7th of October. The Christian Palestinians have been attacked by the Israeli settlers on and on and on and on. And that's been going on and on and on before 7th of October. Why are you guys so shocked? You're sitting here questioning the Israeli government. The Israeli government doesn't clearly care. They bombed the Catholic Church a couple of days ago. Why would they care about a village and some people that got attacked? They've attacked a Greek Orthodox church 2 years ago in Gaza. They bombed a Catholic church a couple of days in Gaza. They bombed monasteries in South Lebanon as well. South Lebanon. So where's Hamas in South Lebanon? Why even a church? Why a church in South Lebanon? Go Google yourself they bombed monasteries in South Lebanon. The churches have been attacked in South Lebanon. And this is going on and on and on. So Christians have been attacked so many times before 7th of October. So this is not something shocking or something new to us, by the way. So go do your research and go look for yourself.
Well, thank you. I'm not familiar with. I'm definitely not somebody. You can go next, Keegan. And then I'll let Resistance go. But no, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not familiar with all of the shit that would have happened between Christians and settlers and that kind of stuff. I'm just more like focused on, currents, what's been happening currently. So, I'll take your word for it. I'm just not, I don't know.
And I know we can discuss what happened in the West Bank today. I don't mind, but I'm just saying, this is not something shocking for us that lives or are from that region. We've been knowing this and we've been saying this for years now.
And you're a Christian?
I have a parent that is a Muslim and a parent that is a Christian. Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Yeah, so
real quick thing, because I was told I could go. And here's the other thing is that last week, or maybe 2 weeks ago now, Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador for Israel, has wrote a letter to Trump saying that he has major concern for Christian organizations and evangelical groups going to Israel as of right now. And he said that, and he didn't put a travel advisory because that takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of evidence. And he rather than doing that, he had done a public call saying that American Christians should reconsider their travel to Israel, right? Which is a really interesting thing because, again, I've been told that Christians are very welcome to Israel, but our own U.S. ambassador, again, he's a Zionist, Mike Huckabee's a Zionist, is saying that Christians should reconsider going to Israel, not because of the war, not because of how they're treating Christian groups in Israel as right.
We
treasure Christian beliefs. All right, now it's my goal. Shut your nose. No one told you to talk. No one told you to talk. Shut your nose. So once again, like I was saying, I'm glad that you brought that up, Pep, because when they talk about these fake borders that they lie about, you know.
Resistance. Just let him give his brief response.
Why? That's the supremacy we're talking about. You said I was after them.
You know what? El Normo, you can go after resistance. Resistance is hurting to go. So go ahead.
I waited my turn. Like any normal person.
Go ahead.
He has no problem, so he can't.
Okay, let's not attack each other. Just go ahead. Go ahead, resistance.
No, I got it. So, like I was saying, Greater Israel, which we know is in the Likud Charter and the Israeli part, they all believe in this. Bibi Netanyahu raised it up in the Senate. He showed the map. This is the funny thing, right? Those same countries that he tried to say that is surrounding Israel threat are the same ones on that list that the American general said those were the 7 or 8 countries that America was going to invade on behalf of Israel after the September 11th. This was 2 years ago. These things were planned. So it's nonsense that they have this logic to say there's no such thing. We don't believe in it, but yet it's all over. The evidence is there. They are attacking the Arab Peninsula. They are trying to colonize these countries and when they say they use this analogy, it's only 700 settlers. No, it's 7 million people in Israel with the backing of the United States Armory and the UK's Armory. Bombs, missile planes, and other people that go over there and help fight with Israel. Number one, Americans fighting the Israeli army, and so do Europeans. So these scum liars need to just lay off the drugs and deal with reality, because everyone knows the reality. It's Israel, the terrorist group over there, backed by the UK and America.
So Israel produces almost all of its arms itself. It gets a small amount from other countries. And by the way, I wanted to point out that we treat our, hang on a second, Galloway. We treat our Christian guests with tremendous respect. There are going to be some incidents, but we are grateful for our Christian brothers, which is the reason why, for example, Huckabee in turn defends us so adamantly. And by the way, you should know, we give aid to all of the countries in that region. Obama even gave aid to the Muslim Brotherhood in the Arab Spring of 2011. So we give $1 billion a year to Egypt. We've given billions to the Palestinians. Many people don't know this. And of course, the purpose in giving this aid is to try to create peace in the region. Israel is a tiny, tiny country, the 4th tiniest in the entire Middle East. There are 22 nations in the region. Israel is at the bottom of the list in terms of size. The idea that there's some project to colonize the rest of the region is a little bit absurd. There's no evidence for it. What Israel will do is create defensible borders against the countries that have been attacking it, such as Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, although we've worked that out because we eliminated Hezbollah, which was occupying Lebanon. We got rid of this butcher named Assad in Syria who killed 650,000 Sunni Arabs. You're welcome. We killed Nasrallah, who was a terrorist. The Arabs celebrated when we killed the terrorist Nasrallah. We're wiping out Hezbollah. We're wiping out the Houthis. We're wiping out Hamas. We're systematically bringing peace to the region and expanding the Abraham Accords. Right now, the leaders of the Arab world, like the UAE and Bahrain and Morocco and Saudi Arabia, are united with Israel against a common enemy. Number one, the Iranian genocide regime, and number two, Muslim jihadi fundamentalism. Israel's bringing peace to the region. Yeah.
I guess that was very well said. I just looked it up, and it's Mike Huckabee thing. It doesn't seem like it to be really about the Christian groups being treated badly by people on the street. It seems to be about a visa issue. But was it about Christian groups being treated badly by Israelis? Or is it about a difficulty of securing the visa for these groups?
Yes, it was about Christians in the region
region being treated bad by Israeli Jews.
Oh, well, the articles that I said didn't mention anything about that.
It was a visa issue.
I think it was a visa issue. I think it was in the visa issue in the news.
That's all
Well, hold on a second. I did read that Mike Huckabee's, at least in the Times of Israel, it did say something along the lines of, that's why I'm not the one who really brought it up, but it had something to do with when it came to evangelical, I guess missionaries or something like that. Israel was basically not really like processing their.
Right, it's a visa issue. It's a visa issue, but it's not about how the Christian groups are being treated on the ground.
No, El Normo did this to me a week ago.
What did I do to you?
Just wait, I'll tell you. You touched me in a very inappropriate way, El Normo. Okay.
Then say it again, please. I missed that.
Trying to make a joke. Interrupt, trying to make a joke, but here's the actual thing, which is what my friend's doing now, which is that a week ago, El Normo said that Israel gave 2 million tons of aid.
Yes,
Israel facilitated the movement.
No, actually, I looked that up.
No, time out. Let me finish my point. My friend now is saying, well, this was a visa issue. They were not persecuting Christians, but rather they were making it harder for evangelical groups and Christian groups to come to Israel during this time and prolonging their visa acceptance. So you can say it's a visa issue, but they're only persecuting one group, so that becomes your persecuting.
Not persecuting them. They just had a visa. And by the way, I checked it today. Israel is paying for that aid. We're actually
no, they're not. They're facilitating the.
Who else does that? For the aid. I checked it today.
All right, Oliver.
Taxpayers.
All right,
well, taxpayers are feeding them.
All right, well, let's not get. I don't want to get derailed, but Oliver said he wants to speak, so go ahead.
Thank you. Normal actually did say something correct. Israel is allied with many of those groups. They did topple Assad, and these were bad things for Christians. If you look, for instance, who was protecting Christians in Iraq? Iran backed Hashd-e-Shabi, who supported Christians in Armenia. Iran, who supported Christians in Syria, Bashar al-Assad, who supported Christians in Lebanon, Hezbollah, and the allied groups like Saraya and other groups associated with the Iranians. So, yes, Normal is absolutely correct. Israel did topple these organizations, and look at the groups they replaced them with. Jolani, the former head of ISIS, former leader of Al-Qaeda. Israel has been caught multiple times giving funds, aid, and weapons to Al-Qaeda. Druze in the Golan literally started attacking Israeli medical convoys because they realized all those people they were bringing into their borders were not
Druze are our allies.
They were Al-Qaeda. Shut up, Normal. It's not my fault. I've listened to one of your commanders actually say about one of your military activities. Right?
Can you finish without you interrupting?
He's not contradicting that they're your allies. I think I get what he's saying.
Exactly. The Druze realized that a lot of the medical convoys that were bringing into Israel were filled with Al-Qaeda fighters. Al-Qaeda fighters that were in Can you please show some for like 10 seconds?
There is evidence. No, there is. No. That was controversial, but they were with the ISIS-linked terrorists that I believe from Syria. When they were fighting Assad, Israel was giving some of them medical care.
Yes, Jabhat al-Nusra is literally the Syrian branch of Al-Qaeda. Anyway, the same Jabhat al-Nusra that Israel was fighting did actually happen to kill Druzes on the other side of the border in Syria, which many Israeli Druze, down to even an Israeli member of the Knesset, literally attacked Netanyahu for doing exactly this. So yes, Israel, if you are a Christian, if you are another Middle Eastern minority, is no friend of you. Why? Because they fund, abet, and destabilize regimes that protect you and enable Sunni Muslims to slaughter you willy-nilly. Right? That's why right now they're literally having negotiations with the terrorist Jolani about how they should take parts of Lebanon and basically let all of them be So
just attacked Jolani.
Yes, whilst also negotiating that he should take Lebanese territory. Whilst also negotiating that he should take Lebanese territory. So you replace one guy who's protecting secular rights with a terrorist.
That's what you guys do. And then when that terrorist is no longer you go and destabilize the region again. Anyway, this is how you guys operate, and it is well known throughout antiquity that you guys despise Christians. We can go all the way back to the death of Christ, which your Talmud boasts about. Yes, we killed Christ on the third day. Sanhedrin 108, verse 21. Anyway, you guys were the first people in the world to massacre Christians in large scale. You can see this in the Himyarite massacre. And you guys have been massacring Christians for a long, long time. You robbed the Catholic Church in Gaza. You shot a 7-year-old Catholic girl in Gaza. You've been attacking Taliban and other Christian villages for years. You besieged the Holy Sepulchre. You besieged the Church of Nativity. There is just about nothing under the sun that a Muslim has done to Christians that you have not also done. So don't come here saying that, oh, we love Christians. We know you despise Christians. Everyone knows this.
Y'all been busy like that. Y'all been busy harder than the block of Chicago for centuries and thousands of years.
Why do we give a fuck? Why does anybody give a fuck? There are 2.8 billion Christians in the world. There are 50
so we should just let a few more get slaughtered. This is a Jewish law. And then we'll try anti-Semitism if you criticize them. So many Christians just
hold on, guys. Hold on, Oliver, because we let you go. Let's Sam go.
And then there's over 2 billion Muslims in the world, right? Oh, they hate us, they don't like us, blah, blah, blah. Like, why do you care if people like you or don't like you? Why do you care? Why? It doesn't matter. People like you or don't like you. As long as they aren't doing anything to you. And furthermore, there are over 13 terrorists surrounding Israel in various countries, from Egypt to Jordan to Lebanon to Syria to the West Bank to Gaza to Saudi Arabia. There are probably even more than 13. So yes, sometimes there are conflicts with the Jews in the Middle East and other people, but guess what? Apparently the entire fucking Middle East is full of terrorists.
It's just incredible to me. The Christianity predates Islam by 700 years. So the entire region was Christian. There's only a handful of Jews. All the Christians are gone in Egypt. All the Christians are gone in Syria. All the Christians are gone in Lebanon. And your problem is a handful of Jews in the fourth tiniest country in the region? I mean, make it make sense. This makes no sense to me.
Because you constantly boast about how you are allies of Christians, and yet
we are.
every single action that a Muslim has ever done against a Christian, for some reason you guys were abetting them. Go all the way back even to the days of Muhammad. Look at who benefited from the Pact of Umar and who lost out. Look at who opened the gates of Christian cities in Spain to Muslim invaders. Look at who were evil participants in the Armenian genocide and allied with the Turks so that they could dominate Israel. Every single fucking thing that a Muslim does to Christians, you guys are right there next to them. And yet you cry, we're Christians. Or
He's frothing at the mouth.
He's telling the truth, actually. Guys. There's 2 billion Arabs, there's 2 billion Christians, and a handful of Jews. The Christians have all been run out of the Middle East. We didn't do it. You helped them do it. Syria and Lebanon.
What did you want to say, Edward?
Can I get in here after?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a different voice because we're going back and forth over something. So I heard the word colonizing. Can someone give me their definition of the word colonizing?
A white American or a descendant of a European immigrants. Can y'all please give the definition of?
Colonialism is the spread of industrial civilization. So all industrial civilizations throughout history have spread across the world using a process that can be known as colonialism. Colonialism is when some emissaries of some sort of established civilization travel to a new land, usually a place that is occupied by somebody else, and then they take over
Yeah, they take over, and then
That's,
they give the resources to a mother country.
Okay, hold on.
Right,
hold on,
exactly.
hold on.
Actually, a really good distinction, Norm. Thank you for making that distinction.
Yeah, so let me make sure I understand what you said. Okay? Yeah. Because I want to know, when has America colonized another nation, or when has the state of Israel or any Islamic country actually colonized another nation? Give me some examples.
Okay, so Islam starts in Saudi Arabia, around Mecca, and spreads from China all the way to the gates of Vienna. That's colonization. Taking over all of northern Africa and much of sub-Saharan Africa in the process. That's clear colonization. The most recent Muslim empire. You asked the question.
Yo, Ed, I can't believe you asked that question.
The most recent.
Hold on, guys. So
Won't
okay.
be long. The most recent Muslim empire.
Then it can go back to Edward.
I'm going to land it. The most recent Muslim empire was the Ottoman Empire, which everybody in the Ottoman Empire paid taxes and sent their resources to what is now known as Turkey, to the Ottoman Turk. That's classic colonization. Hang on. That's classic colonization. That's a really good example of colonization.
Well, hold on, Vitality, because Edward had asked a question. I want to make sure he finished.
Pepe, that was a crazy question.
Okay, I understand that you would not ask the question, but you can't ask a question for Edward. Edward's a grown man. He knows how to ask his own question. If you don't like the question, it's okay, but you can't tell me it's crazy or not. It's not your question.
Yeah, and I gave a nice answer.
Yeah, I understand, because this is my understanding of colonization, that someone is taking another group of people's resources, and they're also giving them their language, or they're giving them their customs. Like when the British colonialized all of the Caribbeans, they drink tea at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They sent a governor there, and 300 people moved there. They took over. They wear shorts.
That's another good distinction. There's some expectation that the victims of colonialism, so to speak, the colonized peoples, there's an expectation that the colonized peoples will eventually adopt the culture of the colonizer. That's a good distinction.
And like Arabic, for example, and Islam.
Hold on, let Edward, guys, let Edward.
Guys.
Let Edward.
I just want you guys to have a conversation of reality, not just stuff that we throw out. Because the question again, when did America colonize a country? When did Israel colonize? And what Islamic? Now, Norm just got up where Islam is going into nations, and they're actually putting their Sharia law, their imams, they're taking over. To me, is that a form of colonialism? That's what I want to know.
And they extract taxes, they impose their religion and their language.
That's a good question.
Well, the reason why is because I think there's 195 nations, independent sovereign nations on planet Earth. There's 8.3 billion people. We have a lot of labels, guys, and I think we have more labels than reality. Okay? And most people only look at one side of a coin about colonialism. But for a lot of places, colonialism was a good thing.
Wait, what?
Well, it is. I mean, it's,
what places? What places was colonization?
That's a wild statement, right there.
That is fucking insane, bro. You smarter than that, man. Stop.
That be you at home, huh?
But this is. I'm sorry.
Edward. I don't think Edward finished. So.
I did not, but I'm so sorry that people decide that they know history better than other people.
What country was colonization good for?
America. You know why? The 13 little. Hold on.
My God.
You can laugh. Are you just gonna play like you don't understand? Do you know that we started off the 13 colonies, and then we decided to become the United States of America? We got rid of the colonial lies because we didn't want stuff coming from a central government like the United Kingdom, King George III. But you know,
I'm sorry, but what has this to do with the topic?
Yeah, I'll let you go. But you guys gotta let Edward fucking finish because it just takes forever.
Well, America itself was a colony.
Okay, but why are we talking about?
No, he's talking about after. He's talking about after the formation. I'm trying to find out where he's going, but you guys keep on interrupting.
Where I'm going, Pepe, is that we hear the word Zionist. We hear the word people talking about Israel or all the different people groups from Islam. Guys, everyone's trying to take other people's resources, and they're trying to do this through all kinds of form of governing. What they're really trying to do is take away your independent rights. That's what I'm trying to get to. But you guys, because you're so stuck on the title or the label, that you're missing out.
Can you please stick to the fucking title? I'm actually losing my shit.
All right,
okay,
but let him finish.
It's so funny. This is so interesting. I'm glad you're losing it because leave quietly is part of every app. Just leave quietly if you don't like the conversation. Because guys, I've been sitting here for almost an hour listening to all of the stuff you guys talk about, but you know what I never done? Never came off mic. But when someone brings a different opinion, then all of a sudden, all of you guys I know.
Because I think the majority of the people that are here is for the title.
Jesus Christ, this is taking like 5 minutes.
Now he's being very respectful. Don't do that, please.
All right, I'm gonna be quiet.
No, it's okay.
We just paid us listening to a bunch of nonsense.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it, Pepe, for allowing me the opportunity.
All right, Pepe. I've been trying to say something for
Yeah, I did say Harriet, and then Fatality and go, and then Lonzo.
Yes, so I would like to start off by saying good morning, good afternoon, white Americans and descendants of oppressed European immigrants. The interesting part about this is, and I haven't been keeping up too closely, but I read and I watch the news, right? I learned that at one point, not too long ago, in Palestine or Gaza or whatever strip of land that we're arguing about, Jews, Christians, and Muslims were living peacefully and with each other, sharing the land until something happened. And I wanted to explore what happened to divide these people politically. Like what the fuck happened? And maybe that can point to the solution of, how we can fix this mess, because we have made a mess of the Middle.
Yeah, Europe dismantled the last caliphate, and after that there was a power battle.
Oh yeah, your caliphate that genocided 3.2 million Christian
That's kind of what I was gonna say. I think that's a good summary.
With Jewish help, you guys helped them do it. So yeah, Muslims, Jews.
No, I mean, but Harriet needs.
Muslims and Jews love to collaborate when it comes to killing Christians. So I don't want to hear a single one of you guys crying about the Ottoman Empire.
Believe the
Empire, for God's sake. We're fucking people, right? It was terrible for.
I'm sure there are a bunch of people in this room who don't want to.
Muslims also helped to dismantle the Ottoman Empire. The Hashemite Kingdom actually helped to the British dismantle the
viewers of that Empire unless you're retarded.
Please don't say phrases like no one here and attempts to speak for the whole room because
he said unless you're retarded.
I know, so I wanted to go.
Appreciate it.
Okay, what you didn't finish what you were saying. I thought you went.
All right, good.
No, I just answered Harriet. So normal. He said the Muslims they start off in Mecca and they drove out all the Christians from the area. There's no Christians anymore. Where do you think Muslims came from? They just appear out thin air?
Forced conversion.
I mean, shit, I think it's now.
Yeah, it is. Actually, the Levantine Christians were forced to convert to Christianity.
direct conversion to a young lady.
Yeah, I mean, shit, the best that I can put, I don't know if y'all are biblical, but I thought that biblically
fairy tales
line coming from Isaac and Ishmael. Isaac was a descendant of the Christians, and Ishmael has to be the descendant of the Islamic people, and they were all in the same fucking place. And I thought they were living all in the same fucking place and being cool and shit until something happened. And I don't know. I don't know what happened. They were all in the same.
Yeah, well, look, basically, Harriet, in short, a bunch of white people got together and said, okay, you know what, there's some brown people over here, there's nobody here, right? Let's just go take their land and reclaim that.
there was a homeland for Jewish people, and it was called the Autonomous Oblast, right? The Russians were kind enough to give it to them, right, in the 20s, before the Holocaust, right? If you look it up, there's actually like a couple designated areas for Jewish people, a couple homelands. Many rabbis for years prior to the Holocaust, right, called it a homeland for Jewish people. So if you look up, I think in Crimea, there's a large Jewish population. Also, there's another spot where it's just for Jewish people, right? So they have homelands. I guess this is just another one, right? And I'm sure after that it'll be another one. Cyprus will be another one, and maybe it's gonna be like the whole Middle East is gonna be like a homeland, right? It's gonna be like the Greater Israel Project. Oh, fuck, that is it.
Yeah.
Right. So in short, hold on. I didn't interrupt you, Sam. I didn't interrupt you. It was crickets when I was asking you a question. So crickets now. So at the end of the day, right? There's multiple homelands for Jewish people. They want more. In fact, the one that Russia gave them is about 2 or 3 times bigger than Israel, right? So I guess they just want more land, right? At the end of the day, colonization is a horrible thing. That means you have to physically harm people. You have to take people's resources. You have to build settlements, often on people's property, on people's land. Only a colonist would think that's a good thing. It's a bad thing. I expect it from Norm. I expected. Give me 1 second, bro. I expected to many Europeans to see that as a good thing. I expect that, right? I don't expect that from a brother, and I was kind of sad when I heard Edward say that colonization is a good thing. Like that's kind of like it's sad, it's sad, but I don't have to agree with everything a brother's saying. So we definitely disagree with that. In short, what's happening right now is fucking insane. People in places like Egypt are literally like putting bottles of rice and flour in the sea and hoping that it kind of like makes its way to Palestine as Israel is starving people as they're doing a genocide on Palestinians.
Lonzo, can I ask you a question?
Well, hold on. Sam was trying to respond.
I just want to say something. So, Alonzo was not here when I said there are 466 million Muslims in the surrounding areas of Israel, and no Jews live in any of those countries. So again, 7 and 4.
Which countries don't Jews live in?
Syria, Lebanon.
That's not true. There's Jews that live in Syria.
No, there are not.
The Jews had to leave Syria. They had to.
100%. They were kept in house arrest. They weren't allowed to leave.
Let's not forget the bombs that Israel has done in places like Iran to make them leave. Remember that?
You did not want to fix to interrupt you. So calm down. So there are no Jews living in these approximately 8 countries surrounding Israel. And there are only 7 million Jews living in Israel and 2 million Muslims. So even if let's say that the Jews want to colonize all of those lands in the Middle East, where are they going to put them? There's too much space to not enough people.
The Wikipedia history Jewish exodus from the Middle East shows that all of that exodus was, for the most part, voluntary, because 2/3.
They got free land. They got some fresh stolen land.
Hold on. Oliver was talking, so please let him finish.
Let's have a civil conversation so we can all hear, because the mumbo jumbo people gonna get lost, and I want to learn. So I want to hear everybody's point.
Come in again, please.
During this time period, 2/3 of
the start cue. Pepe, you want to start cue?
No, we'll just keep it going. I'm listening and paying attention to who wants to go next. So I'll just I'll let I know my friend said he wanted to go. I don't know if DJ Fridays does too. Go ahead.
This time period alone, 2/3 of the Middle Eastern Jewish population came from the French-controlled Maghreb, a regime that was sympathetic to Zionism and that happily permitted Jews to go, in addition to most of the other countries that did as well. In fact, the only country that you can actually say properly kicked out Jews were two, Egypt and then Jordan. Jordan did so with an agreement with the Israelis. So no, most of you are not, refugees from the Middle East. You literally went there voluntarily. But more importantly, that's neither here nor there. I see all this deflection to, but Muslims, but Muslims, but Muslims. We are talking about what Jews do to Christians. So, unless you're gonna, I know why you guys want to deflect to, but Muslims, right? Because you want to make it seem like it's a war. Because you want to, you see, now we have another one interrupting. Because you want to make it seem like, it's a war.
Hold on.
It's a war against kids. And
Hold on, because I'm trying to have people go one at a time. I don't want it to go back to where everybody was yelling over each other.
I agree.
Anyway, you guys want to make it seem like it's a war between the Jews and the Muslims because that
it
we
is.
don't want to.
It is. Shut the door now.
Do that. I did, because you don't want to be able to talk about what you guys do with Christians. You want to be able to lie that, Christians are your friends. We love Christians.
No, shut the fuck up. You gotta drop Norm. He's a 7-year-old child.
It's impossible. But we don't know. We don't see what you guys do to Christians, David. And the fact that you don't want to talk about it, you just want to defend the Muslims. The Muslim groups that you guys
shut up.
Christians.
Shut up, Aziz.
Because there was a whole period of time, Oliver, there was a whole period of time that Christians and Muslims married each other. Absolutely, he's correct. Oliver's correct. We got it wrong.
Did I say that?
If you know,
Is it legal for someone that's a married Christian?
Anything to do.
So I asked a question before. You have 2 billion Christians in the world. You got 2 billion Muslims in the world, and you got a sprinkling of Jews, like 0.02% of the world's population are Jews. I'm sure you're not claiming the Jews are persecuting you. We had the Inquisition. We had the. I haven't finished. We had the. Hang on. We had the Inquisition. We had the Farhad. We had Muslim.
What has this to do with anything in the cause of what?
Hold on. Let El Normo finish.
Thank you. We there's what? How many Christian countries are there? Over 100. How many Muslim countries are there? 56. You got one tiny place the size of my pinky, and you're claiming that we have.
You have more. You have the autonomous Oblast in Crimea.
Thank you. You just proved the Palestinian, the liberation.
Hold on. I know you guys get triggered listening to him, but Jesus Christ, it takes so much longer when you guys keep on fucking interrupting.
It's good for them. So we got 100 Christian countries. We got 56 Muslim countries. We got 22 Muslim countries right in the region. They dwarf Israel. They're thousands of times larger. The Muslims got all the oil. We never made any peep about it. We were given a time when
exactly you were given.
Hang on. The empire. Hang on.
He just said it.
Egypt.
All right. Just let him finish, guys.
You want to send them down?
You got it, Norm. You got it.
Okay. So, when the Age of Empire ended, the Austro-Hungarian, the Ottoman, the British, the French, the Belgian empires ended, the League of Nations was formed after World War I to return these lands to their indigenous people. That means the indigenous Arabs, they got Kuwait and Iraq and Qatar and Bahrain and Saudi, and the Christians got all those Catholic countries of South America, you can name them, Bolivia, Colombia, Brazil, Buenos Aires, Argentina, and on, and Chile, and all of the Christian countries of Europe. And what did the Jews get? A tiny little thing the size of my pinky, 1/3 of which is desert. And another major part was malarial swamp. We drained the swamp, we built Tel Aviv. We made the Negev desert.
Oh my God.
Everybody's obsessing over this time.
Can I go, Nick? I'd like to
Let him fucking finish. You can tell he's probably wrapping up. Just let him fucking finish.
Let him make excuses for genocide. Let him do it.
Whatever. He can do it. He can. You guys are gonna get infected. You guys are like literally gonna offend each other, and you guys just have to bite your tongue. All right, shut up, everybody, shut up.
There is a genocide.
I know. Hold on. Let him finish. I know. Just let him finish.
There is a genocidal country in the region named Iran, which says death to America, that's you and me, and death to Israel. Right? They got 100 million people. Israel had just reached 10 million this year. So Iran is 10 times as big. You have Syria that committed genocide against Arabs, 650,000 dead. Nobody made a peep. The expellable.
Two wrongs doesn't make it right, Norma.
No, I'm not saying. Hang on. You have Yemen. Yemen is killing the Arabs by the Houthis. So you do have legitimately genocidal countries in the region. And then you've got a handful of Jews tunneling in there the size of my pink.
Israel is starving children. Israel
Resistance. Shut up. We're not doing this.
We're taking one place to live in our indigenous homeland, and you guys just can't stand it.
You're not indigenous. You're a fucking white
All right. Shut up.
That was a good
Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. Guys, we have to go one at a time because some of us are ignorant to what's going on over there. And we're trying to hear both sides.
KP,
Learn.
it's your friend, the trash bag.
Are you gonna go first?
I've been waiting for once. I do agree with Norm, though. He is indigenous to Europe.
Yeah, that's the shit. That's all I'm trying to
I
find
mean,
out.
to be honest, I don't know why Norma is mentioning all this. What has the
I'd like
the
to. Can I?
Palestinian to do anything with both Islam and Christians? We're both Christians and Muslim and atheists and Jews, whatever. What has this to do with anything? In the cause of what? To kill native people, to remove the native people from that land.
Well,
We
that's such a tricky
What has this to do with anything? What has this to do with anything?
Don't listen to the
No,
response.
because he's mentioning Israel to be a Jewish state.
My friend, let's let her finish, and then you can.
So, thank you. So they're ranting about, the Jewish state. It's a small, it's a small land. We Jews have nowhere to. You have 3,000 years to actually move there. You had 3,000 years to actually go to your ancestral land. Why did you do it? 1948. And this is not about Muslims or Christians, actually. This is the liberation of the Palestinians. Regardless if you are Christian or Muslims, we're seeing that both are being attacked. And I see a lot of people are being shocked here that Christians are being attacked. This is nothing new. Christians have been and are being attacked by the Jewish Israelis before 7th of October. I repeat myself, this is happening and it's still going on and on and on and on. So I don't understand why he's bringing up stuff that is not relevant to that topic.
They have to.
Thank you.
They have to make an excuse to continue the genocide, the Holocaust that they're inflicting on the Palestinians. So they have to speak about everything. Muslim boogeyman. They have to speak about Iran. They have to speak about everything aside from the fact that they're committing a genocide.
But do you think the Lebanese, though? Do you think the Lebanese, for example, do you don't think a good chunk of the Muslims there have a real problem with Lebanon? Iran. A lot of them didn't want Hezbollah there either. Iran is a pain in the ass.
Hold on. To be honest, I'm Lebanese as well. I'm both Palestinian and Lebanese, and to be honest, Hezbollah is not a threat to us. If you go to Lebanon, you go to Shia villages, Hezbollah villages, you're not going to be attacked for being Christian or Sunni or whatsoever. Nobody cares. No one's That's not true. I'm literally half Palestinian, half Lebanese. Who the fuck said that?
I disagree, by the way. Hezbollah is a threat to Sunni.
He says a Sunni Muslim that is not even from
That's why I said Sunni, because I remember when ISIS when the media was talking with Sunni Muslims in Lebanon, they were saying, they really didn't like Hezbollah. However, they saw their own extremist ISIS as being, like, just far, basically demonic in comparison to Hezbollah. So,
do you want to know something funny, by the way? Since I'm Lebanese, I'm going to tell you this. Shias and Christian Maronites don't actually get along that well. But now, recently, they've said that they're going to be attacking all the Syrians, jihadists, I don't know what they are, Julani people, that will try to enter Lebanon. Yeah, Julani, his people. If they try to enter Lebanon, they both, Christians and Muslims, will attack them together as Lebanese people. So, hold on, let me finish.
It's going to be my turn, I think.
Let me just finish, let me land.
Well,
the whole thing about people saying, like the Sunnis are being attacked by Hezbollah. Actually, in Hezbollah, there's actually Sunnis.
No, once you take your timeline sign to get.
I hear you, KP. I hear you, big bro. So it's all good.
Gotcha. Yeah, I want to get our points out.
No, I'm just saying in Hezbollah, there's actually Sunnis that are fighting in Hezbollah. So stop making this whole thing, this and that. No, actually, our biggest problem in Lebanon is not the Shia Muslims. It is not the Shia Muslims. I repeat myself. It's not the Christians or the Shia Muslims. Our biggest problem is actually Israel.
No.
And the Syrian terrorists that are trying to enter Lebanon. That's our biggest issue.
But I don't get why you're so defensive of Hezbollah, a Shia group as a Christian. Why are you so defensive?
I am not defensive of Hezbollah. Didn't you hear what I said?
Why, as a Christian, we would support Hezbollah, who were protected Christian churches in Syria.
Hezbollah.
Who liberated Christian nuns when they were taken captive.
Hezbollah.
Hezbollah did that. Well, no offense, because you're a Central Asian Sunni Muslim. Who was imported to run around, fuck over, Syrian villages, gun down Druze, gun down Alawite? That was your people, right? Okay. The same way your people decided to go and bomb. The same way it was shut up. The same way your people decided to go and bomb, churches, bomb movie theaters and whatnot in Moscow, right? That's what you guys do, and yet we're supposed to be literally listening to you about the Shia are. No, you guys are just as bad as the Israelis.
Under Bashar Khan, everyone was living peacefully together. Everyone was living peacefully together under Bashar.
That Weinstein said is correct. There are literally Sunni Muslim battalions in Hezbollah.
Exactly.
There are Christian battalions in Hezbollah.
Exactly.
Alawite and Druzi and all sorts of other, whichever you name it, battalions in Hezbollah.
Correct.
Where are the non-Sunni Muslims and all your Hayat al-Tahrir al-Sham, Jolani, blah, 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 fucking thing? Oh, you know where I see the non-Sunni battalions? I see Israeli money. I see the IDF that gives medical aid to your Hayat al-Tahrir al-Sham, to all your fucking Hayat this, Hezbollah, and blah, 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 blah. You guys always think, we're fighting the Israelis. Why do they fund all your takfiri groups?
Exactly.
For close to 1,500 years, those areas, they were held by Sunni empires, like Sunni Muslims.
Congratulations.
You still have churches.
You guys that were the first to say, Jews can come settle the land. No.
Wait. You're saying horrible towards Christians. Wait,
it was you guys that said, Jews can come settle the land. You guys who said, there's genocide between Christians and that Jews can come settle this land.
Exactly.
We can pay our own tax because we ran our empire into the ground. And you're boasting that, the Sunni Muslims are, what the fuck are Sunni Muslims doing? That you guys have so much amount to talk about love.
Killing their own people, maybe?
So Oliver, this is my question for Oliver. So Oliver, yes. You see what's happening here? Now they have like the Jews are the monster, but once the Jews are gone, they turn on each other. They want to kill each other. See, that's my question to Oliver.
Yeah, let's hear from Edward. I'll cede even though it's supposed to be my turn, I want to hear Edward's question for Oliver.
The entire Middle East is full of terrorists. Okay. So you just talked about the Sunnis and the Shia. Do they get along, or is this part of your
Where, in Lebanon or where?
Many rational rational-minded Sunnis.
I think that's Edward was speaking.
I can answer that for you.
Yeah, it's going to be my turn eventually, but I was curious about what Edward has to say because he's usually brief and quite respectful. And has
I'm sitting here trying to answer fatality. Well, I don't know. I guess fatality. You said you're a Sunni, right? And you said that you guys don't get along.
That is correct.
It's a small. There actually is a majority sect in Shia that we're okay with. that do not theologically compromise the religion. So we do accept them as Muslims. But other than that, close to like 60% of the total Shia believers, they believe in they're heretics. They're considered heretics. So they're not considered
According
Muslims.
to you, I mean, you can sit here and say,
Majority can.
I know, but right, here's the issue. You will not see a Sunni and a Shia get married. Very, like, maybe 0.01%.
That is not
That's
true.
So,
Edward,
no, that is true. That is true. You know it. That's true. All right. Who
that
said that?
is not true.
That doesn't really matter.
That is not true. I'm literally from Lebanon, and that is
No, you know that's right. But clearly, Edward had a follow-up point that he was going to make.
And I have.
I said 0.01%. 0.01%.
In Lebanon, we don't get
You know that the vast majority. God is very well.
All right, my friend, don't talk over people like that. Jesus Christ.
I'd like to say something that is extremely rare. And if a Sunni said to their family, "Oh, I have this Shia person that I want to get married," you know what will happen. Ostracized.
No, that is not true.
Okay, so I appreciate you guys giving us that little history. So the next question I have in reference to your people group, and I say that respectfully, how do you guys govern each other? Because right now we're talking about the religious aspect. What is the government that runs each of you? Like Weinstein, you said you're from Lebanon. What's the government of Lebanon? And then Vitaly, even Iran. What's the actual governance? How are you guys governing each other based on not your theocracy, but your actual governance and also your military?
Well, they're all secular nations. There is no Muslim nation in that region. Not Lebanon.
Not Iran.
Newly established Syria, maybe. One second. Newly established Syria may be considered theologically like a Muslim nation, but that's to be seen yet.
They just need to
literally no Muslim nations, just Muslim majority populations under secular nations.
So if I understand it correctly, so what?
Lebanon is a Christian country. The president has to be a Maronite Catholic, and
what are you talking about? Lebanon is a Christian country. Where am I going now? No, you're wrong.
The word Lebanon. Let me fucking.
Oh my God! This woman does not know her
God! The word Lebanon. Do you even know what the word Lebanon means?
No. Who are the majority?
Do you know what the word Lebanon means?
Listen, lady. Your facts are so wrong.
Okay, how about this? Hold on, guys. How about you guys just have a similar conversation? Just have it. That's all.
Go ahead. Lebanon.
No, you made a statement. He said you were wrong. Tell her why she's wrong, and then she can rebut.
All right.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we'll do that. Go ahead, ma'am. I hear the percentage of Christians in Lebanon is estimated to be 30 to 40%. How is that a majority, darling?
Because the Lebanese Christians moved out from Lebanon. Lebanon, the word. Give me one second. The word Lebanon is actually an Aramaic word, by the way. The country, the president has to be a Catholic Maronite. He cannot be a Muslim, he cannot be a Shia, he cannot be a Sunni, he cannot be anything. And he needs to be a Catholic, by the way, a Catholic Maronite.
And what does the prime minister have to be? What's the deal? Say it.
But I'm just saying, you cannot. The president has to be Christian. The word Lebanon is actually an Aramaic word, by the way. And in the 70s, I think it was like 90% Christians, if I'm not mistaken. The Christians and the Lebanese Christians, majority of them moved. A lot of them are in Australia, a lot of them are in South America, but that doesn't mean that Lebanon is not a Christian country. You can actually go Google it. Lebanon is a Christian country, whether you like it or not.
Okay, ma'am, let me tell you something. I am Christian from the Middle East, all right?
Hold on,
there was a time it was majority and it became 50-50%. but the Muslims overtook the Christians. Now they're at 30 to 40%. And yes, you are
from the Middle East. Hold on, Sebastian.
Let me just finish. And what she's missing, Coptic.
It doesn't matter. Let him fucking finish.
It's always a Coptic. You can go now. Talking about my fucking country. No, she's very clever. She gives you half
Oh, Sam. Yes, Sam. You had your time. Why didn't you?
No, it was Sam's time. It is Sam's.
She forgot to say yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Sam, the male. Yes, is your clock.
The deal arranged when they were 50-50 was that the president would be a Muslim, the president would be Christian, but the prime minister would be a Muslim. That would be like a 50-50 equal. But right now, the Christians got overran, so they're 30-40%. So it's not a Christian country that it used to be anymore.
It is a Christian country, whether you like it or not. Even Lebanon was divided. We were a province of Syria. It was actually mainly for the Christian people. The word Lebanon even is in Aramaic as well. We have more churches.
Yeah, I know.
How many churches are there in Lebanon, and how many mosques
You
are
could
there?
at least respond to their point about how the population has changed. You could at least acknowledge that multiple people have said to you, but that the population
What the fuck has this to do with you? I'm just telling him there are more churches in Lebanon than there are mosques.
Yeah, but you're occupied by Iran.
Oh my God! We do not have any issue with Hezbollah. I said it many times. No, we do not. We do not.
It's occupied you. What are you talking about?
Okay, but the question was not if it's Christian or not. I'm trying to find out the governance. What is the government of these Muslim countries? That's what I'm trying to find out. So what is the government?
It's irrelevant.
What does this mean?
It's a secular government. It's not a secular government.
Each time we keep trying to talk about what the Jews were doing to somehow we have to talk about this law.
I don't know why you guys.
So he's talking about. So Edward, you were asking who runs the countries that are predominantly Muslim, they're surrounding Israel.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to.
Okay, so that's okay. So somebody answered that question.
That would be the right question.
Yeah, but the Lebanese people returned back to Lebanon. It's going to be majority Christians. Just
They are not run by secular governments. They're not run by secular governments. Lebanon is probably the closest thing outside to being somewhat secular, but it is a sectarian government. It has to have a Christian president, a Sunni Muslim prime minister, and a Shia Muslim how do you call this? Parliament.
Head of the parliament. Yeah. This is accurate.
that is true. But if the Lebanese people return, it's going to be.
Hold on. I know. If they return, we know. I'm just trying to let somebody answer the fucking question so we don't stay stuck on for half an hour.
All of the other governments of these Muslim countries are run by governments that are mixing in Sharia law into their governance.
And do you guys
mixing in Sharia law doesn't mean they're.
We don't have any Sharia law, thank God.
So
Lebanon does not.
No.
Obviously, Saudi, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar have more Sharia mixed in. Those are Muslim governments.
More. We don't even have Sharia law at all. Zero.
Okay, I agree. You have close to a parliamentary democracy. However, it is religiously run. You have a government that is split among Christians, Shia Muslims, and Sunni Muslims. That's all he's saying.
We have actually more than that. We have Druze, we have Lebanese Sunnis.
But they don't have guaranteed seats in the government.
This is why I despise Sunni Muslim fanatics. We were pressing these guys about what they were doing to Christians. Of course, the retarded Sunni Muslim fanatic comes in and starts preaching, but when it was under Sharia law, when it was under the Khilafah, this was good.
Exactly.
Now they've been able to wriggle away, make it back again about Judaism versus Islam. Which pile of shit do you want to choose? Halakha or Sharia?
Israel is not run by Halakha, and Jews are not a pile of shit. I can't offense your characterization. You have no right to say that.
See, they love it. This is what they want to
No, we don't. We hate anti-Semites like you should.
We went from the title to talk about what Lebanon is.
No, but it is interesting what this lady's saying and Oliver's saying. A lot of Christians left the Middle East because of the Israeli conflict over the decades.
Not because of Israeli conflict, because of
Yes. No.
So, well, as a matter of fact, my family.
Let's say him. Okay, he's a Christian, Middle Eastern. We have a few Christians.
Yes, my family did leave because of the war in Egypt.
Let's hear what they have to say.
What war was there in Egypt?
In 1973, my family left in 67 to the United States because of the Israeli-Egypt war. The conditions were so bad. My family got to the States in 1969.
Yeah.
And the thing is, and just let me finish, I'll be really quick.
How did the war affect your family?
Hold on. No, let him finish.
Well, first of all, my uncle got drafted and he had to go into the war and was literally in the Sinai in tanks and fighting. I mean, it got crazy, his life was on the line.
He left because he was drafted, not because of the,
No, he didn't leave. No, my uncle was in the war.
Fuck up, you old cunt.
And then the economy just got,
Now, yes,
he is correct. There's a lot of discrimination. My family, my dad told me there's tremendous discrimination. He had to leave because he couldn't get equal opportunity there. But the conflict radicalized the region over time, and so then it just got really bad. So that's why the Christians, a lot of us left that region.
You had Nasser, who was a Muslim Arab nationalist, and he tried to dominate the region together with Syria and expunge Israel. Israel fought back. That's not Israel's fault. That's the fault of the failed attempt to commit genocide against the Jews of Israel. Israel.
Whoa,
If you notice,
started the 67 war. What the fuck?
Norm, if you look at Egypt during Nasser days, there were very...
about the war. What was the last statement?
Israel was the one who started the war in 67.
No, Israel was not.
Yes, they were.
Egypt expelled the UN peacekeepers and assembled its troops on the border with Israel. That's called a casus belli.
And
Israel didn't respond to that.
That's not a casus belli because they had already
blocked Israel from using the Suez Canal, which Israel said was
Egyptian territory.
Globally shared resource.
It was during Nasser,
but it was established with the French to be a resource to be shared.
It's still Egyptian territory. It's still Egyptian territory.
So basically, the argument is you are not sovereign over your own land. If you do something on your land that we don't like, then we're gonna invade you and
close the Suez
Just
Canal.
like they also always invade.
If you close the Suez Canal to one country and it's the Jewish country, we can consider that an act of.
All right, KP, I gotta do something for a few minutes. So can you hold down the fort, make sure
Yeah,
All right.
It's gonna be a one mic policy, guys. Let's have a single conversation because I'm trying to learn all this stuff.
Just like they invade the Lebanese airspace as well. They always try to invade and be over Lebanon.
Well, let's just do a reset. I think.
Go ahead.
Sam was speaking, and then we can go back to L, and then to you, my son.
You didn't hear me.
And my friend, you got 4.
I just want to say hello to you.
5. Hey, what's going on, brother Edward? How we doing?
It's the best damn
Nice for you.
Always. I just want to say hello to you. That's all.
Always nice to hear your voice, brother.
I would also like to say hello to Sam. I haven't seen him in a long time, and I do miss you, brother.
I could say something real quick, KP, because I was waiting a while. It's kind of past the point now.
Let's go to Sam first.
Okay,
let's go to Sam.
Thank you, kid.
Then my friend.
Yes, normally you were bringing up Nasser, but if you look at Egypt during Nasser days, there wasn't a lot of hijab. There wasn't a lot of Islamic fundamentalism. The region became Islamic radicalized after, in the 70s and in the 80s. And then in Egypt, a lot of Christians left. And in Lebanon, the conflict going there, the Christians we got to get up. It's just getting Islamic radicalization. There were secondary ramifications as a result of Israel's presence in the Middle East. I'm not saying whether good or bad, but there were ramifications that people are not aware of significantly, the migration of Christians from the region as a result of the Israel conflict in the region.
So are you trying to say that by establishing an explicitly Jewish state?
No. It wasn't to you.
It's not a Jewish state.
It wasn't to you. It wasn't to you yet. Now,
Hi there. I missed a little bit. My signal went out. Could you please tell me what I'm addressing? What is the question? I'm happy to address it.
Well, don't worry about it. We can circle back to you.
No, I want to weigh in. I want to weigh in.
Yeah, so, you just come back in a minute. Hold on a second. My friend, he was waiting.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say I had two things from a while ago. Lonzo left the room, so it's not super relevant anymore, but Edward is still here. And a while ago, Edward made the point about colonialism and how it was good for many nations, if not all the nations of the world. It was overall good. And I was going to ask anybody who disagreed with that argument if they could possibly steel man Edward's argument, if they could reiterate Edward's argument and try to imagine from Edward's perspective why would that be good. And I could do that just real briefly and just say that we've benefited a lot. I would say colonialism for humanity has been good and bad. We've benefited a lot. We've got modern medicine. We've got modern technology.
You stick to the topic and not filibuster.
Are you interrupting?
Yeah. Fuck you. How about this? Shut the fuck up.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, I fucking hate that. So, I have waited a very long time. Shut the fuck up.
My friend, I have you for a second. Just give me a second. Oliver, we have a linear conversation. It's going smooth. Please stop.
I was just waiting. I just was, when Edward was talking, it was granted it was like half an hour ago or 20 minutes ago, so the conversation has moved past. I acknowledged that before I said it, but that was the thing I wanted to say, and I'll land it there, that basically it's been good and bad. People have suffered. Obviously, there's been a lot of bad, whatever, residential schools, and people have lost their language, and a lot of bad. But also there's been a lot of good. We got smartphones, and we can all go to the hospital, and that is good. And then the other thing I wanted to say, just real briefly, is people were asking, I think it was Weinstein who was asking, why weren't the Jews moving to Israel before the establishment of Israel in 1948, 1947? And I looked it up, and yes,
we did.
We did. Right, well, first of all, we did, Norm, but also, Norm, I hope you know, and you will acknowledge that what I found online is that there were about I asked online, how many Jews were living in Palestine in the 1800s and what was life like for them? And there were about 7,000 Jews living in Palestine in the 1800s, and life was okay for them. Many of them were struggling because they did live as second-class citizens and they had to pay the special jizya tax. And the reason why that many Jews did not migrate to Palestine at the time is, first of all, maybe they didn't want to pay the jizya tax, and second of all, the Holocaust hadn't happened yet, so yes, they were exiles from their homeland. They were living in Eastern Europe or wherever the hell they were living, in Spain or wherever the hell. But the Holocaust hadn't happened yet, so yes, they were exiles from Israel, and they said things like, hey, next year in Jerusalem, let's drink to that. But they didn't actually move yet because the Holocaust was the straw that broke the camel's back, where they were like, all right, enough of this bullshit. And I'm going to land here. I'm coming to a conclusion. Hold the thought. So I've just been waiting a long time, and I had this kind of scripted in my head, so I'm just going to land here. After saying that fucking, what I just said, in conclusion, another reason why they didn't move is because Palestine was under rule of the Ottoman Empire, and the Ottoman Empire made it hard for Jews to emigrate to Palestine because the Ottoman Empire was trying to Oh God, I fucking hate you. Yeah, you're so fucking annoying. I mean, I don't want to devolve into just shitting on this guy. You are so fucking rude and annoying, my friend. You have no decorum. You have like some 22-year-old man. I've been waiting for a long time. I have been formulating this thought in my head. Yeah, that's the end of the thought, but it's just rude to be interrupted.
Because he talked over you.
The end of the thought, Norm, the end of the thought is that not only was it hard because of the jizya, but also the Ottoman Empire made it hard for Jews to move to Palestine because they wanted to protect a majority Muslim demographic.
And if you look at the states, I'm going to give you the mic next. I think Weinstein
I think it's a mic to Oliver instead. I'm doing something.
Okay, that's an Oliver. Then you have the mic after Oliver.
Thank you.
Not only was everything we just heard false, because the Ottomans actually had one of the largest mass migrations of Jews back to the Middle East, where they fucking rescued these people from Spain after, noble Catholics, for good reason, genocide in Spanish territory. The Ottomans rescued them, took them in, made them their butt buddies, by which they then went and massacred 3.2 million Christians. That's your fucking Ottoman Empire that somehow oppressed Jews. But all this is also just irrelevant. I mean, we went from, okay, we're talking about what's happening to Christians in Tibet, what's happening to Christians in the Middle East. Suddenly now we're talking about, but you know, we had to pay jizya back in the days. But the Holocaust. What the fuck? This is why Jesus calls you people children of...
Okay, I'm sorry that the points that I made went over your head. What I'm hearing from you is that you didn't understand why, the relevance of what I said. You did not understand the points that I made. You don't understand how they're relevant to the conversation. I'm sorry that you don't have a complete understanding of what I said. Maybe it's because you're a stupid, dumb little brat.
You are not... Let's not get personal. Anyone else is suffering other than...
We're not going to do custom attacks. You can take the points, but don't attack the person.
No, I have no problem. I'm just quoting the word God. I'm quoting the word God.
But you guys are complaining, with all due respect to the mods, you guys are like saying that he's a neighbor interrupting my friend, but he's interrupting all of...
And again, keep in mind...
I'm asking you respectfully. It's gonna go to L. Thank you. And then what was the other person? Vitaly. He left.
Yeah. So I don't know that Oliver was done.
He wasn't actually done. I was actually listening.
I just wanted to...
I need to just, then L, then Vitality.
I just want to actually stick to the topic instead of retarded Jews talking about the Holocaust or retarded Muslims boasting about their caliphate. Let's talk about what is happening to Christians in the Middle East. I understand you two people have, like, narcissism complex in your religious identity.
So you just called me retarded, and now he's saying I have a narcissistic complex, but you're going to get triggered if I call him a little brat?
Insults, but just let Oliver finish. Don't use the personal.
Well, let's just stick to the topic. Let's stop being people.
As I said, my statements were on topic from about 20 minutes ago.
Okay, both of you guys done. Mr. Edward.
No,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, you got it.
No, you making a joke like that TV show about lesbians. I think that was funny. Okay, so it is. So I didn't find anything that was incorrect about my friend, what he said, including it is absolutely true that while Tabuki addressed something that he did not say, which is a yes, the Ottomans welcomed Jews in after the expulsion from Spain in 1492.
Fuck this, honestly. Fuck both Judeans.
Would you mind sending him down?
Fuck both.
Would you send him down?
Hold on.
Would you send him down?
Once again, Oliver, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but Oliver, you're a grown-ass man, and I don't mean to swear right now. If you can take criticism, there's something wrong with you. Okay, goodbye.
Okay, so he made a racist comment that Jews are retarded. He made a racist comment that Muslims are retarded. I reject both statements. I'm not anti-Christian, despite what he proposes to say. Like Jews were not. Jesus was a Jew. He did not say that we were the children of Satan. This is another lie. I don't know what's wrong with his mind. So again, I just want to review the reality of what happened. In World War I, the Ottoman Turks backed Germany and lost. And the League of Nations was formed so that there would never be a great war again. Part of their mission was to return the land to the indigenous people. The League of Nations did this all over the world. Because the Brits won in World War I, they didn't colonize the region. They had a mandate, and the mandate was, a mission was, to return to the land to the indigenous people. That includes the Jews and the Arabs. The British gave the Arabs almost every country, except for one tiny little area, because the Jews are from there. They gave the Arabs all of the land and all of the oil. And then again, I will repeat, the hundreds of millions of Arabs on this tiny little bunch of Jews, 0.02% of the world population, against 2 billion Christians and 2 billion Muslims. It's just absurd. And I will tell you what's happening. The leaders of those countries steal your money, oppress their people, and blame the Jews. And a classic distraction. The same way in this country, they blame black folks for things. They use racism as a distraction for class warfare and exploitation. It's the same thing the leaders do in those countries. They blame the Jews. It's pure racism.
God, that was such a bunch of
I
lies.
think it's on network, then vitality. You flash a light. Go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to find out, which is quite interesting. You guys said that Israelis are affecting the Christians in the West Bank. Does anyone have an actual link to that? Because I'm trying to locate the link. Anybody has a link to it? Of what's actually taking place based on?
Well, I have one up above. It had more to do with like vandalism and intimidation and stuff. I'm talking about like recently.
That's good. So this settler said to torch vehicles, vandalize property. Okay, and we are clear that these are Israelis impacting Christians. Is that what we're saying?
Well, I don't know that they're targeting that they're Christians, or just the fact that they're Arabs that so happen to. I don't know. It's hard to understand why exactly these settlers and a good chunk of. I'm not going to give a percentage, but it's known that some of those settlers are like pretty much like extremists.
Yeah, and there's a war going on. We're at war with Arabs right now.
Okay, bingo. He just said it. That's the key, Norm. The conflict is causing many of the Christians in the Middle East to leave. For example, Iraq.
Let me finish my thought before you guys go, because I like this. You guys like to go down rabbit holes versus having a very nice conversation. So this is the point that I just want to make for all of us guys. I've been to Israel 3 times. I have friends that live in Israel currently, my wife and I. And is war only among armies or people groups? See, because we got to ask ourselves a question.
No, hold on. I'm supposed to that. Hold on, that's bullshit.
Can I finish?
It's an element of both. Edward. You have
once again, Sam, he was speaking.
Just let me finish this. You guys can attack the topic anytime you want after, but you got to let the person finish their thought, okay? Because my understanding, just say my understanding, when we declare war, normally that's armies against armies or military against military. When people groups are fighting, okay, like he says in this article, he got settlers or what we call people who are Arabs attacking Israel. Are we consider that war, or is that a conflict among the people in Israel? That's my question.
Yeah, I can answer that really quick. When it's a war, which is a minority of time, that's when you see the large migration out. For example, what happened in Iraq, many of the Christians in Iraq just left. There are Christians in Iran, they left. Syria, they left. Lebanon, they left. Egypt, they left. But the bulk of the time, it's not war. It's like just day-to-day aggravation and harassment.
Like, can I speak real quick though? Please, right? The Arabs are mad. The Arabs are mad. The Africans, they used to enslave Africans. To 2005, we're doing this. Go to Libya. What they should do in the Africans.
It's okay. There was a moderator speaking out of like Jesus Christ, and he just like wanted to power.
My phone was closed. I'm sorry, Pepe. My phone was closed because I was going to pass the mic to It's Okay because he wanted to speak.
Yeah, can I speak real quick? No.
Yeah, yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. The Arabs are mad because the shit they did, they're doing to Africans, right? They enslaved Africans, killing Africans. And
every little thing they do, like they support, like, because I'm from South Sudan, right? And Israel was the only country that came in and said that wasn't right. And the only country that came in and said that wasn't right and supported us to get our independence. They enslaved us. Even in Libya right now, they're enslaving Africans. These Arabs don't give a fuck about all that. All they care about is Islam. Islam and Sharia. That's all they give a fuck about. I promise you that. They want to pretend, it's all fake. All that shit is fake. It's all about, you could fight, it means you're not Muslim, you have the right to be killed or be enslaved. And that's in Sharia law. I promise you that.
Shit. So I actually agree with that.
Okay, he said
that was some odd there.
Wait. There's literally a verse in the Quran that says there's no compulsion in religion. So how are you going to?
What does that mean? Non-religious, non-Muslim, right? Whatever the fuck that word is. If you're not Muslim, they can kill you or they can enslave you. You are not Muslim.
Kill you how?
They can kill you because you are not follower of Islam. They can kill you. I don't know the word for it, and I didn't know what the truth though. That's what Africans all day.
Well, to be fair, he does come from South Sudan, and the reality is though is that the people who really like bear the brunt of a lot of like, I guess you say Islamic extremism, or extreme people is like,
what I wanted to talk
isn't sub-Saharan Africa. It doesn't make the news or get talked about nearly as much as if it's happening to Middle Easterners.
That's what I wanted to address. Like, we're trying to have a conversation.
Have you never heard of Kaibar? Wait,
just let me get my thought across. Let me get my thought across.
Well, hold on, Sam. I'll let you go, but I'll let you go after Vital.
So we haven't drawn like a baseline for this argument. Like I think we should focus on some sort of like a subject such as interfaith relationships, how Jews view Muslims and Christians, how Muslims view Christians and Jews, how the Christians view Muslims and the Jews, and how we're supposed to.
South Sudanese are Christians, you know that, right?
Wait. Just let me talk.
We're Africans. That's the only difference.
So how we're instructed to interact with one another, like in daily life, in politics, all of that, right? So we can understand each other and see what guides our motives. Because otherwise, if we start talking about like just general things, there's all these nations, all these groups, all these motives pushing people to do all sorts of things, and then it's being grouped with religions and, I don't know, state actors, all of that. It gets convoluted. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has different motives.
I want to say something
Can we shed away all the extraness topics such as like nations and like groups like Al Qaeda or ISIS or like I don't know, who else is there? Like South Sudan. I don't know which group is fighting in South Sudan.
I want to just say something real quick, because in America, this is why Westerners have difficulty understanding what's going on in the Middle East. In America, things are about race. It's not about religion. In the Middle East, it's not about race. It's about religion.
It's about race. So that's Arab versus non-Arabs. It is about
no. You know, it's not Arab versus non-Arab.
He's talking about in South Sudan. In South Sudan, you have the Arab North. The Arabs.
I said the Middle East. I said the Middle East. You must understand, the Middle East, it's about religion.
It's also Arab. Come on, bro.
I mean,
so hold on. The other Sam wanted to go.
Okay.
So I agree with Sam that it's about quote unquote religion, that we have to understand what these religions are. They are nations, right? They're nations, just like we have nation states today. Jews are a nation, Muslims are a nation. And I think the Arab world has its own sort of like nationalistic identity, which is kind of racist.
Very racist.
action in it, but the vast majority of it functioned in the secular framework of just like America does. And Sam is correct that Westerners don't understand that because they think everybody's just sort of like doing whatever they want to do, and like they practice their religion on their own time, in their own space. But the reality of this in the Middle East, religion is not just part of your identity, and you're not an actor. You're a part of a giant collective of people.
Yes, but like I said, once we start shifting the focus onto like other actors such as like the Arab involvement in Sudan, we don't know what the motive is. None of us work for any sort of like government or.
No, but what I'm saying, but you can't say Israel was wrong for defending themselves against the Arab invasion. You know what I mean? Arab conquering. They're trying to conquer Israel. They want to conquer everything. They want to take everything from everyone.
That's what I'm saying. Look, that's what I'm saying.
You can't get mad at Israel for that.
If you shift the focus to race, then you're gonna start bringing up different
race. It's not race. No, it's religion and race at the same time.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Instead of like shifting the focus in the middle between race and religion, let's just focus on what everybody subscribes to, what the government subscribes to, which is religion. And that's the core of the issue here. That's the reason why, we're struggling against one another. It's because of religion. And that's the truth behind it. All of the other, if you start suddenly shifting the focus to, again, race, you're going to start drawing new conclusions. You're going to try and find new motives for what people are doing and why they're doing that. It's like a never-ending discussion.
Oh, so can you describe what LIB is?
He's slave. That's slave. That's the Arab word when they slave black people.
It's not just a slave. LIB is actually a Palestinian. It's a name for Palestinian neighborhoods where they exclusively keep the
It's a word they use for African slaves.
It's okay. Dude, don't stop just chiming in because it like totally fucks it up. And then I'm seeing Sam is even having a pause, so just let him finish.
So even in the Muslim territory, the Palestinian territories that I'm familiar with, where you have majority black people who happen to be Palestinians, Afro-Palestinians, who are the descendants of slavery, because slavery ended in Ottoman Palestine when the British took over, and even still continued until a little bit in some territories until Israel became a state. So now, even today, you still have these people who are regulated to their own territory in isolation, and they are treated as second-class citizens even there. So, and they're all Muslims. So there is this racist component within the Islamic world.
Within nations, I don't know.
Within Muhammad, nigga. What you mean? What are you talking about? Within Muhammad was a racist too.
Didn't he instruct
Didn't he the one who would trade one black slave for like, or three Arab slaves for one black slave, right? One black slave. Listen, no. Muhammad's a racist. Let's be real.
Do you think it was just about real?
Islam is
okay. That was Jesus Christ. I don't want to get into like is Islam racist? We know a lot of Arabs are racist because like understood. You don't need to talk about it. It's kind of going off topic.
Yes. The reason we're going off topic is yes, this gentleman does have legitimate. Yes, he does have points. The problem is he's the Arab sub-Saharan topic is that's a whole other topic. What we're discussing is the Middle East itself, and in the Middle East, it's religion based.
I have a question. I lived in Egypt. I lived in Egypt, right? So Egypt not part of the Middle East. Sudan not part of the Middle East.
No, Sudan is not part of the Middle East. That's sub-Saharan Africa. And Egypt is part of the Middle East.
Okay,
Yes.
what makes it part of the Middle East? So it's not African now.
Sub-Saharan Africa is not considered the Middle East.
No.
Northern
It's
Africa.
not part of Africa, right? What makes it?
Now we're getting it. No, yes, Egypt. Yes, it's also part of Africa.
What makes
But
Egypt not
is
Because they put the Middle East and North America. I mean, North Africa is far more similar to the Middle East than it is to sub-Saharan Africa. It's like, I mean, that's obvious. The people look different. They speak Arabic. Why would you question why they group the countries that way?
Yeah, you should think about something. It's South Sudan, right? Look at Sudan, look at South Sudan. Sudanese culture, it has Berbers flowing through it. Like they have similar cultures because they're between Algeria, Egypt, and
they're the ones who've been genociding primarily the black Christians in the south. Southern.
Soon the Arab is black, right? It's black. We have more pyramids than Egypt. Not even close. Like we got more pyramids than Egypt. We got history. Sudan. So all Sudanese people, we got history. We got more pyramids than Egypt. We got all that stuff are older. We done it. We done it first. You know what I'm saying? Even when you go to the pyramids, half of them are African names. Piap, that's an African name. You feel me? Piap. You know what I mean? The second pyramid, second base pyramid.
I specifically.
What I'm saying is, what makes Egypt non-African? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no offense. I don't want to. I know.
Egypt is in Africa. Egypt is definitely in Africa.
Yes, it is. But this is. Yeah, but we don't need to talk about it. Let's just. There's no reason to talk about this. I don't want to.
Why are you speaking about?
Hold on. It's okay.
What are you talking about?
It's okay. Hold on. Okay, I understand what happened to the Sudanese is absolutely horrible. I'm sorry that you guys had to go through that, but I really, really do not want to talk about race and what happened in Africa. Just like it's not really what we were talking about.
The title. We're trying to address the title. There's been Christians attacked by Jewish settlers, and we're trying to figure out why the I don't know the word for it. Like how is that like not addressed by Israel?
But I think I think he's trying to address it because the settlers, to my understanding, are Arabs. Correct?
No, the settlers are Israeli.
Well, there are also Palestinian settlers, but when you think of them, you're thinking of Israelis or Jews. But there's also Palestinian settlers. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
But we're talking about which ones. But when we talk about which ones would have done the fucking attacks, we obviously know they're going to be the Israeli settlers.
You're talking about Jewish settlers. They may not be Israeli. But there's also, Palestinians are also settling that land.
Yeah, I don't care about them. Like we're not talking about.
Okay.
We already know that if they're
Palestinian settlers, where are they? Are they in Tel Aviv or something?
No, in Judea and Samaria. No, hold on 1 second. So
that's the rat. The fucking rat is talking. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry.
Guys, no name calling in this.
What's your problem?
No, I'm not somebody just a sword.
What was your question?
I'm a man.
Guys,
hold on, guys.
Go ahead, Edward.
So I'm just trying to find out, am I understanding correctly that the settlers are Jewish settlers only? Is that their ethnicity?
Of the ones that would have done this, of the ones that. Will you shut the fuck up? It's okay. God damn, you keep on doing this, dude. When it comes to yes, they would be the ones responsible for the attack. Yes.
So
nobody questions that.
So my understanding,
Jewish people, that's their homeland. My bad, bro. I'll let him talk because he ain't on some bullshit. But what I'm saying is,
all right. Sorry, kids. So Pep, Israeli settlers are attacking Christians. So in my understanding, Israeli settlers who are Jewish are attacking the Christians in South Israel.
In the West Bank?
Two cases on it.
Okay. All right, Normal. Yes, that's basically the claim. But I can't tell. Is it because they're Christian or is it because they're Arab? I don't know the difference. I don't know if they even differentiate.
We're at war with the Arabs right now. That's why. Not because they're Christians.
It's one of
Christian settlers splitting on a land. Why?
You're not at war with Arabs. Stop it.
It's the system.
Yeah, we're at war with Arabs in Gaza and in Judea and Samaria. You didn't hear about it? There's a war going on.
So
my understanding.
Hold on, I'll let you guys go. I'll let you. Hold on, like Federal, I'll let you go. But Edward, try to make your point.
Well, my point's really simple. So there's all different people groups that settled in Israel, correct? It's not just Israeli. They're like Norm said, there's Palestinians. Yes, there's Palestinians, right? Mm-hmm. There's all different people groups. They're Arabs that's settled there. I've been to Israel 3 times. There's people settled in different areas. Sure. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding which settlers are actually attacking the Christians, because we need to know that first.
Yeah, it would be the Jewish settlers.
No, but what he's asking you, the far right Jewish settlers.
Yeah, they're probably going to be like fringe far right. I mean, I don't think you even really have to guess.
You're drawing attention to 2 cases, which in both cases those kids are violent young kids and they should be prosecuted and brought to death. We're talking about a couple of cases. It's not like it's a regular thing.
Hold on. What was your question, Federal?
I just want to comment on what you think. Like, guys, just all you have to do is to go to Google or YouTube and write Jewish settler spitting on Christian nuns. This is like hundreds of videos. So I don't know what you're trying to deny. We're now here discussing why is this happening. So please do not try to ridicule him and attack him when he asks you the question. You can answer why is this happening.
Well, I will say this. Because I mean, I do know people would say it's rare, but people would, I would hear people say like, "Oh, it's rare." Apparently, it's not rare.
No, it's not
rare. Specific parts of hold on, in specific parts of Jerusalem, and that is where you get what appear to be Orthodox Jews, very very religious people, and then you get, especially if you're somebody who's outwardly Christian, like like for example, priest and nun, or if you're but in especially it's a case if you're somebody who's evangelizing, there will be specific Jews who find that just to be like intolerable, and so they'll yell at them, debate with them, sometimes spit on them, but it's not like it's not something that occurs in throughout Israel.
Yeah, I've never seen that. I mean, we've all been to Israel, including Christian people. We cherish our Christian tourists. There are regular trips of Christians to Israel. They go to the holy sites and everything. That we cherish them. I mean, the idea that we're anti-Christian is just absurd. We're not. We live in a sort of. No, just YouTube. And we live in.
I can show you a video right now.
I know, of course, these videos are spread by people who want to make Jews look bad. It's like TikTok.
What about the people who are doing the things in the video?
Yeah,
I know. You just burn their churches. I know you like just burn their churches.
Hold on a second.
I want to say something.
Hold on.
We're not expecting you to be that.
Yeah, you can afterwards, Abby.
Normal.
I'm good.
We're not expecting either of you to be the sort of.
No, I'm good.
Also to say my comment.
Okay. Hold on. Let Abby go, and then I'll let you go again.
I spend a lot of time with the Christian community in the United States and in Israel, and I go on some of these trips, the pilgrimages, when they go over there. So what you have to have perspective is the majority of the tourism, the largest percentage of tourism in Israel, is Christian pilgrims coming there. The areas that they go are mostly in the Jerusalem area and then up at the Sea of Galilee to the churches around the Kinneret, where Jesus spent most of his time, according to the New Testament. They also used to go to Bethlehem. However, Bethlehem, which used to be an 80% Christian city, now is about 5% Christian city, if that, and it's not safe for them in Bethlehem. Bethlehem is not under the control of the Israeli military or Israeli police. When you go to the Christian sites, whether it's the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the Stations of the Cross, or you go to the Mount of Olives, these areas are protected and patrolled very, very carefully by police to make sure the pilgrims are safe when they go there. Remember that prior to 1967, these areas were controlled by the Jordanian authorities, and these churches looked very different. The Stations of the Cross looked very different. The Wailing Wall looked very different. They were used as garbage dumps, literally where they put their garbage. After 67, they completely changed and cleaned up. So when the Christian groups go, they go to Jerusalem, and then they travel within Israel up to the Sea of Galilee, which has always been part of Israel. The area around where the church, and help me out, some of these churches, Beatitudes, and where the Multiplication Church, yes, up by the Sermon on the Mount. This is where Jesus Sermon on the Mount as well. These are very holy sites, and also very, very protected. And I welcome anyone who's Christian. It's a marvelous experience to go and experience it for a Christian. And I've gone there with many groups and Christian friends as they go through the experience. It's very, very sacred and treated very sacredly by the Israeli authorities to protect the Christian pilgrims when they go there. And if there are people that hurt other people that do so, they should be prosecuted, they should be caught. That's wrong. And I know that the Israeli government and the police force take that very seriously, especially around the Christian holy sites and when the pilgrims come there. So, and that's firsthand. And again, I welcome all of you. Go experience it and experience the roots of the religion, because they're beautiful sites there. Now I'm done.
Christians gonna spit on you.
All right, resistance. All right, resistance.
Don't get arrested. Please don't get arrested, and nothing happens.
Resistance.
Lying.
Resistance. I've seen all of the videos.
That's fine, but she's lying.
Shut up. Shut up. No, she's not lying, because the police and the military are literally fucking there. They're the ones who always end up separating them. Okay,
they are them. They
shut up. Shut the fuck up.
You fucking fag.
Oh my God, resistance. I'm gonna. Civil conversation. We're having a civil conversation. I don't like. I know it's your thing to come up and talk shit.
No, I said what was back. I didn't interrupt. All I said.
Okay, I get it. I know. We know. We heard you the first time. Yes, I've seen the fucking videos. I've seen the fucking videos. Stop.
Yeah, but what Abby's saying is that there is a lot of validity to it. As a Christian from the Middle East, where I would feel safest are two countries, Lebanon and Israel. I would be treated best in those two countries, and that's interesting. To say Israel.
The Armenian quarter.
You'll get treated better in Israel than you would in Saudi Arabia, really? You're a fucking liar.
Yeah.
Liar. You been to Saudi Arabia?
I've been 3 times to Saudi Arabia. 3 times. As a Jew.
And the hospitality there is great. And the hospitality in Dubai is
resistance.
way better.
We're going 1 at a fucking time. Resistance.
Don't tell me about Saudi. I went as a Jew 3 times in the last 4 years. With respect to the area in Jerusalem, I forgot to mention the Armenian quarter and the Christian quarter, which have been there through many different empires in Jerusalem. And it's actually where most of the top merchandise and I would say the commercial area within the old city. And also, I would recommend, if you go there, to go through the Armenian quarter and the Christian quarter. And they're very safe.
All right, so
the Muslim quarter, not so safe. And a bigger risk for an American tourist or a Christian tourist walking through the other areas.
Well, I know Fero wanted to go, and then Sam.
Yes, Fero. I'm trying to get Fero in here. Go ahead, Fero.
Alright, I'm just gonna ask for one thing, and I hope we can agree on it. Can we all just agree on the principle that any religion, any ideology, any thought that makes you feel entitled, that makes you feel that your race is better, your religion is better, your physical body is better, your language is better, your nationality is better, and you should have better treatment than other people living with you, then this should be condemned. Either this is Judaism, Islam, Christianity, any ideology that makes you feel superior to other people, it should be fought, and we should fight our own ideology once this appears. And I can tell you, the problem is not in the core of the religion or the ideology or anything. There's always some people who try to interpret it this way. Can we all agree on this? And that if we find our own people doing this, we think it's wrong.
No.
Absolutely. Yeah, but it's not happening. It's not happening. In the Middle East, it's really toxic.
No, that's not what the reality is, though. Yeah, you
I wanted Sam to go and then
let me give you examples of what I go through here. I'm now in the Middle East visiting. I have a national ID card. On every national ID card, you have your name on the front. On the back of the card is your religion. Everywhere I go into a government building, just to go do something with my phone, the first thing they do, these folks, is they flip the card to see my religion, but they BS and say, "Oh no, I'm just checking for expiration date." Really? So it's that kind of aggravation every day.
Wait, which country did you?
Go ahead, Sam. Hold on, Sam.
They won't do that to you in Israel.
Yeah, I know, in Israel.
Hell, they do that in Israel.
No, they're treated. If you're an Israeli citizen, you get treated well. So.
Yeah, Israeli
Sam, and then Masri's been wanting to go. So.
And I want to say something. Real quick. Did you not hear the question he posed? Federal, would you repeat the question again?
I agree with Federal. Nobody is superior.
Yeah, I think all of us here agree not to mistreat others. So. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the other side, which country he's in, because in Israel still.
Oh no, I'm talking about in Egypt. I mean, I've always said I'm a Coptic from Egypt, and this is what I go through. And just today, I go. The first thing they do is they flip the ID card, check my religion. Once they know I'm a Christian, I get a really aggravation treatment. Oh no, come back next week for your paperwork. Oh no, come back. Oh no, it's missing this, it's missing that. Oh, it's just really they won't be overt about it because they don't want to be called out. But it's very subtle and it's aggravating and it's discriminatory.
The Coptics are part of who cares for the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. There's 8 different types of Catholicism that oversee that church. A lot of Coptics come from Egypt to Israel for pilgrimage. It's very common.
Oh yes, we get nothing. We don't get any bad treatment over there.
Nobody ever checked your religion.
Thousands of years. No,
I didn't even finish what I was going to say because I was interrupted.
So go ahead, Sam.
So thanks for answering my question, Sam. Otherwise, I would say that the people that I have seen people in Israel get aggravated with are evangelical Christians that stand in the middle of the city and in the middle of Jerusalem and tell people that they're going to hell because they reject Jesus and they need to accept Jesus in order to be redeemed, and that they are all going to hell. So the Israelis have a big issue with those types of people. Normal Christians, they don't necessarily have a problem with. The people tend to have an issue with Israelis because they believe that they are quote unquote secular. However, it seems to be the religious people, which people prefer to be in Israel, it seems to be more of the problem, right? Because the secular people are against the settlements for the most part. The secular people are not bothering Christians or anybody else for any religious reasons, and the religious people, again, who people seem to prefer to be in Israel and to seem to have similar conflict in some ways as other religious people in other communities, such as Islamic Christianity.
Yeah, I did notice that in almost all of, I did see reports of priests and nuns getting not treated well, but almost all of the footage you see where they're getting cussed at and often in English, because these people are preaching in English, is they're people that are like in Jerusalem, and they're preaching, and like then some religious. It's often kids, to be honest with you. It's kids that end up fighting with them. But I saw that Masri wanted to say something.
Yeah, from a long time ago. Thanks for giving me the chance. I will not take long as usual, but I have just 2 comments. Abby, you know that I love you. You're a friend of mine. I really respect you. But my comment to you is that you are pro-Israel, and that's your right, of course. But what I don't really like here is that you just highlight the good things of the Israeli community or the Israeli society without the negative sides, which are there as well. For example,
I did say they should be prosecuted if they do. Didn't you hear me say that?
I heard you. I heard you. I'm not agreeing with you.
He said you don't highlight the things that they do. We know that
I highlighted
you
my
have to highlight
experience.
everything.
Hey, I highlighted my experience with Christians when I go there.
But it's dishonest. We're talking about religious extremist Jews attacking Christians. And he never talked about you, nor El Normo. Well, I just would expect you to behave that sort of way.
Yeah, why would I not feel pride when I go there with Christian groups and I see how they love and cherish their holy sites?
We're talking about religious extremist Jews. Nobody in this room expects that sort of behavior from you.
But you have people talking in absolutes, that absolutely all Christians are treated.
I understand.
I was coming on to say my
May I
experience.
continue without interruption?
I understand.
Hold on. Let's let Masri finish.
Please let me, Abby, I say.
No, I just wanted to say the words to the lady who keeps visiting the Holy Land. Okay, I understand.
Well, hold on. I don't think Masri. Jin, I'll let you go after Masri, but I want Masri to finish because I don't think he finished.
Yeah, thank you so much. No, I haven't. I haven't. I kept interrupted. So please, no interruption in order to finish my words. Abby, I repeat, you're my friend. I respect you. Okay, so I'm not attacking you, but I say that you highlight just the positive things. But there are so many negative things as well. If you are talking about the Christians and Muslims who are in the Israel, who are the population is 21%, why are you not talking about the building of mosques that they are totally or almost forbidden to be built? There is no legal prevention in that, but at the same time, practically, they don't. They don't really build.
I'm sorry, because
they don't know. According to the population of Israel, which is 21%, according to you, the number of mosques are very few.
Slow down.
And how many of them? Please,
slow down. Where is it for?
I listened to you, Abby, without interruption.
No, but I didn't understand what you're saying. Where is it for?
My question here.
Where?
Why you highlight the positive things? Please, why you just highlight the positive things without highlighting the negative things which are there as well?
I didn't understand what you said. Where is
So
it?
stop talking and listen. You're asking a question.
Where?
Resistance. Shut up. It's between these two.
I ask you kindly to let me without interruption, please. Okay? Maybe we can talk about that later. You know you are totally welcome. That's number one. Number two, according to Sam, just a quick comment. You're Christian from Egypt. You say that I'm Egyptian. I'm proud of being Egyptian as well. But you are commenting about mentioning the religion in your ID card. Well, why not is that? You are totally proud of being a Christian. Then why not it is not written in your ID card? You're talking about the deal or how to be dealt. Well, let me tell you something. Almost all the Christians in Egypt, they already have a mark in the right hand about the cross, the symbol of Christianity. So you're proud of that. Then why you hold this one in your hand that used to be mentioned in your ID? That's number one. Number two, my friend, you're talking about, you're talking about maybe so many different reasons, including security reasons. How many names are common between Muslims and Christians, like Hani, like Noor? But Muhammad is a Muslim name. George is a Christian name. So if someone is named Hani or Noor or something like that, without any reference to his religion according to his name, when he enters a church or something, how could you be sure about his identity? Maybe he's a Muslim brotherhood or a terrorist who wants to do something in your church. Then according to his ID, if the common names between the Muslims and Christians, which is not really clear if that guy is a Muslim or a Christian, then for security reasons or for logic reasons or for so many different reasons, the idea will be mentioned, the Christianity in his other religion. It is very important. So respectively, your comment is not convincible to me. Respectively, of course. Thanks for giving me the chance, Matt.
Got it. So respectfully, you're full of shit. Let's talk about
Adams.
Why are you screaming?
Adams, because no, are you okay? Because we're not doing this. We're not doing this.
Okay, I'll go back down to the audience since I can't speak back.
Yeah, no, but we were having people go in order. Okay.
Okay, so if there's a queue, then say that there's a queue. You don't need to scream.
Okay, but
what you did. You started screaming.
Yeah, you
no, I didn't.
That's why I had to raise my voice.
Yes, you did.
No, I did. Holy shit. So Abby was talking to Abby, so I needed Abby. Yeah. She's the one who gets to respond.
And he and I have great conversations also as we talk about the beauty of Egypt and what culturally is in his country. And I do really enjoy learning a lot from him. But Israel built mosques, so I didn't know where you were talking about because Norm may know the number. It's like hundreds and hundreds of mosques that they have built for.
Which mosque Israel built? Come on, tell me.
Norm, hold on. Let me see.
I'm not Norm.
I'll pull it up. I'm just trying to respond to him right now. I can't multitask and deal with my dog at the same time. I'm doing my best. Okay, I'll get you the number, but I know that they build mosques, and it's in the hundreds. With respect to answering his question, nothing is forbidden there. What they do in Egypt with having that on an ID card is your law in Egypt. It's not the law in the United States, and it's not the law in Israel. Every country uses its own security methods. So again, I'm not casting aspersions on what you do in Egypt. That's your choice and how you want to run security there. But it's definitely not the way we do it in the United States or the way they do it in Israel.
Well, I'm reading it right here, and it says in the last 20 years, Israel does not only do they not fund any mosques, but none have been built. I'm reading it right now.
That's stupid. How about real research? Do you know how to do that? Did you go to school?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
How about doing real research?
How
many mosques are in Israel?
Even if Israel built 1,000 mosques in Israel, it does not matter. It's their internal policy to build mosques for their 20%, non-Jewish population. Why does it matter? Why are you talking about this?
It doesn't matter, but you need to ask how many mosques have they destroyed, okay? Not how many they built.
Israel proper in the land of Israel.
Excuse me, I can point you to a mosque which is a fucking bar now.
In Tel Aviv, where? Where?
Yeah. I can look at that and see.
In Nazareth, where? In Akko? I don't see mosques destroyed.
You don't see any mosques.
Israel proper, show me where.
Yeah, you can ask. She hasn't seen them.
Abby, how many synagogues and how many Christian churches have been dismantled in Islamic petting zoos?
Well, there's not a synagogue in Gaza. There hasn't been a Jewish person there until they took hostages since 2005. Oh, excuse me, there was one kid with a disability that was there and maybe assaulted.
Hey, I'm gonna leave because this is annoying. Like, you're letting everybody else speak.
No, ask everybody right now. Ask everybody else on stage right now what has been the rule for the few hours this room's been open. You said Islamic petting zoo. But you know what Muslims are not allowed to do is use slurs to refer to Jews, and Jews cannot use slurs to refer to them. That's just how this room is being modded today. So,
Pepe, you built this house calling people the N-word. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
This room is different. I'm happy to be a neutral moderator. That's why I've only had one person moderated, because there's people with strong opinions on both sides, and so I'm just trying to avoid,
Hey, you don't think that people have strong opinions where you're dragging black people?
Okay, we're not talking about this, Adams. You're taking it personally. Just stop.
Put me in the queue, Pepe.
Go ahead, Adams. Go.
Oh, you want me to go?
Yeah, just go.
Yeah, well, this is the reason, listening to the fights back and forth, Long ago, I came to the conclusion that Islam and Christianity are not compatible, and Islam and Judaism are not compatible, and Judaism and Christianity are not compatible. The Middle East is mostly Muslim, mostly Islamic, and the fight, if you're a Christian and you're listening to these battles back and forth between Muslims and Jews, it should be a lesson to you that you're not going to, as a minority, you're not going to do any better. So, as an Armenian or as a Christian, loyalties in the Middle East are changing all the time. There were a time when Arabs were fighting for Armenians. They don't do that so much anymore. There were a time when Jews were fighting for Armenians. They don't do that so much anymore. And yes, Abby, I don't want to offend you. I know you're a good person, but this is a conclusion that a reasonable person can come to when you look at the entire history of the Middle East. So just, again, my message is to Armenians. Don't put your faith in Jews. Don't put your faith in Muslims, and just be careful, because this back and forth, that goes on between the two of them, we don't want to get caught in the middle. And as a historical reference, when Christians and Muslims used to fight, there was a point, and I can't find the link anymore, where they would sever the heads of their enemies and catapult them back across the battle lines to their enemies to discourage each other. I think it was during the Crusades. It's not going to get any better. So at least if we could at least admit that, then we could proceed forward, and not have to say, oh, well, yes, we're Jewish, but look at all the nice things we're doing for Muslims, or, oh, we're Muslims, but look at all the nice things we're doing for Christians. Majority populations rule, and in the Middle East, it's majority Muslim. In Israel, it's majority Jewish. Why are we going to apologize for protecting each other? Why is each side going to apologize for protecting their own interests? Please.
Because the Jews are not protecting their own interests. It's Americans that are doing it, and the Europeans.
Well, Americans.
So let the Jews start defending themselves to see what really happens.
Resistance. That is a very good point. So Jews are getting Americans to help them do that. It seems to me Egypt is getting Americans to help them. Where you get the help, stop pissing and moaning because Jews get help from Americans, or Egyptians get help from the Russians, or Armenians get help from the Chinese or the Russians or whatever. It's the Middle East. This is the fucking, the hotbed of chaos that the Middle East is and always has been. That's all I got to.
Yeah, and based off of what I was saying earlier about the numbers in the Middle East, there are 466 million Muslims surrounding Israel as a state. So say that America is protecting, helping to protect Israel. What these 466 million people are crying about is that they don't have the opportunity to kill 7 million people.
That's not what anybody's crying about. Everybody's saying you're being belligerent in a region towards all of your neighbors. That's what people are saying.
The neighbors are belligerent. Nobody's that's the bottom line. Belligerent because you don't control us. You don't control Jews. You don't control us, and you don't tell us what to do in our own fucking country.
That's true. When you go into
your country, it's an American country. We founded it for you.
For instance, when you're bombing Kobani in Syria, and I mean,
a second. Hold on a second. Was Sam finished speaking? I'll let you go. Was Sam done?
You don't give a fuck about Jews, bro.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, we do. There are.
Okay, so Sam, okay, but we gotta let Sam finish, so please, I gotta restart my app. KK, I brought you up here just to mods. I don't want it to go to some random person. Thank you.
So yes.
Boom it, KK, boom it.
Don't boom it. I was saying there are 466 million Muslims. There are at least 13 terrorist groups around Israel. And those 466 Muslims and however many countries, 7 or 10 countries, are not controlling, and they don't expect Israel to protect itself or to enlist the assistance of allies in order to protect itself. So this is just insanity that people.
No, it's insanity because Israel doesn't protect itself. It's America that protects them. It's the American ego. It's the American. It's the American money.
American soldier done that.
No, there's American soldiers in the IDF, you idiot.
Sam is not done.
There's not.
Sam is not done. Sam is not done. Please finish, Sam.
I'm done. I just wanted to address that there are no American soldiers in Israel. There are no, I guess America does sell weapons to Israel, but America also sells weapons to Egypt, which eventually go to ISIS. And Jordan and Saudi and UAE.
And all those countries are in cahoots with the genocide, so who cares?
So that's another thing.
There's no genocide happening.
If these Muslim countries,
why? Because your dirty mother said so.
Leaders, if these Muslim leaders are not okay with the idea or part of the reality of trying to destroy Israel, then the rest of the Muslims just say they're actually Zionists or actually Muslim or Jews pretending to be Muslims and running their countries. So if that's true, why don't you go to Egypt and why don't you go to Jordan and kill those leaders and replace them, start another coup or another civil war like they have been for the past, couple hundred years. And then you'll say that that's the quote-unquote Zionists doing it again, even though you did it yourself.
Okay. Here's another thing. You know what the elementary school.
Anyway, that's all lovely. Oh my God.
Yeah, I said Oliver got kicked afterwards, so we'll let him go out.
Yeah, the Muslim and Jewish dictating between each other is all irrelevant in the context of this discussion, because we're talking about, the destabilization of these nations and how it contributes to the flight of Middle Eastern Christians. And the indisputed truth is that Israel favors actions that do harm Middle Eastern Christians overwhelmingly. They destabilize countries and regimes that protect Christians.
Actually, the opposite.
Countries and regimes that
exactly
that
the opposite is true.
Let's start.
No.
Because normally you debunked this point with your own statement. You said that.
That's also false.
Okay, so let's
Which statement?
Let's go through it one by one. You said that Israel helped topple Bashar al-Assad. That's true. Most Christians in Syria support Bashar al-Assad.
Kill the terrorists from Hezbollah.
Oh my God! Because he
normal. You gotta let him finish. I actually do agree.
I'm sorry,
even though Ellis, normal.
Okay. He's addressing.
I know, but you gotta let him finish his point. And even I agree that even though al-Assad was a piece of shit, what's happening now? The Druze are being killed, the Christians were getting killed. So, I mean, he was protecting the Christians.
And Israel is protecting the Christians and the Druze.
Not really, because they got killed.
Really?
You're not protecting Christians at all.
Yeah, we are.
You get rid of regimes or lobby to get rid of regimes that protect Christians, like Syria. Most Christians in Syria supported Assad because Assad supported and protected them. Israel got rid of Assad and put Jolani, a known international terrorist, member of Al-Qaeda, member of Daesh, right? Of course, all the retarded, the jihadis were celebrating and cheering because they want the same things that you guys want, right? But any person with a rational head, any person who does not enjoy sectarian violence, knew this was a bad thing. But you guys didn't care because it was beneficial to you. Now, it's beneficial to use the just pretext of, the Syrians are killing the Druze, even though you knew those same jihadi groups
right-wing Druze as far back as 2012. Members of your own Knesset were literally arguing with Netanyahu and I believe Avigdor Lieberman about this exact fact. Druze MKs in the Knesset.
What point do you think you're making right now? We took out a terror group.
I'm explaining every single way that you guys negatively contribute to the lives of Christians in the Middle East.
Norman, shut up. Let him finish.
Yeah. Now we also have other examples in Armenia. You guys are sells 70% of Azerbaijan's weapons, which they've used consistently to ethnically cleanse and genocide Armenians over the past 30 or something, 40 years. About. You also have Iraq. You guys called for U.S. Ground invasion in Iraq, saying, there's these non-existent weapons of mass destruction. There was a mass exodus of Syrian Christians there again, because the Syrian Christians per capita were even more supportive of Saddam Hussein's regime than even, Muslim.
So you're blaming us for the Iraq war now?
You guys supported the war in
conspiracy theory?
Jesus Christ, and that's what you supported the war in Iraq. Yes. Then
everybody supported it. So what?
Oh my God. In addition to that, we also have Lebanon and your invasion of Lebanon, where you killed a lot of Orthodox Christians and militant Christians.
We killed Hezbollah.
There are Christians in Hezbollah. You didn't know that?
Hezbollah's a terror organization to boot you.
Let him finish. If you interrupt him again, I'm moving you down. Just let Oliver finish his thought.
Yes, and these are all in regions that Israel doesn't directly control, i.e. regions directly outside of Israeli sovereignty. This doesn't even include things that happen, for instance, like the multiple seizures of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, multiple attacks upon churches in Haifa, Nazareth, done by both the Israeli police, Israeli military, and Israelis in general, and now most recently, bombings of churches in Gaza and burning of Christian towns in Haifa, as well as Bethlehem, with the church besieging of the Church of Nativity. Yes, you guys are absolutely a hostile force to Christians, and frankly, you don't have to be nice to us. Our Bible is certainly not very kind to you. What annoys the shit out of me, and basically every other American Christian, is the constant lies and propaganda that we are shoved down our throats. Jews love Christians, and if you dare call this out, you're an anti-Semite. It's not just that you're wrong, no, you are an anti-Semite. You must love us the same way we don't love you. And if God forbid you don't, you are an anti-Semite. You want the death of all Jewish people.
Okay. Nobody said any of that. You're just you're arguing against some ghost in your brain.
Okay, can you argue one of his points? If not, I'm going down to Alan. So go ahead.
Yes, of course.
Can I go after Alan?
He went through a series of weird conspiracy theories, like we control the United States, so the Iraq war is based on us. You have a terror group, internationally recognized, that kills Americans, that butchered 650,000 Sunni Arabs, and you're complaining that we killed a terror group called Hezbollah. This is insane. This is delusional. You have to bend yourself into a pretzel just to blame Jews for the terror groups that exist in Iraq and in Lebanon and in Syria. You're literally defending one of the worst butchers of all time, Bashar al-Assad. He's hated. He's a butcher. He killed. He cut people up with carpentry tools. They're still digging out the pieces of people. He ran away to Russia because he was being supported by Iran, the world's foremost sponsor of terror, whose main slogan is "Death to America." You're in America, Chabuki, in case you didn't notice, and death to Israel. What you're saying, it is such an elaborate, delusional, psychotic, conspiratorial, paranoid web of nonsense that you actually take my breath away. Please call on the next person. I hope that I addressed enough of his point.
Okay, great. Alan, and then Oliver, we've gone back and forth a little bit. Let's get other people.
No worries. I was just saying, get to address that.
All right, thank you so much. Alan?
Yeah, well, I'll address 2 points here. Number one, it is fact that Israel did sell weapons to Azerbaijan, and Azerbaijan did use those weapons for the ethnic cleansing of Armenians. And it not only is that fact, but Israel uses the drone footage of their drones killing Armenians as their sales presentation of why their drones are so good. So as Armenians, we get to relive those particular murders every day. The second fact is that yes, as a U.S. ally, we rely on Israel to provide us with intelligence and recommendations about other countries in the region. The problem is everybody is a threat to the Middle East. Everybody is a threat to the United States. And the fact is that yes, Assad killed all those people. Yes, Saddam Hussein killed all those people. They were killing Muslims. Who cares? And here's another point. Everybody, the Middle East is full of assholes. You don't survive in the Middle East without a fucked up dictator. That's life. That's the way it is. So for Israel to be constantly saying, oh my gosh, they're 3 weeks away from having nuclear capabilities, since 1990. Oh my gosh, we have to get rid of this guy. He's a terrorist. He's Hezbollah. This morning, I just, saw videos of entire regions of Gaza completely flattened. And was everybody in a 1 mile radius or whatever, were they all terrorists? Were they really? Everybody's a terrorist according to Israel if they want them to be. That's the problem. That's the problem with Israel.
Let me respond to Alan very briefly. Alan, you'll be happy to know, I just pasted the link in the chat, that Israel is in talks with Armenia right now for Armenia to join the Abraham Accords and to settle the beef with Azerbaijan. And if Israel messes with any Armenians, I'll go over there with you and protest against whatever Israel's doing to disadvantage Armenians. Because I feel close to the Armenian community, and nobody who's also gone through a genocide as we have should be subject to any further persecution. I'm on your side.
Okay, your briefly is done, Norm. Alan, do you have something to retort? Because if not, I'm going to allow Sam to do so.
Norm, I've always appreciated your support of Armenia. I'll just say the gesture from Israel is welcome. Let's see what happens, but it might be a case of a little late, a little too little, not enough and not soon enough. Thank you. I forget the expression, but the fact is,
too little, too late. I know.
I want to follow up with Alan's thoughts.
Hold on, Sam. Alan, are you done or a little too late?
Well, the point is that unless it involves giving Artsakh back to the Armenian people, 130,000 of which were forcibly removed from an area that Armenians have been in for like 1,300 years, I'm not so sure it'll help.
Okay, thanks, Sam. Quickly, and then I'm going to go to Doc.
I'll be real quick. Thank you, Alan, for those wonderful points. We were discussing some of those points earlier before you walked in about the issue of these countries. First, then it was Iraq, and then Iran, Syria, Lebanon, Egypt. It seems like there are a lot of countries in the Middle East are now talking about, hey, what's going on here? Who's next? When is this country rotation going to stop?
Are you done, Sam? I just want to make sure.
Yes, we're trying. There's a lot of countries, this just talked about 2 weeks ago, they're like, well, wait a second here. Who's next now? And when is this how it's going to be forever?
That's a fair point, Doctor.
Yes. So, I'm just going to be very honest. I feel like these pro-Palestinian people did a lot of people in Gaza a disservice, because the more y'all come into these spaces and continue to whine and complain, make up a bunch of bullshit, rewrite history, recruit allies that, quite frankly, you enslaved and sold over to the Americas as, chattel slavery. It's very funny to me that, we need to cry for Gaza. I'm going to be very honest. I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't give a fuck. And to be very, very frank with you, you did not see any Jews flying planes into the Pentagon or Lower Manhattan. So if I'm going to, take any side, I'm definitely going to take sides with the Jews, okay, for many different reasons as a Christian, okay? Aside from that, everywhere y'all set up an Islamic Republic, okay, whether it be France, whether it be you invading the UK, it turns into a shithole. It turns into an absolute shithole, okay? An absolute shithole. And again, sexuality or not, okay? You pull up to me with some of the grievances and complaints that you have, I'll blow your fucking head off, okay? So at the end of the day, you should watch your fucking mouth. Y'all fucking Arabs have gotten too damn comfortable coming up into America. Yeah, and I'm telling you, and I'm telling you to go jump off a fucking bridge, okay? And scream Allah Akbar on your way down, you piece of shit. So at the end of the day, in fact, why don't you put on a hijab and hang yourself with it?
Doctor, all right, we're moving on. We don't want that personal attack, please. That's not. I hear your fury, and I got it. I think so. Are you done?
So I'm gonna land, and I'm gonna say this. Everywhere they fucking go, there's an issue. Okay? Let's look at the UK. Let's look at other places around the globe. Everywhere y'all go, there is a fucking problem. We are tired of you. We are absolutely fucking tired of you. And you want to taunt this narrative, there's 2 billion Muslims. Guess what? There's 2.5 billion Christians. And there's 700 million fucking Hindu people that are tired of you too. Stop it.
Okay, thanks, Doctor. Bill, I saw you come off mic. If not, I'm going to go to someone else.
So what? Does he want all-out war? What are you calling for?
Excuse me, Ill? Okay, Ill's not there, so what?
I want you to have a bacon hamburger and shut the fuck up. That's what we want.
Adam, we heard you. Well, I think Vitality wanted to first, and then Oliver. So go ahead. Oliver.
It's funny. I actually agree with what Adam said. The problem is it doesn't always just apply to Muslims. You want to say Muslims have a problem everywhere they go. That's fine. There's another group of people that have had a problem in, 109 different countries, 1,000 different times, 4,000 years. All the things you complain about Muslims, too many Muslims are entering the West, too many Muslims are coming into the U.S., so which groups are lobbying for Muslims to increase immigration into the U.S. and Europe? That's fact. There's a lot of Jewish groups. Shut up, Mullah.
Like what?
Israel. And shut up.
Like what?
Don't cry. Shut up.
Not crying. I'm asking for evidence.
I know, normal. Just wait. You gotta let people finish.
Yeah. Groups like B'nai B'rith constantly lobby that, Muslims need to come to the West. Israel, literally, there's no solution. Yes, that absolutely is true. We've discussed this many times. We've discussed this many times.
Why wouldn't you want Muslims to
There you go. Yes. He's not being productive, so go ahead and finish, Oliver, and then I'll bring it back up when you're.
Israel, literally, their whole solution to the Gaza crisis is to inlet the ports or, evacuate Palestinian Muslim refugees from Gaza into places like Ireland and Spain. So the Israel you support actually supports all the things you supposedly hate. They want more Muslims to come into your country. They want Sweden to be turned into Swedistan and all the things you supposedly care about. Yet you cut for this community. Another thing that's funny, you talked about, I didn't see any Muslims fly into, any Jews fly the planes into 9/11, but we did see Jews dancing, celebrating, cheering, and recording when the Twin Towers were collapsed.
Interestingly, many of those Jews turned out to be Mossad agents. Interestingly, after getting extradited back to Israel, one of them even commented that yes, he did in fact have prior knowledge of it because he and his people were there to document and record. In addition to the other, 60 Israeli art students, mysterious building repairs that were done in the weeks before 9/11, lucky Larry Frank, I wonder what his ethnicity happens to be, but of course, you don't have to make any conclusions for this. You can find this all on Wikipedia and ABC News, right? But, but if you don't want to take my word for it, well, I'm a Catholic like you, but I just want to read one last word. I just want to read one last word from the Bible about, this is what our Lord God says about the Jewish people. For you, brothers and sisters, became imitators of the churches of God in Christ Jesus that are in Judea. For you suffered the same thing from your own compatriots as they did from the Jews, who killed both the Lord Jesus Christ and murdered the prophets, and drove us out. They are hated by God and are enemies of all humankind by hindering us from speaking to the Gentiles so that they may be saved. Thus they've constantly been filling up the measures of their sins, but God's wrath has overtaken them at last. This is what your God tells you about the Jewish people, and yet you're sitting here saying, oh no, the Jews are our allies. The Jews are our friends.
May I respond?
Yes, well, in just a second, Oliver, can you please put in the chat your sources for all your claims? Because you claimed a lot. Right? Thank you. Doctor?
Yeah, so Oliver, what country do you currently live in?
The United States.
Okay, so I'm just going to say this. Your whole entire household, right, should have their door kicked in by the feds. You should be armed at gunpoint. And put back into whatever fucking country that you came from, okay? You are not American. You are dirty, dirty, dirty trash.
Djibouti is his name, by the way. Okay, Adam, that was... We don't want to do that. It's not productive, but I hear your rage. I'm trying to find Norm so I can bring him back up. Was there anyone else on stage that hasn't been able to talk that would like to now?
I just came back in to say something. Has there been any discussion about in the room, and I left for a bit, about freeing the hostages?
I think it's about Christians getting killed. No, we have to talk about the hostages.
Have we talked about the hostages, where the hostages were Jewish, Christian, Thai, they were Baha'i, they were Buddhist, that were taken? Have we talked about the 50 hostages that are still there? And getting
the topic of the room. So
where are
I know. Has anyone had any outrage about that? Think that it's okay that civilians in Gaza hold hostages in their homes?
Is it okay that civilians
and if you'd like to hear it, specifically, we can ping Shalomi in the room, and he can tell you what life was like as a hostage in the private home of a doctor and a journalist. You can hear it directly from the hospital.
Please be quiet. Be quiet. So let me finish, please.
Yeah, just
go on mute, Aziz.
As we talk about the outrage here, how about the outrage about these hostages and freeing them? Anyone have any concern about that?
How about let's talk about the Hannibal?
I asked that question. I asked a direct question.
Can I go now?
Anyone give me a direct answer? Everyone else cannot. Be quiet.
I'll let somebody answer it. But I just want to say, I don't want. I was purposely trying to avoid the Gaza debate, mainly because everybody talks about it, and I don't, just didn't really care to do it again. But I mean, whoever wants to answer, go ahead.
I mean, the hostages still being alive, it's unexpected, to be honest. I would expect that they would have been executed already after all those dead Gazans. But
Can I ask a somewhat relevant but off-topic question?
Hi, Timothy. Yeah, you
Hey, what's up, buddy? Oh, buddy, pal. I just wanted to ask, are there any Christians in the room that want to respond to what Oliver said about the 2 Thessalonians, whatever chapter? I forget the exact chapter and verse, but the verse. I know
you, Timothy, are in religious rooms a lot. I'm not. I don't really know how to even respond to it.
I mean, I'm an atheist, right? I don't believe any of that. But I think there are a lot of Christians. So we don't want to hear shit to say what you gotta say about the Bible. You're a fucking atheist.
Adams.
No, but I think there are a lot of Christians who are proud Zionists, and I think gentleman raises a good point, namely Mr. Cromwell, because he's saying, look, if you have a doctrinal commitment to like what's the contemporary wisdom would refer to as anti-Semitism, that's what you'd be committed to if you're a Christian and you accept the inerrant word of God. So I'm just interested to know what Christians say in response to that.
Sam?
Okay, can I go next too?
No, not yet. I understand. I appreciate your patience, resistance, but I believe Sam unmiked so he can answer his question.
Well, no, I apologize. That was a mismic.
Okay. Anyone else would like to respond to him?
Yes, very quickly. I'm sorry he identifies as an atheist. I'm not listening to anything this shitpig has to say about the Bible.
Dude, we're not insulting people.
Okay,
for the last time.
We're not doing that. Anyone like to respond to him then? Excuse me. All right. He was trying and he's challenged today. All right. Anyone want to respond to Timothy?
I mean, if Oliver Oliver's probably the only person on the stage that can answer that as a question.
I mean, the only Zionist I say is Adams.
Yeah, can I go? Is that okay? Okay, it seems like no one's speaking.
Sure, sorry, the app is glitching. I'm just going to stay unmiked to help you. Thank you, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to go. Thank you. Yeah, it just seems like there's like selective outrage. I mean, we'll talk about the hostages and that's fine. But I've heard so many things on stage. Doctor was talking about Muslim extremism and how it's spreading to the West, but we're sort of it's selective outrage. We're not talking about half of Congress trying to fulfill some messianic belief. Ted Cruz confirmed it. Many people have confirmed it. There seems to be selective outrage. We can talk about hostages, that's fine, but there doesn't seem to be any attempt to address a wider context here. How we got here, I'm not justifying October 7th, but the reality was that was a terrible year for the Palestinians leading up to that point. That didn't happen. That wasn't an event in isolation. I heard people talking about, I heard Dr. talk about 9/11. I mean, what was the response to 9/11? It was numerous wars, completely unrelated to the events that took place on 9/11. All of the veterans that fought those wars that have been abandoned today, those veterans completely reject the notion of going to fight in those wars. They completely understand it now. And then this is a long history of America supporting wars, going all the way back. It's typically about demonizing the population. After the Vietnam War, they changed the name of the war budget to the defense budget. They knew they could no longer demonize the population. They had to victimize themselves. And this is a long legacy of the military-industrial complex. So everyone's sort of ignoring the elephant in the room and just falling for the Fox News narrative. And it seems a little disingenuous. It seems as if we can't step away from the obvious path, and we have to just sort of touch on the CNN talking points and nothing but that. I'm happy to talk about the hostages. It's terrible and it's something that needs to be condemned. But the people that keep bringing up the hostages don't seem to have any compassion for the people. Because I have criticism of Hamas, but they don't seem to have any compassion for the people that are governed by Hamas. It seems as if they've it's joint enterprise, and some people call that collective punishment. But I just seem to see no nuance in these arguments. So that's just what I wanted to say. You're right. We don't give a fuck. Return the hostages.
Hold on, and I want to put that split now.
Yeah, I'll give you just a second. Aziz, you made a lot of points. Some of them I don't agree with. One in particular, you were talking about the U.S. military veterans that you feel are not in support of their actions. So I would like to see where you have that information so I can read into that, because it is the complete opposite within my military network and community. Yeah. Resistance, go ahead. Thank you for being patient.
I just wanted to point out, like my beautiful brother Aziz said, is this selective outrage. And once again, you can easily point it out, because once again, the same person that was speaking about all these great things but doesn't want to speak about the negative, bad things, did it again. She says, let's speak about the hostages. What hostages, though, are we talking about? Are you going to include the 10,000 hostages that Israeli has taken? Are you going to include the other 5,000 they took since October 7th without a charge?
that are in detentions? Are you talking about those innocent Palestinian children that are sitting in detention right now? Over 400 of them? No, she's not talking about them. She's just talking about those white Israeli hostages. Mind you,
She never said white. She never said white.
I'm calling them white. It doesn't matter what she said. I'm calling
resistant
them. Anyway,
don't.
Hold up. When Adams is obnoxious, you know he's saying shit to him. So let him talk.
No, I'm just
he was.
Kindly don't misrepresent and turn this into a race thing.
So, anyways, like I was saying.
No, hold on a second. No, I'm sick of this fucking shit. Okay, you keep on playing the white thing. Half of the Jews, or more than half of the Jews, just the Jewish population there, don't even have ancestry from Europe. They literally did.
They're Europeans. I think that's his.
And then the 20%, the other 20% are Arabs. Like it's a majority not.
Do you think I'm excluding them? Do you think I'm excluding those 20% of Arabs? See, that's the problem with people like you.
Over 50% of the Jewish population is not even white. So like
they're white. Their ideology is white. Their fucking criminal enterprise is white.
It's the Middle Eastern religion, you dipshit.
So once again, like I'll finish. She's not talking about those innocent people. She's just worried about her innocent people. Mind you, yes, we condemn Hamas from taking innocent women and children. They should have never done it. It's wrong. Because in Islam, we don't stand for that. It's forbidden in our faith. So, once again, I don't care what they decided to do. That's their business. But why are you at war? Why aren't you upset at your government for doing the same thing? Why are they kidnapping people? Why are they destroying people's homes? Why are they putting innocent people in concentration camp and detention centers? Abby, why are you not worried about that?
This is a fucking stupid argument, dude. Like,
no, it's a logical argument.
It's not a logical argument.
Specific.
No.
Not all of it.
It's a logical. This is low IQ. This is so low IQ. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Sorry.
Okay.
Not all the hostages.
It's stupid. It's stupid.
You're not saying free all the hostages.
Right. Amazing. There's a big difference between you getting caught by the police or the IDF or something like that, because a lot of these people are fucking terrorists. I'm not going to sit here and ignore that. And so they end up getting detained. But to compare it to just like random fucking Israelis that ended up getting dragged across the border and their kids when they were doing nothing, literally doing nothing. That's one's like basically kidnapping. The other one is you're getting detained. You can bitch and say it's not fair, yada yada yada, but to even try to say that they're comparable is just fucking stupid. I don't want to waste my time on that argument.
And then resistance, perhaps you weren't listening to really hear what she had to say, and it's selective, but Abby did talk about the Christians coming over and supporting them, so she wasn't talking about just her own faith. So maybe you missed that part. All right, was there someone else on stage that would like to speak that hasn't spoken yet?
Yeah, I don't want to make it about race at all.
Okay.
But I did want to, but thank you, Pepe, because it's more than 60% of the Jewish population come from originally areas and Arab nations, Iraq, Morocco, from North African countries, and from Middle Eastern countries. There is also in the IDF Muslim soldiers, Druze soldiers, and also the Ethiopians that have immigrated to Israel make up a portion of the army. If you saw Netanyahu's speech in Congress, he had with him several members of the IDF trying to illustrate that the IDF is diverse. So to say that they're all white is disingenuous. It's also a lie. It's not what makes up the composition of the country. The country is mostly people that came from Middle Eastern nations, as well as North African.
Yeah, that's why I kind of had to interrupt that. Spike Threes, you've been up here a while, haven't shared. Would you like to speak on the subject?
Yeah, I wanted to speak on the subject, but once again, somebody brought up the selective outrage. I mean, Adams got highly disrespectful. You guys didn't seem to have much to say to him about that, but that's something somebody else.
Good to know.
Well, actually, sir, I did, and I muted him, Well, I asked you to speak on the subject, and you didn't, and you put in my mod skills, so now I'm going to have to correct
testimonies from the released hostages, especially the first. They had nothing bad to say about Hamas. I'm not pro-Hamas. I'm pro-resistance. I don't know much about Hamas. I've never even seen Hamas to even be talking about the Hamas. But, I mean, all the proof is in the pudding. Like, the Israeli hostages that were released spoke nothing but good, said they were fed, kept safe, had to get moved around because of the bombing. I mean, you have also had the 3 hostages that ran out to the IDF holding their Israeli ID cards and still happen to get shot by IDF. I believe all the hostages should be released, but once again, they're like it's so evident. The selective outrage is so evident. Like, I don't understand the whole debate about any of this. It's all wrong. But I don't see how we can hyperfixate on those hostages when it's been over 100K innocent Palestinians slaughtered. They were told to go to safe zones just to be bombed in those same exact safe zones. Like, what? Are we ignoring how this whole war has been going since the beginning? Israel has done nothing but lied and manipulated the civilian population just to obliterate that same civilian population, just to also starve the same civilian population, just to also leave babies in incubators to die slow, painful deaths of starvation. I just don't understand. I don't understand like how anybody could be selective and be leaning towards supporting Israel at this point. I mean,
can you prove any of that stuff that you just said? I mean,
the videos are out there. I don't have to. I mean,
yeah,
we all have devices. We all have devices. A simple Google search, simple searches, you will find all the proof. I mean,
but how do you know that those videos are real, and how do you know the things that you see online are?
I mean, you know what a real video looks like when somebody has half their head blown off. Like, what are you talking about? Yes, really. You can't as an adult. As an adult, can you not as an adult tell the difference between what's real and what's not at this point? Like, have you been wasting all your years on this thing?
Like the BBC, because I just put an account of some hostages from the BBC. I'll just load you up with a whole bunch of different media outlets so you could see the accounts from the hostages, the rapes, the tortures. Yeah. Alive.
Spike 3.
Okay, so Hamas didn't kill them.
Oh my God.
Okay, Spike 3, to Pepe's point, he's saying, how do you know those are true, not true? For case example, a major publication that actually showed up in, I think, the Seattle Times, one picture, but another picture that they were saying of the children starving in Gaza was actually a picture from an Afghani child years ago. So it's like, that's the question for that. Well, that's the question that he raised. Now, I find it interesting that I love your passion to understand, but you even said at the beginning that you don't know much about it, but you have your thoughts and opinions. But I want to ask you, if you don't know much about Hamas and what is going on, then what is on your head, and why do you feel so enchanted to, really project that leaning into one side or the other if you feel like you don't know a lot?
Okay, so have you guys seen the video that was put out by the creator of Hamas? It has nothing to do with Jewish hate. He even said himself, don't cut me off. I did not cut anybody off. He even said himself, this is solely for resistance. And that it doesn't matter if his own goddamn cousin tried to take his house. He would even put that man to death for trying to do the same shit, as should any man protect his own castle. So here you have a bunch of refugees, and I'm not saying all of them, but Israel was built off granting asylum to refugees from World War II. I don't see it makes absolutely no logical sense that Palestine should have to donate all of this land when Germany was initially the victimizers of these Jews. Why not Germany make a settlement there, since Germany is so pro-Israel, as we've seen, right?
Because
Why not donate their own land?
Because Zionists were already had been building in Israel, and the Zionist movement was already but come
on though, cannot the perpetrators against the Jews pay up what they owe to those same Jews that they victimized?
They do.
So let's just ignore what part Germany played. Let's just ignore the part Germany played in displacing these people, and let's go ahead and hold these Palestinians accountable for World War II. Let's hold these people accountable for what the Nazi regime.
I understand. Yes, I do think that any group of people of any religion, of any ethnicity, that there would, even if they weren't Jews and just other Muslims, there probably would be a resistance, and people would not like them moving down there. I think that's human nature. So I get what you're saying, but I don't think people were trying to punish the Palestinians, obviously.
Well, it might have not started that way, but you look at Gaza right now, and it definitely ended up that way.
There seems to be like selective outrage and also a bit of selective logic. I mean, Pepe asked, how do you know what you're seeing is true, Spike, right? Well, I could ask you the same thing, right? I don't ask you the same thing, but I could, right? But I'm taking your word for it. Anything you tell me about Israel, I take your word for it. But there seems to be an unwillingness to accept what we're seeing in Gaza to be true. And what is that? There's the undertones of that. It's either too hard to handle, or you don't want it to be true. But I just don't understand. And then also you sort of, he made a great point about German accountability. I mean, I keep hearing people like Doctor talk about European migration of the Muslims, right? Well, that same sort of outrage that you're experiencing in Europe, nobody's questioning that, but suddenly, the inception of an ethno-state, that's what I refer to as in the Middle East, which is a shared holy land for a very long time, that's supposed to not be problematic, that's what we call selective outrage and selective logic. And that's my point of contention. That's what
Aziz, that's a fair point. I do think a lot of the pro-Israeli or Zionist narratives and stuff are definitely, a lot of it's propaganda. Just like if Britain was to say whatever they would put out there, or the U.S. even, when we were in war, I think put out quite a bit of propaganda to put a spin on things. I take it as that. When it comes, the reason I was pushing back on him is because, I'll listen to people who really are study what's happening there in Gaza, and like, for example, when it comes to the number of people, even they don't have an actual number. They don't really know. Are people actually, how much is starvation actually happening? I think a lot of the shit people don't know.
I think it's a flower massacre, though. I think flower massacre.
Hold on. Let El Normo finish.
Yeah, I'm getting so many videos of the Palestinians stealing the aid, and so many videos of the well-fed Hamas terrorists. It's just staggering, and so many pieces of evidence. This whole starvation and famine thing is one big lie, and that Hamas is like, they're using pictures of Yemeni children, and they're taking kids who were injured, because they've got some spinal thing or something, and trying to pass them off as victims of Israel.
And it's usually like and I've noticed like a couple of those pictures, you had an overweight mom, holding her only child, and I'm thinking to myself, that's not natural. So yeah, there's a lot of things, and of course I've seen a lot of AI generated photos. And
totally, it's like Soviet propaganda. The Soviet Union is like, the capitalists are fascist, and they're oppressive, and they're racist. It's the same level of lies. In fact, they learned at the feet of the Soviets
Remember, there was no such thing as a Palestinian movement until a person whose name was not Yasser Arafat. That's a fake name. He was Abdul Rahman, something that was born in Cairo, goes to Moscow and comes back and creates a terror movement modeled after the Bolsheviks. There was no Palestinian movement before that. It's typical.
Hamas was born in Egypt.
He was born in Cairo.
Okay, but where was it?
From Cairo.
Where was it?
I don't know where it is.
They were born in Palestine. They were born in Palestine.
Dude,
That's the point.
that makes him an Egyptian. He's not from Palestine.
All right, go ahead, Oliver.
So what does that make you, Norman?
That makes me a Jew.
All right, let's let Oliver. Okay, let's let Oliver go.
I would just like to point out the irony of a Jewish person talking about the Bolsheviks when captains of the U.S. Army during this time period concluded, what was it, 300 of 384 commissars happened to belong to one ethnicity in the Soviet Union. Of the Central Committee of the Politburo, 40 to 50% of them
What year is this?
happened to come in 1919.
1919?
Yes, 1919, report to the U.S. Congress, Captain
How
Montgomery
would you know this?
Because I
Testing
read-
their religion? How would you know this?
No, actually, I'd be curious if you can.
Yeah,
you said
show us the
309.
evidence.
I've seen that there was I remember with the Bolsheviks there was in the very beginning there was an overrepresentation of Jews, but I don't even think it was majority Jewish, but it was the central.
Soviet Union was massively anti-Semitic. There was a
But no, if you have a link, and I mean if you have the source,
Yes,
it's like a fountain of conspiracy theory. All roads lead to the Jews with
Norm, let him finish. Oliver, provide the link in the chat, please.
Yes, I'll provide the link.
I think, thank you so much. I think Ruben Sheik is new to the stage and came up.
Finish what I was saying.
Oh, I thought you were finished. My bad.
More Jewish conspiracy theories,
All
please.
right, Norm.
Anyway, these reports are from two reports of Captain Montgomery Schuyler, Schuyler, I don't know how it's pronounced. He was a captain in the U.S. Navy or Army. He sent this directly to Congress. He literally details one of them, the exact ethnic percentages of the Soviet commissars. Most people, though, do defer to sources like Solzhenitsyn, Yuri Shapoval, etc., who say that, no, the number isn't 80%, it's only a meager 50%, right? But either which way, it doesn't matter. U.S. historians, British historians like Leonard Shapiro is also Jewish. The Russian historians, they all conclude that, at a minimum, about 50% of the people making important decisions in the Soviet Union and the Soviet Politburo were Jewish.
Out of the initial group, and so what was kind of weird is that, you saw this with Jewish immigrants from Europe, are you okay? So you had the German, the Jews that came here from Germany, this is what they said, they were very hard to tell apart from the Germans, the Christian Germans. But when it came to the Russian, the ones that came from Tsarist Russia, they often didn't even call themselves Russian, and they were not assimilated to those that came from Tsarist Russia that were Christian. And I know that they had a lot of a shit ton of restrictions that were set upon them in Tsarist Russia. So out of all of the what could Jews really get behind politically? They would why wouldn't they kind of be a part of a communist party that would treat them similar or treat them better?
The Soviet Union is one of the most anti-Semitic institutions in human history. Just bizarre what you're saying. And we're talking, by the way, about the lies of the Palestinians. We're not talking about 1919 Tsarist Russia. We're talking about the Soviet-style disinformation and lies and propaganda manipulating the public so that you've got gay folks and trans folks and leftists embracing an ideology, Palestinianism, that would kill them in a heartbeat. They'd string them up. All the blue-haired kids and all those, climate change protesters and your Greta Thunberg. This is all Soviet-style lies and propaganda, including the famine thing, blood libel, including the genocide thing, blood libel. It has Soviet lies and propaganda written all over.
To answer your question, this whole Because if you read Solzhenitsyn's final book that he wrote, and he made sure specifically to cite this as his last publication, 200 Years Together, he actually goes in depth in the detailed history of the end of the Russian Empire and the beginning of the Soviet Union. And he concluded that no, Jews were not actually treated worse than anyone else in Russia. You could actually find far more evidence of the Russian Tsars taking actions against Catholics, against Tatar Muslims, they do against Jews. In fact, some Jews, like Karaite Jews, were treated with every single same right as Orthodox Russian Christians.
You know what the word pogrom is? Have you ever heard the word pogrom?
I know exactly what pogrom is, and that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. So if you please let me finish.
It was like little Holocaust.
All right, let him finish. Hold on. Let him finish, and then
you have rambling.
Abby can go. Well, that's fine. Just let him ramble. But just try to wrap it up all over.
Yeah, no, I'll try to wrap it up as quickly as possible. Speaking of pogroms, if you want to look at pogroms, look at the amount of pogroms that the Red Army did on Ukrainians and other white and
we agree.
This is not as in skin tone, but as in literally their political identification, white Russians that were in support of the Tsar, which was the majority of the population. Anyway, the same Soviet government that was then established, 11 of 13 major gulags run by Jewish people, 1/4 of all the money is given to Jews. An accredited Russian historian in his volume about Pritilak, Cheka, and the NKVD, which is basically the precursor of the KGB, concluded that of the KGB officers during the time of the Ukrainian Holodomor in Ukraine, 57% of them had Jewish ancestry. What's ironic, people frequently detail the overrepresentation. Yeah.
Wrap it up.
Yes.
Norm, hush, child.
The point is in all of this, okay, if you type Latvian overrepresentation in the KGB, you will find a plethora of articles, which is true, there was an overrepresentation of Latvians. But if you type the same thing with Jews, even though there was far more Jewish overrepresentation, it's all just labeled as all false, lies, conspiracy theory, blah, 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 blah. Even though most Jewish authors and historians till this day in the West say that, yeah, actually, this is all true.
I mean, I'll have to look into it because
You're just making stuff up.
All right.
I gotta respond to this because this is my family.
Hold on just a second. Oliver, since you're done speaking, can you please put the links that you were talking about? Because the one that you were talking about is the U.S. military reporting this number of demographic. I highly don't believe that one. So if you could do that as well, because knowing how the military works, there's no way that they would be able to come up with that number. So what Norm was saying, there's like a lot of propaganda. It's on both sides. That's the problem. That's why we have people that are confused, don't know, and all this, I'm right, you're wrong, and what about this? It's confusing to everyone. And we're not trying to have you say like our point is wrong, as we're trying to gain understanding and insight. That's what I'm trying to do. So I think, excuse me, Norm, I think Abby wanted to reply, and then after that I will let
This one hits me. Hold on. This one hits me personally because my grandparents fled this. Exactly what he's claiming didn't happen is what actually happened to my family, and they fled. And we can go through the famous pogroms if you want to talk about the 1903 Kishinev pogrom or the pogroms in 1905. Or the pogroms that happened during the Russian Civil War, tens of thousands of deaths, and Jewish families had to flee. They were massacred, whether they came in, they attacked their homes, their businesses, and the anti-Semitic sentiment was so bad that, we only have to look at our American history and the wave of immigration here to see when the flood of people came in from that region to flee the persecution that they were experiencing. Go visit the museums of Ellis Island or the history of immigration in those years. This is exactly what they were fleeing. Go and totally go see Diddler on the Roof. It's the story in that show. This is like bizarre what he's saying. It's like when you hear the Holocaust denial and you try to figure it out, and then like, where does it come from? And then you hear now we have pogrom denial. It's just absurd. You can go to the Ukraine, you can go visit these towns in Kiev or in areas. My family was Odessa and Napa Petrovsk. You can see the history there. Like some of it is still preserved. So it's just insane. And I take it personally because this one is like there's so many families that if you look at their grandparents or their great grandparents, this is what they were fleeing and why they came here. So I just
what's funny though is that if you look at a lot of the, even with the Nazis used like this really strong anti-Semitic propaganda, that was a lot of that was that came from Tsarist Russia.
Yeah.
And so this is they were not, and it was with the immigrants that came from Tsarist Russia. Like I said earlier, there was a marked difference that they noticed between the Jewish people that came from there and the Christians, and it's because they were not allowed to take part in they were basically kept sidelined or I'm trying to think of the term.
Stop doing drugs. This is crazy. The world's most famous anti-Semitic text, The Protocol of the Elders of Zion, is a Russian creation. 100% BS. This is the source of these crazy conspiracy theories like you're hearing from Djibouti, who's going now by, I don't know what, general, since he's canceled so many times for his anti-Semitism and Jew hate. And then you have the Khazar myth.
Nonsense. There's a Jewish oblast in Russia, guys. There's a whole area.
Well, there was.
Okay,
in Siberia.
Yeah, who wants to live in fucking Siberia?
They tried to...
If I may, can I chime in?
Dude, I mean, time zones away from Moscow.
Normo, you were in the Matrix.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I said yes. They exiled Jews to Siberia, Moscow. Hang on. Everybody calm down. Everything is going to be fine. Yes, they exiled Jews to Siberia, and they called that the Jewish Oblast, 10 time zones away from Moscow.
Yeah,
yes, they exiled
1652.
Frederick, shut up!
Can you be quiet, please?
And
wrap it up, Norm.
Sure. I said the two main, the biggest myths about Jews, the most anti-Semitic text, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, a Russian creation, and the Khazar myth. The Jews are not...
Move him down. Just move him down.
The Khazar myth, the Jews are not Jews, that were some other Turkic Khazar thing, which like nobody's ever heard of. It's like a complete myth. That also has its source in the Soviet Union and in Russia before it. I just want to point out to you that Jews were so stigmatized there, subject to such horrible persecution. You know, they didn't call us Russians there. They stamped our passports Jew. Just the same way that Sam said that in Egypt, if he's a Christian, he's got to show his identity card and he gets, you know, it says Christian on it, and he's the subject of discrimination. Same thing for the Jews of the Soviet Union. Discriminated against, banished, sent to gulags, sent to Siberia. It just had their lives ruined. Pogroms, which were massacred by the thousands. All of this happened in Russia and the Soviet Union.
Okay, thank you. I think Rubinchik, I want to go back to him because he wasn't able to go after Abby. Rubinchik?
Hello, everybody. Good day.
Hello.
I hope everybody's great. I just want to say that the person who said earlier he was questioning the authentication of certain reports. I encourage everybody to do that on both sides. I don't think you have to have any prior knowledge of something to be impartial. A court jury can be impartial. They don't need any prior information before going to the court, if that makes any sense. So that's what I do. I do the same. I think it's a valid question to ask. How do you know if something is authentic if it's just a report? And if you notice, a lot of the reports, words like genocide or whatever, ethnic cleansing, they contain speech marks, quotation marks, if you know what I mean. So I think it's okay to ask questions to find out if something's authentic or not. Does that make sense? Or do you think like if somebody's called to a courthouse as a juror member, do you think what they see on the television and news should be sufficient, and what's said in the court should go through one ear and come out to the other?
I mean, the experts on genocide, the international experts on genocide, did say that there is, in fact, a genocide being committed.
That is a false claim, sir. That is a false claim. The international court,
the ICC didn't feel that way, so they
the ICC did not feel that it was a genocide.
Let him finish, bro.
He did finish. I'm responding to him. The ICC considered whether it was genocide. The ICC considered whether it was genocide and considered the evidence and could have, it could have stopped the war. Excuse me. The ICC considered whether it was, mute up. The ICC considered whether it was genocide. The ICC considered whether it was genocide, saw that it was not, did not stop the war because it saw that it was not, and said, Israel, you need to do X, Y, Z to prevent the potential or plausibility that the Palestinian people need to be protected from genocide. Israel then went through the checklist and provided every single assurance and precaution and protection of civilians required by the court to show that it was not a genocide. That's what happened. It's all been recorded. You can watch. Hang on, I will answer your question. Calm down. And you can watch this on TV in real time. It was all recorded. Watch the videos. The hearings went on for 3 days. You can see the evidence of, in detail of what I just told you. Now, what's your question?
Is that why Israel doesn't allow third-party investigation?
In fact, Israel does have third-party investigators. Douglas Murray just published a book-length account of the war in Gaza. This fellow named Chilton just went in there and published a massive video. He's with the Christian News Network, showing that there is no starvation, that there are trucks of aid that the UN is refusing to distribute. Today we're seeing evidence that Hamas is stealing the aid. There is ample investigation going on in Gaza. What's the guy's name? Richard?
John Spencer.
John Spencer, thank you. John Spencer of the United States War Academy. He teaches urban warfare at West Point, has been there numerous times, saying that Israel is the most moral army in the world, takes more precautions to protect civilians and non-combatants than any army in the history of the military.
Well, it makes no sense to me why you have a fucking Martha Stewart rat on top of your head.
Doctor, we're not doing that, dude.
Take that Martha Stewart towel off.
Okay, everyone shut the fuck up. Quit interrupting. Norm, land your fucking blimp, and then we'll go on. Thank you.
I'm landed. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I just push back on what he said? I mean, the man who coined the term, Raphael Lemkin, he coined the term genocide. He repeatedly issued genocide alerts of Israel's actions. Ilan Pappé, an Israeli scholar, he confirmed that this is a genocide. The UN, the leader of human rights, the commissioner of the UN Office of Human Rights, Craig Mohiba, he confirmed it. I mean, it goes down to aid organizations. And again, I'm going to be discredited, as I typically am, but why do we not allow third-party journalists in? I mean, more than 140 is being killed, and you can argue, I'm probably going to be told that they were all part of Hamas, which I simply cannot agree and do not agree with, but why are they not allowed? I mean, I've always been...
I do. Three journalists. I just named...
Hold on. Norma.
Wait, just be quiet, please. Thank you.
I didn't cut you off not once. So give me that.
Because you're too stupid.
I don't want to hear anything from Jeffrey Epstein guy who... Were you friends with Jeffrey Epstein?
Stop. We're not doing personal attacks. Shut the fuck up. We're not doing personal attacks. I know my rooms are usually like the most like horrible places where the most nasty shit is said, but this is... I'm actually just trying to moderate today, so I'm not, no.
Yeah, I got a question. Were you friends with Jeffrey Epstein? Be honest.
Because none of you fucking, you're going to the audience.
Excuse me, Prince Ali, you can just calm the fuck down. There's been other people that have been up here in the room listening a while. We need to get other people. Aziz, did you get your question answered, or are
I'm just gonna wrap it up. Yeah, I just
Okay, I think Spike 3, he's flashing his mic. He would like to.
Can I wrap up my point? Because I was
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, I just want to make the most compelling argument. The Genocide Scholars Association, which includes 800 scholars and practitioners of genocide study, they confirmed that what we're seeing, and that's 800 scholars, by the way, over all different ethnicities, backgrounds, and all types of religions. This isn't an exclusively, propagandized Muslim perspective. No, this is from all types of scholars. 800 of them have confirmed what we're seeing as a genocide. Now, if you don't believe them, then who can we believe? Point me in the right direction, because maybe I'm lost.
I mean, briefly, I would say hold on, Norm. I mean, you guys. It's not hard to believe that you can find 800 people that would come to that conclusion across the world. And even then, I do think I can understand why they're not allowing more. I think it might be better if they allowed, Fox News and CNN. Granted, there's a good chance they'll be killed. They'll end up walking over a booby trap or something like that. But that's the risk they take. Other than that, I mean, I don't know. I think it probably would be better if there was transparency. Then there'd be less. People would be less likely to resort to just claims and conspiracy theories.
Wait, did you just ignore what he said? He said there's a general consensus of scholars in the studies of genocide that confirm it's a genocide. Do you know what that means?
But there's always going to be an opposite parallel of that mentality. Do you see what I'm saying? We're recognizing it, but then also there's going to be a flip side.
Where is that?
We're sure, but I can get 800 economists, and some of them are going to be highly revered economists that are going to stand by communism. Okay, does that mean because 800 people and experts? What?
But where are they?
Diminishing what he said. He said there's a general consensus of scholars in the study of genocide. There's general consensus.
No, amongst that 800.
Right, but where is the other 800 that say it isn't? I just can't see 800 that saying there is.
I haven't looked for it.
There's no consensus.
Well, actually, maybe if you define it, and you hear the word ethnic cleansing and genocide. So in 1948, there were 700,000 Palestinians. There's now over 7 million in the region. So I don't see the ethnic cleansing there. If you could show me how that happened from 700,000 to 7 million during the course of the 75 years Israel's been a state. And with respect to genocide, I put the definition in the chat. You have to intentionally be targeting the civilians, which they are not doing. They're intentionally targeting terrorists who use civilians as human shields to hide out. They hide their tunnels under schools, under mosques. The entrance to tunnels are through children's bedrooms. I mean, there's no question. The 800 people that you just mentioned will all also tell you that the method of fighting of Hamas is to unfortunately take innocent Gazans and use them as shields. So if you can show me the intentional targeting of civilians, which is what Hamas did on October 7th, and what Iran decided to do with its missiles shooting into civilian areas of Israel, then we can talk about that. But there's no intentionality here.
Well, Abby,
Ruben, I'm talking. Ruben, you wanted to talk about a courtroom and what a jury sees. So I'm talking with the logic of the definitions, and I'm talking about the evidence, and I'm also talking about the actual intention, which if you look at what you decide as a jury, you have to look at what the intention of the actor was. And if the intention is to root out an enemy that's a terrorist entity, that's different than the intention which has been absolutely unequivocally stated by Hamas and by Iran to kill civilians. Two different intentions entirely. Correct, Ruben? Can you acknowledge that, Ruben?
But you just
I agree with what you're saying.
Thank you.
I just want to say one thing to Mr. Aziz, if that's okay, then I'll shut up. Can I, please?
Yes, quickly, that's
Okay.
Spike. Sorry,
Okay.
Spike.
Mr. Aziz, you was calling for independent journalists to go into Gaza, right? Who was it? You said that.
Yeah.
Okay, for what purpose?
For the exact purpose that we're having this room, you know, I'm being discredited and I'm discrediting people. Right? How do we determine who's truly right? We have to get non-partisan people to enter the war zone and document. And you say, okay, well, if they go there, they may die. Well, a lot of the news stations are willing to die. There's journalists willing to die. Sounds crazy, but they're willing to document. And they're willing to record what's going on. So let's
Unbiased journalist, Ruben? What kind of journalist, Ruben? Like an Al Jazeera journalist?
I think we should have all that in there.
That kind of journalist?
We should have Fox in there, CNN, and Al Jazeera.
Is CNN unbiased, you think?
None of them are unbiased. None of them are unbiased. Right. But this is the thing. This is what you fail to understand. I mean, you mentioned a couple of things, Abby. You said the population went from 700,000 to 700 million. Well, the population of the Jews since the Holocaust has increased. That does not undermine the reality of the genocide that was
Wait, could you give me the number? Could you give me the number? How many Jews were in the world prior to the Holocaust, and how many after? And how that
it's
grew?
more
Could
now.
you tell me the numbers?
I believe it's more now.
Wait, could you tell me what the numbers were? Do you know?
And I'd say by the definition of genocide itself, you don't need
Okay,
to
so it's easy. It's easy. We could do the numbers if you'd like. How many Jews were in the world prior?
But you don't, by definition, you don't need to reduce the population of the people to actually the total population by a period of
Right,
time.
but how many Jews were left in the world after the Holocaust, and how many were prior?
But that's
It
not
took
part of the
75 years to grow it, correct?
That's not part of the definition. I can keep
Actually, it is
8
part of the
years.
definition.
Sorry, 8 years.
Aziz, the problem is though, I don't know, was it roughly half the world's Jews were,
Yeah, roughly half.
or was it a third? What was it?
It's roughly a half, between a third and a half.
And so we know that there is like a clear attempted genocide. That's the only real explanation. So it's do we see that kind of a blip with the Palestinians?
The issue is though.
Would you say that October 7th was a genocide?
No, I'd say it's a terrorist attack.
Right, but some people argue it is. And the reason, some people argue it is. But that's neither here nor there. Another thing Abby said as well, she mentioned the population number, and then she made another point. It was what was the second thing you said? I can't remember, but
the population is quadrupled of Palestinians. Think about that.
Norm, let Aziz get this second point off with Abby, and I have to go to Spike 3. So
Yeah.
Aziz, wrap this up, please.
So she mentioned the population decreasing. I can't even remember. I lost. You can move on.
Okay, thank you so much. Spike 3s, and then Ruben.
So, like, it's so audacious to me how Abby and Norman keep referring back to the Holocaust, but what they fail to also do is cite what the surviving Holocaust, cite the fact that the surviving Holocaust victims actually speak out against what Israel is doing right now. They go to say, never again doesn't only mean the
Which ones are you talking about?
That's on the other side of it.
Spike, how many
ones are you talking about?
Holocaust survivors do you talk to? How many? Do we have one on the app? Would you like to talk to Sammy? We'll see if we can get him in. I just left the Indian commemoration of Auschwitz liberation with the Indian from. There's not many alive right now.
No, the thing is, you asked a really stupid question. I guess my other question is, why did those same
Fact check me before you call me stupid.
It's pretty.
Fact check me before you call me stupid.
You're not stupid. That's all I had. Okay, but why? Yeah, I'll fact check you. Sure. But I guess, but if you see when the Holocaust happened, and then you see when Israel was created, you see they immediately went into war. with the Arabs, the six
Yeah,
Arab armies.
they had a Nakba that they bragged
Yeah, I know.
about.
I know. Yep, I know all about the Nakba. Now, when it comes to these, why were these people fighting against Arabs that didn't want them to live there? If they were not again.
Okay, so
These are the Jews that had to suffer through the Holocaust.
it's weird to me how you can hyperfixate on the generalization of calling these people Arabs, when in fact all three Abrahamic religions have been living peacefully in that area.
That's bullshit.
Okay, cool.
No, we fought religious. What were the Crusades? What were the Crusades? Yes, I'll fact check you. What were the goddamn Crusades? What were the fucking... I'm asking you a question. What were the fucking Crusades?
What whataboutism is so crazy to me.
It's not whataboutism. He said they lived in peace.
Listen, Crusades were delivering pizza. That's all they were doing, okay?
So back to what I was saying, it's just crazy to me how it's so much. It's like you guys select the information instead of looking at the broader spectrum. If you're gonna call me stupid, please fact check me. I'm still gonna say what I'm gonna say, and I'm waiting for the evidence.
Do I need to fact check whether or not the Crusades happened?
If you want to convert people's ideology.
What happened in the Bible?
Real quick, let me finish.
Okay, who was fighting in the Bible?
If you want to convert people's ideology to...
Have you heard of the Armenian genocide?
Just let him finish. Being asked about it is not how you do it. I didn't cut anybody off. I'm not name calling. I didn't.
George, dude, just get to your point. Just get to your point.
It's crazy to me. You have so many Jews that speaking out against it, but y'all like pick your citations and purposefully ignore other citations. If you haven't done the research, I'm not gonna speak bad about you for doing it. However, what I'm saying is,
this is how you probably don't know this, but generally when you're the one who asserts the claim, it's your job to provide the source. So go ahead and provide the source.
Disrespect somebody, make sure you
I'm not disrespecting
open your mouth and disrespect them. I would never openly disrespect.
No, it's disrespectful. You came up on this.
No, stop, doctor.
Not disrespect.
You got a whole fucking Martha Stewart.
Okay, stop, doctor. Doctor, dude, I told you none of that fucking shit. Okay.
But he's got a towel on his hand.
Fucking dude, doctor. Just like they're not allowed to call El Normo, like resistance likes to call him El Nostro or some stupid shit. We're not allowing that, dude. So it has to be consistent on both sides.
And let me add another thing. When's the last time we saw journalists being censored? When's the last time we saw that?
Journalists are always censored during war. Like,
no, not during the Vietnam War.
Yes,
not during the Vietnam War.
Journalists are always censored during war.
Not more. Get to your point, Spike 3.
The last regime that we saw journalists being censored on this level was the Nazi regime.
Incorrect. The Americans censored during war as well.
Okay, well, where's your proof? Are you just talking shit, or where's your proof?
Well, I'm a professional journalist. I've been raised in journalism. I practiced it for probably longer than you've been alive. Yeah, absolutely true. I graduated from Columbia. But it's true. I've been nominated twice for a Pulitzer. I graduated from Columbia University, considered the best journalism institution in the world. I studied with the best. So I'm very familiar. And by the way, I've worked in war zones on behalf of the United States. I've done journalism in war zones. I know how it goes.
Isn't exactly the best example when it comes to war? It's not the best.
Well, you asked a question and I answered you. Now, I want to answer the other thing. Let me put some optimism for 1 second. Like, you have a sense of what you believe genocide is, Spike Freeze.
Yeah, I
you have a sense of
read the report, say, read that report, let me finish. You asked the question.
Hang on. Do you have a sense of what you think genocide is?
Recent low estimates.
No.
Okay, don't let me answer. Don't let me answer.
Okay, yes or no?
This is what you guys do when somebody
Answer the way that he wants to, L. You can't
control my answer.
Okay.
No.
I'll continue then. Forget the question. Genocide the attempt.
This guy's hijacking this thing.
You can go next, Oliver.
Listen, you can't.
Genocide is the attempt.
Norm, no, sir. You can't micromanage his words because he's not saying what you want to hear.
No, I asked him a yes or no question.
Excuse me, I'm going to ask you to shut the fuck up right now. You asked Spy Threes a question. Let him answer it the way that he wants to, in the capacity that his mindset is. I know it's not in agreement with you, but maybe we can all learn why he thinks the way that he is. Spy 3, do it quickly, please.
Recent low estimates have just recently been published that already 20% of the Palestinian population has been wiped out, and that's not counting all of the bodies not found and confirmed under the rubble. So yes, that's when you wipe out 20% of a country, of a city population. Yeah, that's definitely genocide. That's a huge percentage.
So 20%.
Already 1/5. That already 1/5 of the population and counting. I don't know, like what? If you would rather be 75%.
I got it. Your figures are absurd. The best estimate is something between 55 and 60,000.
Only 55, 60,000.
No, that's not accurate. You just told a massive lie. So your idea of genocide is a massive lie based on your own words. I'm not saying that it's good. It is bad. I'll be done in it. Yes, we will do. Never in the history of humanity has there been a genocide that you can stop with a phone call, or a genocide that was started by the attacking country or people. In this case, a people, not a country. So the Hamas picked up the phone and said, "We give up. We'll put out our guns. We won't commit genocide on the Jews anymore. And here are your hostages back." This thing would have ended on October 10th of 2023. That's not a genocide. That's an attempt on Hamas in its charter to wipe out every Jew and Christian, by the way, on the planet, and to promise to keep doing October 7th. So what they're doing is they're projecting their intentions on the Jews. Sure.
Right. The 20% is wild to me, but he asked you, I think he asked you personally to get an idea of where your mindset is, right? I see Abby coming off mic. Do you want to talk about what Spike 3 was talking, or
on Spike 3's comment? So Spike 3, let's go with the number of 50 to 60,000 at the Hamas Health Ministry, which we'd have to take Hamas for their numbers. Of that number, we know for sure at least 20,000 were combatants, and of the so-called civilian non-combatants, probably a good percentage are additionally part of the fight, and how they, they don't all dress in uniform. A lot of them blend in with the civilian culture. There were 2 million people initially in Gaza. I forget what the number was. Someone tell me the population. So let's say 2 million in population. For almost 2 years, what does a population of 2 million normally have of natural cause death? Just curious, like how many people do you think die of natural causes of 2 million people in 2 years? Like,
are you reaching? So in this conversation,
no, I'm just asking. Out of all the arguments,
don't micromanage. You cannot micromanage me.
I'm not finished speaking. I'm going to answer it for you then. So let's assume of 2 million people. Let's assume maybe 6,000 people of 2 million people might die of natural causes in a 2-year period of 2 million people. I think that's a pretty fair assumption.
That's a crazy reach. That's a crazy reach.
Building a strong man. I'm giving you. Someone was on the stage saying, let's look at facts as if you're a jury. So here's the facts as if you're a jury. You have, of that number, at least 40%, 35 to 40% that we know are combatants. Then we add on natural causes. Hold on, Vitaly. I'm not done yet. You add in natural causes, which I said 6,000, make it 5,000. Then you add on how many were killed by Hamas themselves. How many people in Gaza were murdered by Hamas? How many of the clans, the different clans that live in Gaza that were fighting with Hamas, did they kill? Also, there is a percentage from the rockets that they shoot and of their attacks that landed within their own borders. There's about 20%, usually within battle, that never made it across the border and landed in their own villages. So we can add in those numbers as well. So start breaking down the numbers. Pretend, as the guy said, you're a juror and you're taking in facts, and add all those facts up. And then tell me of actual civilians to combatant ratio, how that number fares with, I don't know, World War II, and how many Germans were killed by the Allies, or Japanese were killed by the U.S. forces. So, like, where is the number so extreme and a genocide when you've got a population of 2 million and you have an amount of deaths, and now break down what those deaths are. Now,
Can I continue when I'm trying to speak? The issue with all this is...
Can I respond to that, please?
No.
Oliver was waiting, so I'll let Oliver.
Oliver then Vitali.
The issue with all this is that all those numbers that were posed are just purely conjecture. If you look at how the idea defines a combatant, it's a person who took part in hostilities against the state of Israel, whether directly or indirectly. So yeah, if you give a rock to a 13-year-old kid and he throws a rock at a soldier, you're a combatant. Much less the 13-year-old who's like threw a rock at a soldier. If you look, there are testimonies not just from Palestinians, but people in the Israeli army, both some of whom were actually proud of this, that were like, yeah, we view them all as combatants. We don't care about which of them we kill, whether they're in Hamas or not. There was a story of a Palestinian Christian in Gaza who got detained. Detained by the Israeli army in Gaza. He tried to appeal to them by saying, I'm not Hamas, I'm not a Muslim, I'm a Christian. They told him, you son of a whore, you're even worse than Hamas. Fuck you, they don't care. So this whole idea that, there's this low number of civilian casualties, complete just pure conjecture. Based on whatever nonsense idea wants to pull out. Thank you, Nono. There's another problem too with the whole logic of the population is growing. Aziz's point is correct. See, if you want to make the argument that there's no genocide in Gaza because the population is growing, well, based on this definition, if last year someone were to kill 2.5 million Americans, there would be no genocide in America because exactly 2.6 million new Americans were born that year. This is like with population replacement, right? It's actually 3 million if you take the numbers that were just born. So yeah, if you want to go by that logic, if you want to see that, we're doing this ridiculousness again. If you want to go by that logic, if Canada, Russia, China, or whoever decides tomorrow that let's bomb 2.5 million Americans, there's no genocide because guess what? The population still grew.
That's correct. It would not be genocide. You're absolutely right. It would be an act of war.
Okay, Oliver, please don't hijack his time. Oliver, are you complete, or would you like to talk to me?
I'm not complete. No, okay. I find hilarious. I mean, look at the psychotic reasoning. Yeah, if we kill 2.5 billion Americans next year, it's not a genocide because more people were born. This is literally how these people fucking think. And yeah, we're supposed to take them seriously when they say there's no genocide in Gaza because they just had more babies than we killed, right? This is
Oliver,
the whole.
can I pause you just for a second, sir? Hold on a second. I hear you, and you're like very much on one side, but you are going back in history and try to compare. The problem is the equation. Oh, I thought someone was talking about Holocaust times and looking at those numbers. So we should be so kind to let me finish my thought, okay? So if you want to come to an answer, it's very difficult to do so because the factors are very different and distinct compared to the actual groups that are impacted on both sides. So that's the reason why it's difficult to say what is the legal term per se or whatnot. I hear that you think it is. Good to go. Roger, go. All right, great. All right, thank you, Oliver. Vital.
I didn't even finish, but okay.
Oh, okay. So, do you want to finish, Oliver. I don't want you to get your boxers in a bunch, sir. Would you like to finish? I thought when you were done laughing that, sorry.
Respectfully, the only people who seem to have their boxers in a bunch.
That's really quick what I want to say. Look, at the end of the day, we're all just like armchair philosophers on Clubhouse, right? There's actual scholarly work being done on the subject, and there is a consensus of scholars that there was genocidal violence inflicted upon the Palestinian population, specifically, I think, Gaza. And at this point, it's unanimous that there is a genocide or a genocide has occurred.
100% false.
So
100% false.
What you say,
Just let him
I say. It doesn't matter what Abby says, doesn't matter what Oliver says, doesn't matter what Pepe says, okay? Scholars have agreed on it, there's a consensus, period, it's done.
This is unbelievably childish. It's neither of you, as if none of you have any idea. It's as if none of you have, you landed. You landed, sir. These people have no direct contact with Gaza. It's as if you have no idea what genocide is. So I will refresh your lacking memory and your lack of education.
You're a joke.
Genocide is the attempt to wipe out a people. It is clear that Israel does not, has not, and will not wipe out the Palestinian people. As we pointed out numerous times, their population has quadrupled in Israel. There are no different laws for Israel and Palestinians or non-Jews in Israel. Not one. 100%. You cannot. You can be quiet now. You can be quiet now. This is a lie. We've gone over this many times. There is not one single law. There is not one single law that discriminates against non-Jews in Israel. Not one single one. Okay, you want to send them down? Okay, it's time to send them down.
Okay.
Next time.
If Israel is doing that, why would you bring them? Listen to you. Listen to you guys.
Hang on a second, Adam.
Norm,
Yes, I will finish it up.
He has it, and then go ahead.
Israel's Declaration of Independence guarantees equal rights to Jews and non-Jews, and even to our neighbors equally. Israel has defended the Palestinians. Israel has fed the Palestinians. Never in history has an army had to feed its enemy. Israel provides safe passage for Palestinians. Israel provides humanitarian aid zones for Palestinians. Israeli taxpayers are now feeding their enemies Hamas. The idea that there's genocide against the people whose lives we're protecting, who we're feeding, it just boggles the imagination, and it makes me think that you had no purpose in making this accusation, except, as we know with Tabuki, you hate Jews. Because genocide is an attempt to wipe a people out. And we've never done anything to wipe out the Palestinians, except we fought back against them when they've attacked us. They attacked on October 7th. They took our hostages. We want them back. Give them back. Hamas has said they will do October 7th over and over and over again. We want them to stop. It's non-negotiable. That's not genocide. It's a just war.
Can I respond? Yes, please, Aziz. I was going to go.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
So just quickly, the UN Genocide Convention of 1948 has a definition for genocide. It's an act committed with intention to destroy in part or in whole. It does not matter how many you kill. It does not matter if the population increases or decreases in that time. As long as you have intent to destroy in whole or in part. So now that that's pushed aside, I just want to talk on the matter.
Whole or part of what? Could you read the full definition?
Yes, so
the
I'll
whole
read the
or
full
part
definition.
of a civilian population?
I'll read the whole thing out. Acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial or religious group as such. So it doesn't matter if
the intent to kill a population based on their ethnicity, their religion. What was the third?
The national, ethnic, racial or religious group.
With the intent.
Which one is that?
The intent.
Right. So, I mean, it overlaps a little, right? But that was
the word is intent. The
Yeah, so that was just a little rebuttal to what Norman said about the population. It's quite a large point for me. Yeah, well, I just wanted to, because I wanted to create a definition, not the
That's not a rebuttal.
That's the definition. So make of that what you will. That's the definition. That's not my perspective or yours. That's the truth, right? So that's not what I wanted to say. I wanted to say make a larger point. I mean, we talk about civilian casualties in Gaza, and we compare it to World War I and II. I just don't think that those are great yardsticks for the way we should conduct ourselves going forward, especially after World War II, and we came up with the Genocide Convention, all these kind of groundbreaking discoveries we made, and deals that we made. But the real problem is this: if you can strike a man in Tehran in his living room, right, halfway around the world, I'm pretty sure you could do a better job of sort of tackling unarmed militia in the most surveilled part of the world that doesn't have a navy, doesn't have an air force. You give them food, water, electricity, and you got radar, sonar, you name it, any form of technology you have drones and everything. I'm pretty sure you could do a better job of just comparing it to World War II standards for civilian casualties, because I'm pretty sure Hiroshima, Nagasaki, the Blitz, and Dresden are not, shining examples of how we should be conducting ourselves, especially given that we're conducting a moral, quote-unquote, war. That's my point. And
a moral war? The fuck are you talking about?
Well, that's the perspective they give. They claim it's a moral war.
You're gonna go on to the battlefield and use pronouns?
Did the U.S. commit genocide in Germany? Did the U.S. commit genocide in Germany?
Some argue they did, and some
You
argue
think
they
so?
didn't. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, that's just you just read the definition. We just read the definition. We killed how many Germans in Dresden alone? How many did we kill in Dresden?
By definition, I would say so, yeah.
How many?
By definition,
25,000 in 32 hours.
Okay, so 25,000 people in 32 hours. Was the U.S. committing genocide in Germany?
Hiroshima, yes, and Dresden, yes. I believe so, yes. By Dresden and Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
Abby, this is what happens when this generation is raised on Teletubbies.
This isn't about generation.
Okay, they're completely stupid. A war is a fucking war. A genocide is a fucking genocide. You are stupid. You are stupid.
Yeah, you're an intellectual. You're an intellectual.
Your opinion's about as useless as tits on a nun. You're a fucking idiot.
Don't get your knickers in a twist now, man.
Aziz.
Learn to speak English.
Aziz.
Says the American.
Aziz, can you put in the chat, and this is for anyone that wants to come up on stage and offer a point that then they don't have the link for it. Can you just put it in the chat then? Great, thank you.
If there's anything you need me to...
So you're in England?
Yeah, if there's anything you need me to...
Aziz, you sound British. So
I'll answer your question.
Are you in England?
I am in England. If you need any sources for anything...
Do you have parents that were in England when the Nazis were bombing London? Were your parents there?
Yeah. Not in
England.
England.
You ever talk to your parents or your grandparents about when the Nazis were bombing London?
Not my grandparents, no.
He's Pakistani, Abby.
I'm not, actually.
So,
there's nothing worse.
The Nazis attacked Europe. Was your family in Europe then?
No.
Okay, so you're calling what we did a genocide to the Germans, but you'd have to get context on it, and how someone sitting in London was feeling at that time when they were part of the Allied forces, or someone who was sitting in Europe as their country was invaded. Okay.
But I understand the emotional element of it.
It's not an emotional element.
I do understand that, but
their country being bombed. London was bombed. You're in London, right?
Right, but
walk down Regent Street. It was bombed. They tried to hit the BBC. They hit the Langham Hotel.
Right.
Do you know that?
Winston Churchill said, "I will strike them in the night, but while their children are sleeping." These are the things he said.
And would you think Winston Churchill was a great leader?
If you don't feel it is, that's your opinion, and if I feel it is, that's mine. But
So you're against fighting the Nazis?
Against Winston Churchill, then? You would have
You're on the side of the Nazis, right?
No, I'm not.
This is such a ridiculous trope.
Don't try to gaslight me.
No, I'm not gaslighting you. You're defining genocide. You just said America committed genocide in Dresden.
In Hiroshima and Nagasaki, I said.
You said Dresden. You specifically also said Dresden.
You said Hiroshima and
You also said Dresden.
Oliver, will you shut up? He doesn't need your help.
But this is like, dog, it's like a
shut up.
Adam,
Okay, excuse me. This is between Aziz and Abby. Let them finish it out, please. Thank you.
So you would have been on the side of the Nazis then, with the decision of the Allies to take out Dresden. How many, Ruben, what was it again? How many people died in 32 hours?
I'll tell you what it is. You asked a question of me. I'll tell you what it is. Sometimes I can look back at history and not just be red team, blue team. I can see things for what they are objectively, knowing that I was not part of decision making and I had no emotional nor personal interest in the situation because I was not involved, nor was I alive. So I can take things for what they are, given the objective facts, and put them in a box, knowing that given the sign of the times, maybe in the moment you have to make a particular decision, and it may have been the right one or the wrong one, but I can still be.
This is your defense of the Nazis, Aziz. Good job.
This is between Abby and Aziz, and they're going to finish.
Do you think Churchill made the wrong decision and it was genocide in Dresden, which is what you said earlier? Are you still standing by that? That it was that in 32 hours that many people were murdered or killed?
Yeah, I think there could have been another approach, but again, that was the decision I was
What would
making.
you have done if you were fighting World War II and you were sitting in London getting bombed on Regent Street? What would you have done to stop the Nazis?
Again, I don't want to make a decision without having all the facts, but I just think that was an aggressive military approach.
Do you think it was aggressive? So,
but you're doing that for Gaza. You don't have the facts in Gaza, but you seem to have
No, I do. Because we're live, we're living through that. It's easier to get
You don't have the facts, though. You don't have the facts.
Well, I could argue.
I'm going to argue that the United States military did not commit genocide by bombing Dresden. I'm going to make that argument.
And I respect that opinion.
Okay,
I'm not gonna. I don't have.
Can I?
Can I
argue that, please?
Go ahead.
Aziz, thank you, Aziz and Abby. I'm going to pass the mic over to Ruben Sheikh. Thank you for reading.
Yeah, can I invite everybody to, at your leisure, don't need to do it now, Google the World War II bombings of Dresden and look at the damage of the city, okay? Nagasaki, 60,000 innocent people killed, reported. Hiroshima, 140,000 people. In 32 hours, 25,000 people, innocent civilians killed in Dresden, right? These three are not gone down as genocides, okay? And the other question that I want to ask again to Mr. Aziz and other people who have said this, if you have, I don't know, 80, 100 scholars in genocide, right? All the news agencies are reporting it, all the humanitarian agencies are reporting genocide, and you have to accept, because of that evidence, and you have to conclude that Israel is guilty of genocide. What is the logic in sending journalists into Gaza if the world already knows?
Well, this is the thing, I gave an example of the Genocide Council of the World, 800 scholars, and I was told that, that's not sufficient evidence. So giving an opportunity for both the left, the right, both the Israeli and Palestinian, pro-Palestinian reporters an opportunity to objectively or attempt to objectively report what we're seeing, that would alleviate any concerns you have or I have of there being a bias reporting, right? But is that not good?
You've already concluded it that it's genocide. You say it's unreasonable for everybody to think otherwise.
Right, and you've conceded otherwise, and that's
I have not. I've not made any claims. I'm open that it could be genocide. I'm open it could not be. You're the one making the claim. Right. Please provide the concluded objective evidence.
I'm willing to even forego my opinion. I'm willing to accept the fact that I simply just have a perspective.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Can I say why it is genocide? That's to do with the second part of this definition, the intent to destroy in whole or a specific group of people.
And yes, what the British Army did in Dresden was evil. It was a war crime. Ironically, I mean, you mentioned the Florida Luftwaffe bombing of London. This was actually done in response to Britain hitting civilian targets in Germany beforehand. Not that I'm defending the Nazis at all, but let's give proper context to everything. But still, one second, let me finish. The difference is what the RAF did in Germany, as bad as it was, and for that matter, what the Luftwaffe did in London, as bad as it was not with the intention of either destroying the British people or destroying the German people. It was still wrong. It was still a war crime. But it was done. Oh my gosh. It was done to militarily take over a territory and occupy it. In the case of Gaza, though officially the stated goal of the idea is to destroy Hamas, there are more than a few, and by this I mean a lot, of people both in Israeli society, the Israeli government, and the Israeli army who actually said, no, we want all of these people out. We want them to go somewhere else. Europe, Egypt, Syria, Jordan, wherever the fuck, it doesn't matter. We want Palestinians gone. The whole land is Israel. It belongs to the Israeli people. There are no Palestinian people, and they need to get the fuck out. So yes, this does meet the qualification of trying to destroy in part or in whole an entire group of people because you want to remove them from your homeland. And your population, you can say that, oh, I don't, but we've had surveys of Israelis that they constantly say this constantly. But yeah, for instance, the West Bank, the majority of Israelis do not believe that the West Bank should be self-Palestinian territory at all. The majority of Israelis are in favor of annexing the West Bank and not extending any type of rights to the Palestinians living there. You also said earlier that you can't name one, that there's not one single law in Israel that discriminates between Jews and non-Jews. Well, one of my friends actually in the chat posted an article that has about 65 and counting. The number is actually right. Number. Okay, so let me name a few laws, right? There's the discriminatory housing law, which basically is like the Israeli version of Jim Crow and redlining and zoning, whereby Arab is free. I'm telling you the law. You can't hear the law if you don't want to listen. You can't hear the law if you don't want to listen. I understand you got an issue with it.
Read up the law.
So
just let him state what he's gonna say. I can already tell. Okay, you guys aren't gonna agree. That's fine. Then he'll have to. Then you guys can call him out because he don't have it or whatever. Just let him finish.
Anyway, this law basically effectively bans Arab Israelis from living in about 66% of communities in Israel because the communities are allowed to determine who is fit to live in the neighborhood. Now, these communities tend to be dominated by Jews, and they basically say that, yeah, if you're not fit to live in the neighborhood because you're Arab, which is why even most mixed cities in Israel do have a substantial amount of segregation. Another is the right of return law, which is applied strictly to Jews. It is not applied to the... You see, what I really don't get, is no offense. KK, man, you said I was having my panties in a twist. Put me down.
It's a bunch. It's the American idiom is a bunch. El Norma, please be quiet.
Anyway, another example is the discriminatory right of return law, which applies only to Jews, not to Arabs.
It doesn't apply to Israeli citizens. It's immigration.
I said it applies to Jews.
No, it applies to people that are not Israeli.
Oh my God, this is fucking good.
Okay, let him get to the point.
He's just rambling again about the conspiracy theory.
Really
okay, well, you can ramble down in the audience. Go ahead, Oliver. No, I'll bring you back up when he's done. It's not productive.
Yeah, there are plenty of other laws like this. I'm trying to think of another immediately off the top of my head. I have to go back and refresh myself.
The nation state law.
Oh yeah, the nation state law. That's a very good one. The nation state law. This is a unique thing about Israel. Israel is defined as the state of the Jews, not the state of the Israelis, the state of the Jews. So, per the Israeli constitution, if you are an American Jew, without Israel, Israel is your state. So you have more of a right to Israel than the...
Well, only Jewish people in Israel have a right to self-determination.
Exactly.
Yeah, the right of return law, we already stated that.
Yep.
It's a Jewish state.
I have a
Do you
discriminate.
have a problem with being in a Muslim state? And Muslims
Jewish,
have
is
laws?
not a Jewish.
Isn't England an Anglican? Someone just remind
No,
me.
it's not. It's not. I don't live in an ethno state, and the problem with it. Yeah, but that's not the point. It's a constitutional monarchy, but that's not the point. The point here is you're just can you stop asking the same question after it's been responded to? You parrot. Little flankers anyway. It's an ethno religion. So the difference between saying a quote unquote Muslim state or an Islamic theocracy is that anybody can be a Muslim. But when you're talking about a Jewish ethno state, anyone can be a Muslim, anyone can revert to Islam. However, when it comes to today,
Saudi Arabia. I like it there. It's great.
You can live in Saudi Arabia. Look, just stop. Are you a non-sister? Just stop for a second. The point here is that the dissimilarity, the asymmetry, is that when you're talking about an ethno state for a particular ethnic group, right, that is just like fundamentally, inherently racist, as opposed to an Islamic state where you might say they don't offer religious freedom, which I would agree with, but the difference being, they're saying anybody can become a Muslim, right? There isn't some real difficult process, some arduous process for you to become a Muslim. Whereas with Jews, there is obviously, even if it's the case that you have an increase.
We don't proselytize. We don't go out to the world.
That's not relevant. Yeah, but if you endorse an ethno state, you're a Nazi.
No, we're not Nazis.
You were a Nazi. Not like you, I'm saying you.
And it's a Jewish state. And
I denounce all ethno states. And I did, just like I would Nazi Germany.
Are there 57?
Yeah, I would be happy to do so. I'd relish in the opportunity to do so. However, that also allows me to call people like you Nazis. Because I'm consistent, and obviously you only like it when it benefits you.
And the Imams, we call them all Nazis too, right?
Yeah, this is something like, I want to say it one more time for you. I've been team pretty close. So if it's an ethno state, it's based on ethnicity. It's not like a religious. So it's not just like this is a religious, theocratic state where if you're not a Muslim, you have to pay the jizya or something, right? Because obviously anybody can, all ethnicities can participate and can comprise this theocratic state. Whereas what you're saying is you have to be a Jew.
No, I'm not allowed to
not
live.
just religious.
I can't live in those places.
What do I care about your whataboutism? You're just like a Nazi.
But I can't live in
you can point from your little Nazi ivory tower. Everybody else is a Nazi. You're a Nazi together.
How about you shut the fuck up and allow her to speak?
That's not.
Why? She's just a parrot, just like you.
Well,
and you sound like a dirty Arab from a shithole country that lives in the UK.
Yeah, doctor, we're not doing that.
Yeah, but he's calling her a parrot. Nobody's saying anything.
I know, but he's not using ethnic slurs like sometimes trying to.
How about no?
You just call Abby a Nazi.
Yeah, that's not.
Yes, he did.
And by the way, Pepe, I appreciate your moderation, and I take back a lot of what I said about you. I apologize.
Okay,
I was trying to honey pie you up.
That's
he's being decent.
No.
I have to credit her.
Okay, that's going to be closed now. Please.
May I go now? Let the record, thank you. Let the record show that Shibuki, who's calling himself general these days, he's gotten canceled so many times, did not name one single law. He said discriminatory housing. I said read the law. He didn't. Then he said that Jews who are not in Israel are allowed to go to Israel. Well, that doesn't affect people who are in Israel. That's not a law that discriminates between Jews and non-Jews in Israel. Israel is, in fact, the most diverse country in the region, with the Yazidis and the Baha'i, all the people that were kicked out of all the Arab countries, South Sudanese, Christians, Muslims, Samaritans, all of them. Yes, they're all in Israel. There's not one single law. There's not one single law that you didn't read a single law. Not one. There's no housing law. You just lied about that one. Then you said that Jews, Israel was formed. It's not an ethno state. It is a state that is formed for a refuge from Jews all over the world. We consider ourselves a family, a nation, a people. with a text that is the Torah, with a set of laws coming from the Torah, with a language which is Hebrew, and with a land which is the state of Israel. We're a family, a people, and a nation, self-defined. And we don't deny that same thing to the Arabs around us. The only requirement we make is that they not attack us. It's the only thing we ask. And we have a peace deal that lasted for a long time with Egypt. We traded them land for peace. Same thing with Jordan. We traded them, we just made a peace deal with them, with UAE, with Bahrain, with Morocco. We have a peace, by the way, with Saudi, but it's not public. We all work together to fight our common enemies, Islamic jihadism, and the Iranian genocidal terror regime. There's no apartheid, there's no difference in the laws for anybody in Israel, according to our Declaration of Independence. He didn't name any laws. He said there were 65. People always mention that number. They never even look at one single law. I urge you to read us a law. By the way, what is it? They said that self-determination is a Jew. Yeah, so what does that mean that non-Jews can't do? What is one thing that non-Jews in Israel cannot do? There is nothing.
I have one.
Anyway, it's like literally listed.
No, I want to hear from Ruben. You went already. I want to hear from Ruben now. You didn't read one law. You had the chance. You had the chance to read the law. You didn't do it because there are none. You got nothing. You got nothing. Read the law. No, read us the law.
Can I be sure my lungs are going to be like
read us the law. No, they're not. You're a little nothing. Go ahead, Ruben. Thank you, you had the chance. You had no law. You
to address them because
name a law. 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 I'm waiting for you to name a law.
Against Islamic terrorism.
Name a law, Jabuki. Jabuki, name a law, Jabuki. Jabuki, you're running. Okay, KK, why did you set him up a call on somebody else? He's not gonna take it. You've been defeated again, Jabuki.
Okay, if you guys aren't going to play nicely, and if you're not going to give a law or name a law,
I gave the laws. I gave you two laws. I gave you two laws.
No, you didn't.
And my friend posted the link in the chat.
Read us the law. I'll wait.
There is
right now.
a link in the chat from.
Read it right now.
No.
Or shut the fuck up. Seriously. Read it.
You're not my master.
Okay, well, you got nothing. Fair enough. Okay. Let the record show you had nothing to say.
I described.
All right, KK, let's move on.
I described to you three laws.
Thank you,
I described three.
Thank you. I don't want. I can't right now. The filibustering is just.
There's only one person filibustering, and that's normal.
Excuse me.
You're trying to be like, come on, it's not like
Oliver, shut up! Having their period, and it's just really bothersome. Like really.
I try and shop this boys very
What?
Thank you, Jabuki.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Shut the fuck up. How's that? Aziz, I'm still looking for your counsel, mate.
Oliver, put your hijab in your mouth and be quiet.
Dude, doctor, I'm getting sick of your shit, dude. Like, this isn't you're like just being disrespectful. I told you not to do it.
Christian, by the way.
She's being very biased. She keeps saying I'm full.
I know. You're a victim now. I'm gonna give you a Twitter for victim.
Well, to be honest with you, I purposely today up, and it's just because if you know, I'm technically like, you know, I'm a Zionist and all that, but you know, I'm not. I know there's people with way stronger opinions on both sides, and I don't even know what KK's
and that's the problem.
But
Can we also resolve the issue with the American Army?
Okay, excuse me.
65, and she's saying that we're bringing
Can you stop? Can you stop? Can you stop?
As a Zionist lawyer, I have to say, you know, we're going to wipe out God.
Can we get resolution that the U.S. Army did not commit genocide? I'm really bothered by his comments on that, and I wanted to be clear that that was an absolute
that was
ignorant statement. Yeah.
Aziz's claim. I read the article that was in the league. I forget who brought it up. That was saying Holocaust survivors were trying to compare whatever. And then Aziz, I still haven't found your counsel. I've looked for it. It says that it doesn't exist with your 800 scholars. So it says Thank you. I've asked a couple of times, and I still haven't seen it because I want to see where this council is, but is it an arm of the United Nations? So, no, I don't want the name. I want the link of the information. Thank you. Ruben Sheik.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Ruben Sheik. Thank you.
So do we resolve disease that you don't think the U.S. Army committed genocide? Can we get through that?
I think that I'll clarify. I think that was a military overextension. I don't, you could call it a genocide. That would be based on whether the intent was to wipe out the population. But I'm assuming there was a bit more of a militaristic approach being taken. They were in the middle of a war, so I don't think the true intention might not have been to wipe out a bunch of people, but the reality is the outcome, it has shades of reflects. It looks as if it looks like, sounds like a genocide.
But the intent wasn't there, right? And isn't intent what we were talking about?
It's a big
That
part
you
of
don't
it.
have the intent.
It's a big part of it.
Genocidal intent. You're in a war.
It's a big part of it. I mean, if I just think it was a no.
According to the convention.
So if you look at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, I mean, Japan were on their knees. They didn't. It wasn't necessary. If you again,
they weren't on their knees. That's why we dropped the bombs. That's also why
they weren't.
There was no got a bunch of cities.
There was no existential threat.
There was because it was. I don't think you understand. Also, like you have to look at it in context. Like even with Dresden, the Germans wanted to fight it out on the streets. World War II was a lot different from.
You're talking about Germany now. I'm talking about Hiroshima.
Yeah. Okay, but even
they were more fanatical.
The Japanese
it was estimated that 5 to 6 million American troops would die to conquer the 5 main home islands. And
they were committing genocide
of the cities. There were firebombings of the cities that were made Hiroshima and Nagasaki pale in comparison, and they didn't surrender. They didn't surrender after the first attack.
After Hiroshima.
Yeah, exactly. So,
the problem, the thing is though, is that in a weird way, I know it's an ugly thing to do math over, but it like they saved lives and put an end to the war.
And on the Japanese side too. I mean,
exactly.
If you look at Iwo Jima and the number of Japanese to American ratio of deaths, Japanese lost far more than the Americans lost. The Americans lost a lot. It would have, if we lost anywhere, the estimates were 5 to 6 million troops. They would have probably lost to the order of twice that amount in civilian much worse.
They were literally committing genocide against the Koreans, the Chinese, and the Filipinos as they were losing the war. As they retreated, they were gratuitously slaughtering Filipino people. We literally stopped the genocide by dropping the atomic bomb on them. It's the opposite of a genocide. The same way that Israel is committing the opposite of a genocide with the Palestinians.
They're completely unrelated. Don't think we can draw many parallels in our sport.
What's unrelated? What is unrelated?
What's unrelated? I mean, it depends on how you define it. I don't consider
what is unrelated.
I'm answering the question, Norman. Yeah.
What's unrelated to what?
Right, I'm answering the question. Do you want to just keep speaking?
So hold on a second. Hold on.
No, let him finish.
He did bring up, and I know that's you were trying to say, give examples of what you think might have been a genocide, and then that was kind of why it was being compared to Gaza, but that's when you brought up Dresden and Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
Yeah, and I did make the point. Right, I did make the point that I can't definitively confirm or deny. It's a bit more difficult for me given the circumstances, given the circumstances.
Yeah, why did that faggot Norman have to say that we dropped the atomic bomb? You little bitch.
We did.
It's really
Dude, shut up. We're not doing that.
My father living in Israel. There's no we.
Dude, we're not doing that. Look, first of all, he got moved to the yeah, dude. We're not doing the calling people Jews and Muslims. Whatever names people like to call them.
I'm an American Jew.
Can I also say that my father? Wait, hold on. My father was in the 1st Marine Division in the Solomon Islands fighting that. So in his honor, this idiot that said that, please advise us in the chat, all of your family members that fought on behalf of the United States.
Abby, we don't need to call him an idiot. That's a personal attack, so we have to be fair with that.
I got a quick
Aziz, before we go there, Spike 3, Abby, did you finish your conversation with Aziz and clearing off the American soldiers did not cause genocide, or does that need to? Did you get what you wanted?
I mean, I hope that he realized, and thank you for some of the other information regarding World War II to try to get context on it. Aziz, so it's people are quick to make these statements out of context and not understanding actually what militarily was happening and what was happening in order to stop something worse. So I hope you can see that, and I hope this conversation was civil about that.
I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I do think the context between the two are slightly different as well. You know, there's significantly more existential threat during World War II than there was, and that's why I'm so passionate about what we're seeing in Gaza and Palestine, because I just don't think that Hamas can wipe out Israel. I just do not think that's a possibility. I know October 7th was terrible. I can even condemn it. I'm happy to do so, but I just don't think that Hamas can wipe Israel off the face of the earth. Post October 7th, the death toll of Israelis is.
But that's not the definition of genocide. Whether they can.
I'm not talking about genocide right now.
Aziz, I'll agree with you. I don't think Hamas would have ever been able to, quote unquote, wipe out Israel. But I mean, what happened on October 7th was like so egregious that there is no country that I can think of in the world that would not have like a military response to go after the group responsible. I mean, I think you would agree with that.
I agree. I've even said, I to not expect a military response would be naive of me. Obviously, every country in the world would have, but there comes a moment where you say, is there another way? And obviously, other ways haven't worked. Maybe diplomacy hasn't worked, or maybe a military approach hasn't worked. But I just think that you're significantly more capable than Hamas, and so the onus is on you. Given the fact that they are a proscribed terrorist organization, we cannot, and we should refuse to conduct ourselves at least the same, if not worse, in many people's eyes. I just think that's not good enough, and that's my opinion. You can have yours.
Well, they deliberately attacked civilians, and we did the opposite. We deliberately preserved civilian life.
We're going to give Ruben Shika an opportunity to speak now. Thank you. I think he wanted to respond to Aziz. Go ahead, Ruben Sheik.
Well, thank you very much. By the way, I wish I had a more masculine name than Chick in my surname. But anyway, I just wanted to say, I can tell you something which is discriminatory in Israel. I would say the law that Palestinians or Muslim Arabs in Israel do not need to serve in the IDF. Jewish Israelis must do. And I'm thinking about one thing in America.
Orthodox people.
I'm thinking about another thing in America, employment discrimination, where people with national origins would never ever be allowed to serve in some positions. United States the president, for example.
Ruben Sheik, will you concede that when Jewish Israelis and Druze serve in the Israeli army, they're also protecting the Palestinian Arabs or the Israeli Arabs who live in Israel?
Of course.
Of course. So Israelis are risking their lives to protect Israeli Arabs. That's a fact.
And many Palestinian Arab Israelis are protecting the state of Israel from terrorists too.
100%, as well as the Druze
are Palestinian and Israel. Don't sit here and try to act like the Israelis that are fighting against the Palestinians are doing it on behalf of Palestinian Israelis.
You said Israeli Arabs. to
No, they're doing it to further their own agenda. It just
What is their agenda? What is their agenda? You don't even know
for
anything
new
about
great,
Hamas,
for
but you
greater
have to.
Israel. For greater
What is the
Israel.
greater?
Obviously,
What is
they
okay?
did
What
it.
is that? I get it, but I want you to tell me. I don't want anybody to help me. What is the greater Israel? So where?
To expand their territory. Like what?
So
What do
where?
you mean, what is it? From there to goddamn Iran, Syria, all that, Lebanon,
They
all
want
that, like
Iran.
all the places that involve there. Like, what are you talking about?
They want to go through Iran.
Bro, I sent you links, Pepe. I don't know if you did the due diligence to go look at the links, but it's like you keep taking this, you keep being combative towards me whenever I say something. I've sent you some links. Go, how about you go look at the links? The same shit you called me stupid for, I sent you the link to prove you wrong. I deserve an apology. But
What did you wait? What did the bring? I'm sorry, I'm driving right now. What was?
I mean, you could go. I did it on my own time. I went and found the links on my own time. You could read them on your own time. I don't care to discuss it on here, but I sent the links like I was supposed to.
What did he call you stupid about? What did you refute?
Well, if you, I don't know, work on your listening skills. Other than that, when you guys talk
I asked you a question. You made a claim.
No, I'm talking about. I don't care. You don't run the room. You don't run the room, Normal.
Let him finish. Just let him finish. And the reason why he's called stupid is because he has a Martha Stewart living towel on his head.
Okay, Adams.
Oh yeah, Martha Stewart.
Spike
Yeah,
Threes,
how
please,
funny.
please go. Spike Threes.
You're hilarious.
Go ahead.
Okay, people bring up diplomacy. Benjamin Netanyahu has repeatedly, throughout this whole ordeal, turned down ceasefires with hostage exchanges. Why are you guys ignoring that Bibi Netanyahu had no intentions of actually squashing this shit through diplomacy?
When did they want to? When did Hamas offer to release all the hostages?
Please do your due diligence. It was over 8 different times when they offered. Yeah, they never did. Bibi Netanyahu fucking turned it down every single time.
They never offered to return all the
He was so headstrong on driving the world into World War III. Like, I don't understand how you guys are like, are you pro-war or are you against war? Like, don't sit here and talk numbers, talk racial, ethnic backgrounds. Like, you're either for it or against it. There's plenty of ways they could have went in and dealt with Hamas. Not by killing civilians. That is the bottom line. That is the bottom line.
Okay, cool. So I want you to tell me, because no military has been able to do it. How do you go into a densely populated area and only kill bad guys?
This country is the same country that killed Gaddafi in Libya. Did they bomb? Did America bomb the whole Libya, or did they send in a recon team to assassinate that man? Recon was
killed by his own citizens.
Recon was one guy. Yeah, because they bought out the surrounding country to turn on him. Like, come on, do your research. Anyway, special ops units aren't anything new to fucking America. I'm friends with Marines that are special ops. They're also too manly to think that it's okay to kill innocent women and children. How many people on this stage can sit here and hold on, let me finish.
You're not getting.
Hold on, let me finish.
Special ops, no, I can't let you finish, because special ops. No, I can't, because special ops exist. Special ops exist in small numbers. They literally do small operations, and if it is going to involve like a conflict with a bunch of people, where they'll have to fight a lot of combatants, they have a reaction force, or what do you call it? Like basically backup to. Along, like, special forces would rely on the Rangers, the Navy SEALs have to utilize Marines. It's their.
And that's what
otherwise,
you have
they
to
do small.
And that's what you have to do.
Okay. You say that, but hold on a second. There's only a very small number of special forces in any given country. They can only be at a couple places at a couple times. You cannot. You cannot go through the territory of Gaza with just special forces. There's not enough of them. That's impossible.
Bro, where are you getting this from?
It's simple.
Where are you getting this from? Cut the head off the snake.
Oh my God!
Cut the head off the snake. You don't take down civilians. You don't take down civilians with them. You don't take down civilians with them.
Okay, excuse me, Spike 3. Listen. Pepe is correct. You can't just do that. There's a lot of, there's strict laws and standards for which to be able to utilize our U.S. military, right? Logistics wise, it's a whole nother thing. Okay, when you say chop off the snake, we've done that, but guess what happens? Another snake, excuse me, I didn't interrupt you. I'm just trying to give you perspective so other people can understand maybe. When another snake is going to pop up and appear. So you're like, we have special forces. So I will share this with you. My family member was an infantry Marine officer. He did knock, knock, bad guy, get out, all along the Syrian border in Iraq. Okay, so understanding what that cause of what it needed to be done, there was no SOP, standard operating procedure, to be able to do that. They created it due to just this actual circumstance. So they have to eliminate, separate. So you have to separate the women and the children from the adult males on one side. You have to vet them to determine who is what compared to the tribal leaders. It's not as easy what you are saying to do. Like, it just literally is not. I'm telling you, coming from an infantry family, it is not able to do.
Yeah, it's harder to invade a school and take out the school shooter. So let's just bomb the whole goddamn school.
I don't think you're understanding.
You're not understanding the point.
Even if you were to not drop bombs, for example, you would have. Let's just say you had infantry, right? They don't just have guns. They have other small arms, but
why are you
when it comes, hold on. I don't think you realize that just in firefights, okay, innocent people get killed and they get struck by gunfire. There's friendly fire accidents that even happen. It's not. You're asking for like a surgically precise, clean way to wage war without any civilian casualties, that's never existed. I think that's the part you're not understanding.
When was there ever a war, especially an urban war, in which non-combatants did not die?
Civilian city. You don't flatten the whole entire goddamn city.
All right.
Why not?
Excuse me.
Why not?
Excuse me, both of you. The reason why they have to flatten the city is you have to remove the compound and the ability, the operations for the terrorists to be able to operate in that area. Because if not, they'll just come back. They'll just literally come back. That's the reason why they had a whole operation called Operation Iron Curtain along the Syrian border to cut that and infiltrate that up. Prior to doing that, they cleared out 8 to 9 cities along the way in the capacity that I did. What do? They send in special intel. They got the intel, understand potentially where are the bad guys. They talk to the leaders. They have an idea, all right? Then before they go in, they have to do a sweep. There is in the military infantry, there's a direct line of how they have to operate things. Now, after they cleared all the men and women, and separated the women and kids in one, and separated the men, the ones, because they tell them, they notify them, they drop leaflets, they say, we are going to come here. Please come out. Please come out. And that's what they do.
And they killed them anyway.
Excuse me. Fuck you, they did. Okay, so what they did then is they have to go in and find those bad guys. They have to find the terrorists and they have to shoot them because they have ill intent. Also knowing these terrorists are using the women and children as shields in front of our U.S. service members. That puts them in a whole nother predicament. And listen, after we have, if there is a group, and even if it's a mosque, they will call to fire and have an airplane come in and to destroy that, or the actual tanks. That is the reason why. So they can't go back literally for that. That is literally the reason why they do that. So maybe it's not, to your liking, but guess what? war is not to anyone's liking. There's always casualties of war. There's always innocent lives that are killed. There are always buildings that are bombed up, and it's not going to be to anyone's exact liking. But that's the reason why they flattened the cities out, because they've already separated the side. Now listen, and the IDF actually did this because they had MARSOC with IDF, not with them inside doing raids, but they coached them on how to do the knock and cordon. Like that, they literally went over there with them. So they've tried.
We don't know what MARSOC is.
Okay, so they were so diligent.
It's like
Marine Special Forces.
They're Special Operation Forces. It's the Marine version of the SEAL Team 6 or the Elite Rangers, Army, etc. That's what I meant. Sorry.
So they were so diligent that they killed their own hostages. Shot them right in the back.
They didn't shoot him in the back. They shot him in front because it was a mistake.
Oh yeah, even better. They shot him in the front.
It was friendly fire. Yeah, it was a horrible action. So what's your point?
And it happened.
That's not being diligent. How many accidents? How many times?
Happened.
Hold on, wait.
Spike.
Every single combat, it happens.
Spike, I don't think you understand. With the best, even amongst who's the name of that guy? He's from here, or at least he went to school here. Pat Tillman. He was an Army Ranger. They're as far as infantry goes, they're like considered pretty elite. He got killed in a friendly fire incident. That fucking happens. There's no. You have this weird like movie fantasy of how war is supposed to be, but like it's not.
It's not a Call of Duty.
The justification for deaths of innocent lives is just crazy right now.
There's no justification. There's no justification.
Innocent survivors. I said the military goes in there and they separate the women and the children in one tent. Then they go ahead and vet the adult men to ensure that they're getting the bad people out. Because guess what? The people that live in that actual community will be able to say, we don't know that person. We don't know that person. That person had guns in our floor. This is where we live. Like they literally clear and they mark it on the door after they cleared each house to ensure that it is that everyone, all the innocent civilians, as much as possible, are out. That's what they literally do.
That's why the casualties of non-combatants is so small. That's why we didn't just drop a bomb on the city and flatten the whole city. No. We evacuated.
More to you, because we already established over 55.
Okay, yeah, John Spencer. So that's kind of where John Spencer goes. Now I understand. You're going to hear the numbers. Okay, shut the fuck up. Okay, you'd have to look. It's basically a ratio. It's the number of non-combatants killed versus combatants is at least from what John Spencer was saying. It is pretty low, even especially in comparison to our wars in like Fallujah, and I forget where else, but Mosul. And so basically, the reason I'm bringing those two up is you'd have to compare it to urban fighting, as opposed to like rural Afghanistan, which is it's different. But their non-combatant versus combatant death ratio is pretty low. So
I think it's the lowest in human history, to be honest with you.
I mean, it could be that Israel is over-responded. It could be that like once we get clear information, so you can't really get the trustworthy information, I guess you can say, out of Gaza right now. It could be, maybe, yeah, they did overreact. I don't know. I'll call them out if they did. But you can't I just think it's weird. There's so many people prematurely saying that, oh, this has definitely happened. It seems like even most experts right now don't even amongst the kids, what is the total number? And what percentage of those quote-unquote kids were actual Hamas fighters? Because in that area of the world, teenage boys they're definitely trusted to fight.
You have missiles launching from a school or a hospital. which he was, what are we supposed to do exactly? And the tunnels are booby trapped, and there's hostages in the tunnel. They deliberately put us in an impossible position. They take our people, and then they dare us to come and get them.
Wait, so coming and getting tunnels that had the calendar in it that said Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
No, not that tunnel. Not at all. The tunnel where the footage. No, I'm sorry. I'm telling you. Just listen. I'm telling you. I tried to talk
the footage of the 40 beheaded ladies too, right?
Listen, dude. We have the footage of Mohammed Sinwar hiding in a tunnel underneath the European hospital. We filmed the whole thing. By the way, we film all of this stuff. So if there's ever anybody that wants to be called to account, we're going to show them the video. That hospital you're mentioning is Al-Shifa Hospital. Do you know that we went back a couple of weeks later and we fought a 2-week pitched battle in the maternity ward and the emergency room? The Hamas fighters were in the maternity room and in the emergency room. Now, what the hell are combatants doing in the maternity ward? That's a war crime. Does that mean that we're not going to go fight them?
Israel has literally killed so many children.
Did you
Their fathers are those fathers are going to fight.
Did you hear
those fathers are going to fight? They have nothing to lose. They lost their homes. They lost their wives. They lost their children. What the fuck are you talking about? What have you lost?
What I'm talking about is if they're going to keep our hostages, we have a right to go and after them. That's a fact.
Benjamin Netanyahu rejected every hostage exchange.
That is not a fact. That is not true.
It's a fact. I just sent Pepe the fucking link. Like, be quiet, bro.
It's not true, sir.
Be quiet. I sent him the link, and it's coming from the Times of Israel.
Let me tell you something.
My links are all Israeli sources.
Sir, you're false. You are false.
Yeah, exactly. Israel are liars.
This is what
One at a time, please.
They want like 1,000 of convicted prisoners from Israeli jails of terrorists, and it's each one of our hostages.
I'm not convicted. They haven't even been put to trial.
A lot of them are convicted. Yes, they have.
They haven't even been put to trial.
Convicted under the Military Code of Justice, 100%.
That doesn't require a trial.
They are convicted under the Military Code of Justice. I don't know why you're bringing up irrelevant shit. We're not going to give 1,000 people for each one of our hostages, our grandmothers that they took in their pajamas out of their farmhouse in the middle of the night. And after raping and slaughtering her daughter in front of her. We're not very kindly disposed towards these people. They do have the option to surrender. The Jews did not have the option to surrender in World War II. The Armenians did not have the option to surrender to the Muslim Ottoman Turks. The Muslims of Srebrenica did not have the option to surrender in those genocides. The Houthis did not, the Tutsis did not have the option to surrender to the Houthis. It's not the same, sir. This is why it's not genocide. And of the people who have expressed these angry comments in Israel, not one of them has command and control of the IDF. And I should point out that I think it's something like 70 to 80% of the Palestinians are in favor of October 7th and of doing it again. So yes, we are at war, but not every war is a genocide. And I defy you to draw a distinction between this war and any other and explain to you why this one is genocide and the other wars are not. I defy you. Who gave me the 100%? I appreciate it, whoever you were.
I think it was Miss Elizabeth down there.
Oh, thank you, Miss Elizabeth. I met Miss Elizabeth in the real world. Thank you, Miss Elizabeth. Spike, do you have any response to anything I just said to you?
Yeah, I'm responding with links. That's how I respond.
Well, why don't you use words? Because this is an audio.
No, because I use words, then you ask for proof. So I just jump straight to the conclusion of the proof.
That's right. What's the word?
No, you don't know. I'm not going off of your sources. I'm sending people my sources. Which happened to be coming from Haaretz, Times of Israel. Fucking Israeli reporters are reporting on this shit.
What is your response to my words, if any? Or you have?
I don't care to your bias.
Okay.
Honestly, this whole time. Hold on, no, don't ask me for a response. This whole time, you've shown absolutely no humanity. You guys like justify the dumb shit, bro. You justify the dumb shit. Over 250 million American dollars have been given to Israel, but we somehow don't have a budget for special ops.
I think we spent $1 trillion.
We don't have a budget for special ops after 250 billion has been spent.
We spent $1 trillion on Afghanistan, another $1 trillion in Iraq.
Are you saying that we don't have money for our special forces?
When I brought up special forces, this is the argument. We don't have enough soldiers. We don't have enough.
We don't have enough soldiers. But we do have a lot of military spending. I mean,
bro, we got drones and all kinds of shit, bro. We don't have to kill civilians, bro.
You don't understand.
Like what? Even in America, when you had a Texas sniper, you had a sniper in Texas that was shooting police. You know how they went in and killed them and minimized casualties? They sent in those little fucking robots that could go up.
That was one guy.
It doesn't fucking matter. Then you do it on a mad scale.
No. This is where I just think you just simply don't understand. So they literally had probably half of the fucking Dallas Police Department out there that night. They had dozens and dozens of fucking men, if not hundreds. Basically cordoning the area off. And then they have to send in an expensive fucking machine to blow them up. How many men do you? How do you do that at a large scale?
Bro, it's not my problem. I'm not over here stealing people's houses and land, bro, and claiming it as my own.
Okay, that's not what we're talking about.
Like, what? No, that's the problem first. That problem right there of figuring it out is upon those that are wishing to go to war. If it was up to me, there would be no war over the dumb shit.
Hamas started the fucking war, you did?
No, they didn't. This war has been going on since the fucking 40s.
Excuse me. Please don't yell. So you are advocating for U.S. military forces to go into
Israeli military forces. U.S. ain't got shit. They don't have a dog in this fight. I don't even know why we got involved.
That's the difference. You're talking about Israeli. I'm talking about U.S.
It's not a war between U.S. and Palestine. It's Israel and Palestine.
It's not Palestine. It's Hamas. Our special forces have been.
No, you've fucking been killing the whole Gaza.
No, we're not. We just
okay. We bought other houses.
Okay, Spike, I'm getting really sick of your shit. Like, I don't think you understand. Can you tell? First of all, I didn't know this. There's a guy I talk to pretty frequently. He's Marine infantry. But you know, for example, going into homes, when it got to a point to where they suspected combatants were in the home, they weren't going to go through the front door. They were going to try to put a hole through the wall.
Exactly.
Because they were not going to risk getting shot going through the doorway.
Yeah, like how they put over 300 bullets on a car with a little girl hiding and trying to.
That happens. The police do that in America. I mean, and these are people that
justify it though, and that's a problem. That's a whole nother problem.
We're not trying to justify. We say that we have said and admitted that.
I can't tell it's a tragedy from the tone.
Excuse me. You don't need to yell. Okay, it's terrible that any innocent civilians, as much as possible, that should be avoided, right? You're saying conclusively that that's not the case. And that's wild to me. And you want us to be so certain? I'm trying to be respectful for you, so I'm just going to be quiet for right now because I'm getting heated.
I mean, I'd rather article that you guys still have not read. At what point do you read any article and you say, you know what? What article? My opinion was kind of like fucked up. I didn't know Bibi was this fucking inhumane of a guy.
Show me an article.
No, reporter. Ain't you a journalist?
Yes.
Ain't you a journalist? Ain't you this Nobel Prize winning journalist?
He never said he was a Nobel Prize.
They don't give Nobel Prizes
but he doesn't know which article you're talking about. You can't assume.
Bro, it's all readily available.
I'm a journalist. I'm not a
readily available. Then I'll post it up at the top of the room on the jumbotron. How's that for everyone?
I mean, I've already sent you like three read articles that I doubt that you read it. Like nobody's tone.
I have not been able to because I've been trying to control the stage while Pepe has been driving.
I'll say this: I did just check my DMs, and I see that you sent me something about Israel apartheid. It's the only thing I got for you. I'll be able to read it in a couple of minutes.
I also sent you with 13 Holocaust survivors. 13 Holocaust survivors. There's not that many left surviving. 13 of them already have compared what the IDF is doing in Gaza, has compared them to fucking Nazi Germany.
13 out of 6 million. Okay, well, you're on
Out
your
of 6
way.
million survivors?
No, out of 6 million dead. So, Pepe, send me the article that
Where's
you
this
sent
number?
Send me the
Where's this
article.
number?
I'll have a look.
I'm gonna post the articles. I'll post the articles in the chat.
All right, send it to me back channel. I'll read it.
Oh, because Norm.
Oh no, I would rather. I mean, I want the whole.
I'll read
I want the whole. I put first one in the chat, and I'll put the second one. Somebody's fucking stoplight. And the second one, I just want to say, one of them you did use Amnesty International, which I remember my freshman year of college, when criminal justice class, they said that was going to be kind of a biased source. I would just say they're known for being leaning one way.
And so is Israel. They conduct their own investigations on themselves.
That's why you don't read official. That's why I wouldn't read an official Israeli statement to prove anything, because it's obviously going to be.
Some of my sources are coming straight out of. Some of my sources are coming straight out of Israel just to prove you guys wrong. Just so you can't say
anything to support your position. Yes, there are 13.
You haven't even read the articles, Norm. Stop it.
No, I just read the first one. Yes, there are 13 survivors who are unhappy with the way Israel's conducting the war. What else is new? Half of Israel is not happy with the war. What is your point exactly? What's our alternative? What exactly should we do? Hamas says they're going to do it again and again, and they're not going to quit. What would you do to them? What's your name again? Spike 3? Hamas says they're going to do October 7th over and over. What should we do about that? How would you handle that?
I don't care about what they say they're going to do. Look at what has already been done in Gaza.
Right. They said they didn't want.
Okay, let's say.
Wait. They say they didn't want, but they say they're going to do it again. And by the way, don't forget Hezbollah is in league with them. The Houthis are in league with them. Iran is in league with them.
What is the fixation on hypotheticals? You cannot fixate on a hypothetical and use that to justify killing.
This is not hypothetical. They did it already. It happened. Wait, Spike, it already happened. They did it. And they say they're doing it again. What's your answer? What would you do about that?
Bro, I would not kill women and children off a hypothetical.
No, not what you wouldn't do. Let's say you're right. What would you do instead? Let's hear it.
Well, when Hamas offered a ceasefire to release the hostages in exchange for the Palestinian hostages that are wrongly jailed, Bibi said fuck off.
That's correct.
Yeah, there was no one there.
That's correct, but you were just gaslighting me minutes ago, gaslighting that he didn't do that.
Okay, but hold on a second. The problem is that, first of all, like, during our war on terror, it was like largely known we don't negotiate with terrorists. There is a reason why you do that. Because that just
and you don't look, and you're not looking for diplomacy. And you're not looking for diplomacy.
Okay,
that's not diplomacy.
Okay, I don't think you understand. That's akin to saying, somebody wants to rape you, and you said, hey, well, instead of raping me in my vagina, how about I bend over and you rape me in my butthole instead?
Don't do that. That's too explicit.
So why
no, but I mean, it's really that stupid. Like, you don't, just like you would not have quote unquote diplomacy with a bully. Like, that's just dumb.
I asked you a direct question, Spike. They say they're going to do it again and again. What would you do about that?
I wouldn't. Honestly, if a guy tells you he's gonna punch you in the face but never does, what are you gonna sit here and cry about it?
But they did do it already.
Are you retarded? Are you actually retarded? I'm so sorry.
If I'm advocating on behalf of not killing civilians, then call me retarded. I mean, fuck it.
No, Mike, I want you to really think about this. They said they're going to do it again. What would you do?
Not kill civilians. I know
what you wouldn't do. Okay, I got you. You wouldn't do that. So what would you do?
Not practical.
No. I just want to hear what you would do.
Not kill civilians.
I agree with you. Not killing civilians. I'm with you now. You and I are.
I would not sign missiles. Okay. I would not be signing missiles.
I got what you would.
I would not be throwing hearts.
How would you stop them? How would you stop them? How would you stop them?
Honestly, there's no fucking telling, because with all the information that's come out of Israel, everything has been debunked. You guys haven't revealed not one tunnel.
Okay.
The tunnels that you guys revealed that allegedly has a big
tunnel. We have hours of tunnels. I can put it
in chat. Israel does. That's crazy. Israel
we have hours of footage.
There's footage of the IDF turning.
Okay, don't change this subject. Hang on. I said to you, they said they're going to do it again and again. Now, the Iron Shield is not infinite, right? So Hezbollah had thousands of missiles, right? So it's possible to overwhelm the Iron Shield. Hezbollah was...
Thousands is over.
Say again?
Thousands
no, it's not an overstatement. They literally have
probably didn't even shoot over 200 missiles.
Hezbollah fired far more than that. They have thousands of missiles.
Yeah, they have thousands. Even Hamas have thousands.
Thousands of, well,
Hamas is destroying tanks and fucking Adidas flip-flops with fake bombs.
That's correct, they are. But that's not what I'm saying.
Talking about?
I'm telling you, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You know what Hezbollah is and where they are? They're in Lebanon. Southern Lebanon.
Lebanon also has absolutely nothing to do with Palestine. You can't even.
Oh my God!
Hezbollah does. Hezbollah fired thousands of rockets, missiles into Israel. Did you not know that?
So Hamas is the problem. Hezbollah is the problem. Iran had nuclear weapons that still weren't found.
Wait, one at a time, Spike. I just told you that Hezbollah had thousands of missiles. What are we supposed to do about that?
Bro, that is Benjamin Netanyahu's responsibility on behalf of his own people.
Okay, what we did is,
if he could have ended this war if he could have ended this war 2 years ago by negotiating, I don't even give a fuck if he negotiated.
What gives he to negotiate? What is he to negotiate?
What deal are you offering?
For the hostages, you guys give so much fucks about hostages, don't you?
Yes, that's right.
Or are you in agreement with the Hannibal Directive?
They never offered all of the hostages back, by the way, just some of them. You know,
you keep negotiating and you get your fucking people back. Look. This is the thing. Let me tell you. Let me put it in a way you might understand, right?
Okay, sure. Well,
Okay, this is getting retarded. Okay, since October 7th. No, I know, but I want to tell him no. Stop, Norm. Okay, they have in the negotiations. They have never offered to give all of the hostages back. However, they've had egregious demands for releasing tons of fucking terrorists from Israeli detention.
Bro, terrorists? You had one group of people take some hostages, and now the whole fucking Gaza, which Benjamin Netanyahu has already referred to as an open-air prison.
The people? No. Okay, all right, open-air prison. Now, no, what I'm referring to is the people that are in detention in Israel from terrorist activity that took place before October 7th. There's, thousands of them. And so they wanted them released in exchange for the hostages.
Bibi never used the term open-air prison. It's far from it. There were luxury buildings, luxury beach clubs, BMW dealerships.
Yeah, fences wrapped around cameras monitoring the people.
Correct. To keep them out of
your southern border.
And they can't even take a metro. They can't even hop on a metro bus up there.
Why can't they take a metro?
Jews only.
Well,
they don't have a Jews-only metro.
What are you talking? Wait. What are you talking about? Are you talking about?
First of all, Pepe, you still haven't apologized to me after calling me stupid. And I sent you.
You didn't. I saw your links. It doesn't.
Don't prove your point.
They don't prove anything.
Prove your point.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, should
let's go back to the metro
to come into LA? Like
it's so weird.
That's the weirdest comment. They're two different countries. So why should someone from another country jump on the metro to
into Israel?
But that's why he said something about walls and cameras. I do agree they have a pretty militarized border, but if you look at the Mexican border, we have we have cameras and fences
Of course
as
there's
well.
cameras on our border. That's the
Bro,
border
that's
with
not a
Israel.
country. That's a city. You're comparing Mexico.
No, God
You're
is not a
comparing
city.
country borders to city
No,
borders.
Mike,
What's a
Mike,
city?
again,
What's a city, Spike?
He doesn't
Gaza
know.
is the city.
Gaza
It's not a city.
Gaza is not a
It
city.
has a few
Gaza is a
cities.
city.
It's a territory
Mike,
with a few
Mike, you
cities.
never looked into it. You never looked into it. There are a bunch of cities in Gaza, Mike. You really don't know, do you? There's a bunch of cities. but
Okay,
there's
let's get
former-
caught up in this syntax. Cities,
No, you just said it was
territory.
a city. It's not a city. You're just wrong on the fact.
It's not.
It's not a country.
It's
It damn sure isn't a country.
It's definitely not a country. You're right.
Israel. It's not Israel. So why
They
should
don't
you
have
have
to
on
do it.
Israel?
Is Israel monitoring them when it has nothing to do with Israel?
They're monitoring their border. Why should we monitor our
Because
border?
they're terrorists.
Yeah, please.
Because they're violent.
Thank you.
Because they're violent, Mike.
They're monitoring the borders, so they have outposts and they have surveillance, electronic surveillance on their border. We have Customs and Border Patrol that do the same thing, and they have guns and they have handcuffs and all of that stuff. So I don't quite get why you're making a big deal out of this.
By the way,
Hold on, Norm. Let Abby speak.
By the way, some countries, like if you go to China, China has special administrative regions, which is Hong Kong and Macau, which is actually controlled by the Chinese government.
I
And you
just
gotta
came back
go
from
up
Shanghai.
with
China is
I'm
beautiful.
talking.
Not nothing like
Matt,
Israel.
you have to have border crossings to go from a part of China
One
to the
province.
special administrator.
One province to the next. You're
Exactly.
absolutely right.
So
My
what
daughter
are you
used to
talking
live
about?
Israel
You
is
have to have your
beautiful, by the
passport.
way, Mike. I was just there. Israel's gorgeous, and it's not a police state like China.
It's funny you say Palestine like that.
I know. I'm talking about Israel. I couldn't find Palestine. I was looking for it. It wasn't there.
I prefer you.
I think it's a
You know, you would
It's not a country.
accurate if you said
It's
British
not a
mandate
country.
Palestine.
British mandate ended in 1948 on May 14th. You don't know much about this, do you?
I didn't know he doesn't.
Same thing with the Nakba.
Okay, hold on.
Hush.
I want to ask Spike something. So, is that you in your picture?
Yeah, that's me. Go ahead, screenshot.
Okay.
I'm not. No, I don't.
I don't have to have
Nothing.
Can you just let him ask you a question, please, sir? Thank you.
I mean, you look like you're like a mix of like Asian, maybe, and black or something. Or if you're comfortable, I'm not making fun of your race whatsoever. I'm just more curious about your background.
I predict he's an American black guy.
Yeah, mixed. Yeah.
Okay, so you're an American. I'm just curious, what got you so interested? I kind of am interested because it's relevant. This like conflict in the region's relevant, and it's kind of sucking in. The whole world is kind of has something to say about it. So it's
I want to know his
Okay, the reason I'm so passionate about it because everybody who claims to know history know that you have many oppressed people worldwide. I stand against oppression. There's nothing that I've seen coming from this war that doesn't scream oppression.
Oh, really? How about
Hold on. Wait, how to finish? Norm.
They even refer to the fucking communities in Israel as Israel settlements. You're colonizers. You're settling.
Yeah, that's not
colonizing. You're taking. You even have a video of that one fat guy talking about if I don't steal your house, somebody else will.
No, I think a lot of us, and a lot of Israelis too, Norm, to be fair, I do think that there's some dude, stop, Norm. There's a lot of Israelis and even people like myself who I understand there's the settlers that are kind of in the middle of nowhere and they don't really fuck with anybody. I'm not talking about them. But there are definitely settlers that they did take people's land and house, and they definitely like to start trouble. And,
I kind of disagree with you.
That's not normal.
And there's Israelis that for decades that have bitched about this, and especially because the IDF, their kids, these extremists were the IDF has to show up when there's a skirmish, and it's potentially the children of one of these Israelis that's going to end up dying, in one of these skirmishes while these radical far-right Jews, don't even have to fucking serve. At least some of them don't in the IDF.
Of course they serve. So
all of them? Wait. The Orthodox, they don't have to serve.
The settlers served.
Petition against it. They
The settlers served. The Orthodox who study Torah all day are not settlers. They're in Jerusalem, and the Haredim don't serve as of now, although that might change. And I'm on the fence about that because we do need people to study Torah. So, Spike, do you know? I can tell you don't know the area very much. Judea and Samaria, which many people call the West Bank. Well, who do you think Israel occupied that from, if you know, and when? I'm happy to tell you.
So they did occupy it.
Wait, I'm asking you what you think. Who did they occupy it from and when, according to you?
From the people that's been living there this whole fucking
Just
time.
tell us who. Who?
The Palestinians.
Wrong. So Jordan attacked in 1967. Israel begged them not to attack because Israel wanted to have a deal with Jordan. Israel pushed them back and occupied Judea and Samaria from Jordan. Did you know that? That's what they called it, but you did not know that.
But Jordan occupied it before that, Norm.
Say again?
It wasn't even Jordanian territory before 1948.
Jordan occupied it before then, correct. Okay, so what happened after that, Spike? When was it ever so-called Palestinian land, if you know?
Bro, this is the.
Do you know what happened then?
This is the point. This is the point. Look, I don't single. I'm not even the reason why the discussion is fixated on Israel because that's the current ongoing.
That's fine.
Conflict.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Judea.
I don't agree.
You say somebody took somebody's house.
I don't agree with colonizing. I don't agree with colonizing.
Okay, great. So who did the colonizing? Was it the Ottoman Turks? Was it Jordan? Was it England? Who did the colonizing? Who's indigenous to that land?
Who's colonizing right now?
Yeah,
colonizing right now.
Yeah, tell me who's
This is where
Tell me whose land it is.
Okay, Norm,
This is second. So wait. So Jordan attacks Israel. Israel pushes them back and takes the land, as is their right in a defensive war. We took the land from Jordan. Now what? Now what are we supposed to do? Who does it belong to? Who does the land belong to?
Norm, I think this is a disingenuous argument. I mean, first of all, okay, sure. So even if we look at the original, like 700,000 or whatever Palestinians, I would say they're 10 times, way more indigenous to that region of the world than except for the exception of the Jews that had remained there, for
It's not like
centuries.
how indigenous you are. The Jews are indigenous and the Arabs are indigenous.
Jew is not a race. Jew is not a race.
Yes, I never said Arab is not a race either. Arab is not a race.
Like Benjamin's real
Okay,
last name.
we don't need a lesson on that.
Okay, Arab and Jew are not races. They're not different.
Can I ask Spike a question? Spike, do you think Israel has a right to exist?
Not the way that it's going about it.
Do you think it has the right to exist as the country?
No, not the way that it's going about it. No.
So the whole nation shouldn't exist. What should happen to that?
Jews are known for that. Jews are known. Let me answer your question. Jews are already known.
What should happen to that nation?
Okay, so no, stop. Stop moving the goalposts. Stop moving the goalposts. Jews are known. Hold on. Let me answer. Jews are already known for hoarding a massive amount of wealth. Buy some fucking land like some regular fucking people. You don't have to kill innocent.
Wait, so Spike, what happened to the 9 million?
No, it was given from Rock through the Balfour Declaration.
Spike, so what happens to the 9 million people, the 7 million Jews?
All right, Ludwig, don't cut.
Wait, so Spike, what should happen to the 7 million Jews that are there?
They should go back. Germany should fucking create housing complexes and let them come back.
Should go to America. That's what you think should happen? That's what you think should happen. But what if they're not from there? What if they're actually from
I answer your question, you want to move
and they were born there? They were born there. What if they were born there? And
there was already Jews being born there that wasn't boring. There are Palestinian Jews.
What would you do with them? What would you do with them? What would you do with them? With the people that live
Germany needs to open up its borders and take them back and give them land.
How would you want them to get to Germany forcefully?
No, fucking like every other country that gives reparations to its oppressed people. Like
they're not Germans, Spike. They're from Israel.
Hold on, God damn it, Norm. You're doing your pedantic shit that you like to do in debates, but just don't do it right at this moment.
Okay.
I mean,
now when it comes to, so do you think, like, for example, that, okay, if the 7 million Jews were like, no, I like it here, we want to stay, this is where we're born, it's our home, do you think, like, they should be forced out at gunpoint and like, I don't know,
They should
change,
They should
Compton should shut the fuck up, I'm asking him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you think they should be, like, rounded up and forcefully relocated to Germany?
I mean, let's get real. You give people incentive. You offer them the houses that they rightfully deserve in the area that they were displaced from. You don't fucking just designate a nice place that has palm trees that they're not from. You don't, like, I like.
It was a shithole. I don't think you understand.
Hawaii
I don't think you because there's people who live in Hawaii. You want?
There's people that was living in Palestine.
Okay, but hold on a second. So, you know, actually, that nice place with palm trees. I don't want to be mean, but it like Israel's. It was a fucking dump. Like
Gaza was beautiful. Come on, let's go look at the pictures pre-war. Gaza was.
Yeah, it's not how it used to be.
Not a prison, right? It wasn't a prison, correct?
It was.
Just lying about that.
Three walls.
I mean, have you been to prison? Have you been to prison?
Yes, I have many times.
Well, that's not something most about. I've been to prison too, so you should know that.
I went voluntarily as a journalist.
I've been there too, Spike. I went as a lawyer. Why were you in prison?
Is that where you converted to Islam, Spike?
No, that derails from the point I'm making.
Why were you in prison, Spike?
Is that where you converted to Islam?
Norm, you're doing too much. No, we can't. There's no such thing as having a debate because you shotgun questions and derails so much that it's like it never works. I understand why you do it. Just don't do it right now.
So because I beautified my jail cell, that makes it so I'm not in prison because I somehow beautified it to make it more comfortable for me while I have to spend my time in there. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying that you're trying to make it sound like you're trying to make it sound like they went to this beautiful piece of land but really wasn't that pretty. If you've seen like old photos of it, it's gross.
They called it. If you take note, they're calling the Gaza Strip a wonderful, beautiful place. Now look at it, what Israel's done in the last 2 years. That's what they said. They've labelled it beautiful themselves and a wonderful, amazing place.
They want to build resorts on it now. Now they want to build resorts.
Can you not
It was so ugly.
Can I go back to my question? Spike, what do you do, and Pepe's question, how do you get the 7 million Jews that are living
on a plane to Poland? That's easy.
Okay, Ludwig. Okay, back in the audience.
How are you going to get them?
Well,
leave there.
if you turn down the incentive to go back where you were displaced from, to continue on fighting a war, then that speaks more on your character and your beliefs.
How are you going to do it? You're in charge. How are you going to get the 7 million?
Well, you care so much. You feel so threatened, right? You feel this next threat.
We're asking you, you're in charge.
Israel. Let me reword it. Israel always plays a victim card, feeling like.
Okay, once again, you're not answering the fucking question. The question is this simple, okay? You give them incentives. Let's just say magically. Shut the fuck up. Okay, I don't think I think you underestimate how much people are attached to their home country, and their land. That's the part I don't think you understand.
The home country being Germany.
Now, people like literally will die for their country and put themselves in harm's way for their country. People, they're patriotic and stuff. So, what I'm asking is, what do you do? If they said, no, we're absolutely going nowhere, we refuse, this is our country, how do you get them out if all incentives fail?
Have we even
just answer that question.
Have we even tried this option yet?
No, answer the goddamn question. I asked you. Jesus Christ. I don't know why you're allergic to answering the question.
Okay, hold on, Pepe. Listen, what you're doing is you're creating a non-existent situation.
Yes, because I have to. Yes, because I have to.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do, because yes, no, I have to.
You have to try another way.
No, I don't. No, sometimes the only way.
There it is.
Sometimes the only way you win, okay, the only way you get what you want is through war. That is just a fact. So, what do you mean? No, that is a fact.
No, Spike, it's an option. Spike, you're the one that said that they shouldn't exist as a nation, even though it's a sovereign nation. So you're saying it shouldn't exist. So it's like the same thing. If you went to Japan and you just said to the Japanese, you shouldn't exist as a sovereign nation, you all need to leave Japan. How are you going to get them out?
That's
what are you
exactly
do?
what. That's exactly.
Okay, so what are you going to do? How are you going to get 7 million people that it's their sovereign land? Most of them, by the way, came from countries in Iraq, Yemen, Syria, Lebanon. But leaving that aside, because Germany, most of the Jews were killed. There weren't that many German Jews that actually survived the war. They were the first to get killed, along with the Poles. So if you could tell me how you're getting the 7 million Jewish people and their sovereign nation out, tell me. Because incentives don't work. No one's leaving. It's their land. As Pepe said, they're patriotic. It's their land. If someone told me I had to leave the city I live in, I asked you what you're going to do if that doesn't work.
I just told you. No, you asked me
what are you going to do?
No, you can't move the goalpost. You asked me.
The fucking goalpost. We're not moving the fucking goalpost. Okay, I'm going to make this as simple as fucking possible for you. Okay, if China had said that, and let's just say they were a little bit more powerful than us. If they said, you guys have to vacate the United States, it's just no longer going to be your land. You guys are no longer American. I'm sorry. You're going to have to pick up and leave somewhere else. I guarantee you, Americans would say, nope, fuck that. We're staying. We're going to fight. I mean,
what does that have to do with Pell?
So,
that makes no sense.
Shut the fuck up, Ludwig. You're such a faggot, dude. Now, when it comes to...
Am I a faggot?
Dude.
Look at...
Goddamn.
Exactly. Get rid of that fool.
But when it comes to... Okay, so... Americans, for example, we would fight. I think you agree with that. We would fight. We would not leave. Now, I think that when it comes to Israel, they do the exact same thing. The people say, nope, fuck that. We're not leaving. It's our country. We have,
Yeah, but Pepe, they're stealing
people's
homes and land and farms.
I get it. I'm asking what you would do. What would you do? What would you do if they said they're going to stay there and that the only way you're going to leave... Hold on. The only way they're gonna leave is, well, let's just put it like this: they'll die. They'll die trying to protect their right to stay there.
If they stay there,
how do you stop that?
Point, they are the ones that are labeled as terrorists.
Well, and what do we do to the terrorists? Shut up, Norm. Norm, shut up, because he's about to answer the fucking question. So you consider them terrorists if they say, nope, we're gonna stay. In fact, we'll fight to stay. So you label them as terrorists.
We're gonna stay. We're gonna justify killing innocent people and use Hamas as the fucking excuse to kill innocent people. Even though if you were given the options, like I said before.
No, imagine Hamas. Even if the war is over with Hamas, they're no longer fighting Hamas. You think that Israel should leave because they colonized the land. Now, if we try to do the just and rightful thing, like you said, okay, and they are patriotic and they said, nope, we'll die defending our right to stay here. What you said you would label them as terrorists. So what do we do?
How do you label somebody as patriotic that's fighting for a land that doesn't belong to them?
Okay, sure, but I'm just telling you that's how they would view themselves. So I
hear what you're saying, but then you do what regular fucking people do, and you buy land and you buy houses.
But how do we get the pesky Jews out of Israel? How do we do it? I mean, we know they have a lot of money, like you said, but they're just not willing to. They're not willing to buy land anywhere else. Then what?
I mean, but that's not what we're saying, though, Pepe. We're not saying people offering Palestinians money for their homes. We're saying them being ejected out their own fucking house.
I know, but how do we get the Jews out?
How about we just take a nonviolent approach? Why does it what the fact that you guys are making violence a condition of happiness is like so it's like it's really
I'm about to move you to the audience. You know why? Because you're not having an honest, good faith conversation. You're not answering very succinct questions. We are wasting our time and energy on you. So I'm about to put your ass out into the goo because you're not having a good faith conversation. I don't even know why Pepe has to put up with your shit at this point. So I ask you kindly to have a good faith conversation, quit moving the goalposts, and ask the basic questions. It's not fucking rocket science. Come on now, I know you're smarter than that.
Exactly,
Let's go.
it's not rocket science.
Okay, I'll just answer a direct question. Do you think that if the Jews are unwilling to go back to Poland or Germany or wherever you think they're from,
then you label them as terrorists.
And
at this point, they're going for a land grab and they're terrorists.
And so does that mean that like the military from like, I don't know, other countries or even just Muslims across the world should go in with guns and force them out?
I mean, isn't that what you're doing in Gaza?
I don't think that, no, they're not forcing them out.
That's exactly what's happening in Gaza.
Amazing. But I'm asking you, is that what you want?
It's okay for it to happen to Gaza.
No, it's not a Gaza, Spike.
It's not okay for happening to Israel. You see the double
I'm
standard?
asking you a fucking question. It was yes or no at that point. I narrowed it down so much.
I mean, yeah, get them out. Get them out the fuck. Get them
with guns if you have to.
I mean, you fuck it. Get them out of there. Lock them up. No, arrest them. Get them out of there.
And it means necessary?
It could be handcuffs. It doesn't have to be guns. I don't know why you jump straight to guns. Handcuffs. Cuff them.
How else do you do it? Cops have guns for a reason.
Cuff them and extradite them. Interpol. I don't know.
Interpol.
That's the point.
Because you think that they're occupying someone else's land. That's your reason, right?
No, they are in fact stealing people's land.
Okay, so I have a question, Spike. Do you think then we should all be locked up in America by the Native Americans because we took their land? Think they should come to Philly and just lock up all the Eagles fans in Philly because they're on what was once Native land?
Excellent question. Excellent question.
What do you think? Should they take all the Philadelphians? I'm sure people in Dallas would be happy with that.
Well, yeah, at the time that it was happening,
no,
the fucking
we're asking now.
colonizers.
So Israel's been a sovereign country for 75 years.
75 years is young as shit. That's young.
So they've been living in that area.
That's young for a nation.
So do you
They're
think?
Probably the youngest.
So do you think 75 years after America was formed that the Native Americans should then have come in and taken all the Philadelphians out by gunpoint and the people from Boston?
I mean, how are they going to do that when they were already killed?
No, the Native Americans,
They already killed them.
they're living on reservations still. So you tell me.
Killing each other for hundreds of moons. It doesn't.
I mean, white people were killing whites too. I mean, you probably got Jewish.
So do you think the Native Americans
why does that matter?
If you think it's because they took someone else's land, then you think Americans should be locked up or forcibly removed off of American land by the sovereign nations. Is that what you believe?
You guys want to bring up America, right? So before America was colonized by the Europeans, right? About one third of this country belonged to Mexico. But yet,
what were the Mexicans that were inhabiting this land?
Their territory was like.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to ask you a very specific question.
So let him go.
Those Mexicans were largely, first of all, the Mexicans who were in control and the ones who had the land were Spanish. They were also white colonizers. So why would we give back the land to? Why do you care? It's white colonizers taking land from other white colonizers.
I mean, I don't know how factual what you're saying is, but the Mayan Empire,
they didn't have power.
Stretched all the way to fucking.
Yeah, but they didn't. The Spanish came and conquered them. They became irrelevant, and so.
Okay.
Then you had New Spain. Most of it was New Spain. Okay, so this land was Spanish first, and then it became Mexican. But they weren't. The people in power were Spaniards. It's not nobody really.
It was French for a while too, by the way.
Yeah, for a couple of years.
Yeah, but you're comparing colonizers with other colonizers, not any of it. That's the whole point.
I want to see if you're consistent.
It's all ugly business.
Okay, we agree. Now
It's ugly business, you say, colonization.
Yeah. But if we're indigenous to the land, then we're decolonizing, aren't we, Spike?
No, you're not decolonizing. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu had to change his Polish last name to sound more Israeli.
No, that's his name that he was born with, Spike.
His last name is Milkowski.
No, it's not. He was born there in Tel Aviv.
No, he wasn't, bro.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Look at him.
Man went to high school in Pennsylvania.
Look it up right now. He came to America. He's from Tel Aviv, and he was born in Netanyahu. Look it up right now while we're on the app together. I want you to look it up.
I don't think the majority of the Jews that when that first showed up in Israel, I believe, spoke Yiddish, and then they made it so that they did have a universal language would be Hebrew. And so, because it was kind of a common language between all of the groups.
Also, Ladino, there were all kinds of languages because they were coming out of Arab lands. So they had, Arabic and variations, colloquial languages. Ladino were the ones that came from Spain and then went into some of the Arab countries as well. They brought that language with them.
We spoke a variety of language. We spoke Farsi. We spoke Arabic. We spoke Ladino. We spoke Yiddish. We spoke Russian.
Being a Jew is not. You guys call it a racial.
It's not called a race. It's not called a race.
Spike, shocking! You don't get to tell us what we are. I know that might upset you, but you don't get to define us.
You come from all over
you don't get to do that.
Parts of the planet.
Just don't.
Yes, absolutely.
Bro. That's the point.
Okay, but Spike, just to give you a little bit of history, okay, about the language thing. All right, when the state was founded, they went through a lot of trouble to Hebraize their names, and so that's why the leaders had to change their names to things. And so, like Golda Meir, I think her name was Goldie Maybovich, and she wouldn't change her first name, but she. Okay, I'm sorry, forgive me. But her name was she changed it, and all of them. They all agreed that she said when I read her book, My Life, it's called her autobiography. Her Hebrew was so bad at the beginning, but she still had to learn how to speak it because that was the language of government things. And even though she did speak very good Yiddish and English too, by the way, she said that they tried to minimize Yiddish in favor of having Hebrew as a national language, and it's been successful.
They actually there's a guy that actually had to create words because it's an ancient language. So you have words that are modern words that didn't exist. So the language comes from 3 letters. The root of each word can track back to 3 letters, and they build words based on those 3 letters. But words like machine,
Arabic.
Excuse me, words like machine, newer words that were modern words got reworked from the ancient roots in order to create the modern living language.
That's true. And it was Eliezer Ben Yehuda who did that.
Exactly. Wow. Yes.
And I think, did he say, Spike, you said it comes from Arabic. I don't think you realize that the people that lived on that land, eventually they spoke Arabic, but they actually spoke other languages.
Yeah, but I'm speaking in regards to the revival of the Hebrew language. They had to revive it, recreate it. It hasn't been spoken in that. It was an obsolete language at the point where
it was the common religion that they used to read the Torah and all of that. So it I guess it makes sense that they would pick that language. I don't know.
About the language, let me give you a little bit more information. Okay, for Spike, about the language, what I'm telling you is, if you read these books, I got a book sitting right next to me here called Mishnah Berurah, and that was published even before the state of Israel was founded. People have been using the Hebrew language for liturgical purposes and to write things for a very long time. So it was just a matter of making it actionable so that more people could use it. But it's never a time that it wasn't used. And this book that I'm looking at, the Mishnah Berurah, is talking about things like if you want to make skin off of an animal for a scroll, what's a kosher animal. It's very technical stuff. So they had words for that all along. All right, it's just making it so that it fits in people's ears and there's more people that talk about it. But it was used the whole.
What primitive lines of thought have we went on because of Spike 3's with his towel?
All right, let's not do the towel.
Multiple. in Spike 3, I just put some information that Netanyahu was born in Israel.
But I do like Spike. I do like. I don't know that you're a bad guy. I think you. I can see how maybe like I could be in your shoes. Like if I already kind of maybe had a certain political leaning or was like really interested in, I guess, like promoting justice and fairness, and like if you, I could see. I'm guessing you probably have like read and even been in circles and maybe conversing online with a lot of people that are they feel very about the plight of the Gazans, and so you have these like really strong opinions. But I do think that I think a lot of what you're saying is just not that factual, and I think you're, in a way, it just kind of comes off as, and I see this a lot, as like you kind of reiterate a lot of the talking points that Nazis and Arabs, well, they can share a lot of the same views, like a lot of their points. And it's a lot. There's a lot more that goes into it than I think you might understand. Like this isn't like new.
I don't know what facts you guys could give me that justify the killing of innocent people.
Nobody's justifying it.
It's just war, man. They could surrender any time if they should.
Okay, you say there's no justifying, then you follow that statement with but.
Yes, there's no justification. It's war. They have the opportunity to surrender and to get back our people.
War is fought between two armies.
That's right.
No, it's fought. That's not wrong. You say that, but like when we went to Afghanistan, we didn't go fight against an army. These were, I guess a lot of them were warriors. To be fair, like they've been in the battle in that country for a long time, but they weren't a standing army.
Yeah, but Afghanistan is a whole nother problem because we funded Al Qaeda to help us secure the oil over there.
No, as to fight the Russians.
Can we not go down?
How do you feel about Chechnya?
The oil pipeline. They had to build.
So how do you feel about Chechnya? So Chechnya fought with the Russians, and Chechnya, they were like non-state actors, but they fought with the Russians. So what do you say about?
Fought with the Russians where and I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, remember Russia stayed in Chechnya fighting with them for a long time. Okay. Okay. Let's use a different example. Let's say, okay, you pick it. You pick whatever non-state actor that's fighting against the government, and you tell me what do you think about that? Are you saying that there was no war because the actors that were fighting on one half were non-state?
I got one. How about
fighting against
attacking the Saudis and the Emiratis?
Fighting against militants and fighting against, and then like, trying to. I don't want to use the word justify because it seems to trigger you guys, but trying to find an excuse in order to. An excuse to justify a large death toll of civilians is not gonna But I don't know. I haven't been convinced.
There's a large death toll of civilians, but you're not getting. Like we were trying to explain this to you, like when we went to war in Iraq, like in Mosul and Fallujah, the civilian death ratio was much higher.
Yeah, but we went to war.
Like 1 million people were killed in.
Which was ugly, which is ugly, and we went to war with Iraq under what premise?
Well, I think it was a shitty premise. I agree, but
weapons of mass destruction that were never uncovered.
Sure.
The same shit that just happened with Iran. They had nuclear weapons.
But don't you? But it sounds. But you don't agree that after October 7th, they had an actual justified reason because it wasn't speculation. Like Hamas took credit for it.
It's true, and you backed into that one, Spike.
Right, but then you fight. You're not fighting. See, what's happening is, first of all, the civilian death toll over there outweighs the actual militant combatants.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does, Abby.
That doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
You didn't hear
it absolutely does.
Come in the room later?
You said 20,000 combatants and like 50,000 civilians. I mean,
I went said natural causes is about 1% of our
Come on, that's a
population
reach.
per year.
That's a reach,
Try
Abby.
to reach Google. Hey,
You can't
Google
prove
the
this. You
internet.
can't
That's how you
prove
learn.
that.
That's how you learn. Google. Why don't you pull out the Encyclopedia Britannica and learn about that? What's the average in the world of natural causes for a population in a year? What percent of the population?
How convenient for you to live in
Cancer
a city.
and heart disease and diabetes related. What's the natural percentage? It's about 1% of a population per year.
There is no proof of that. You are going off speculation. Abby.
No, actually, you can look this up. You can look this up.
So, you guys
I tell you what, it's 3.8 million deaths in the United States every year for any reason. That's actually a little bit over 1%. And when everybody was going to die of COVID a few years back, people were mentioning that, like 3.8 million people would have died anyway. All right, so is it really that big of a thing? You put it in context of the number of people that die every day, every year anyway.
Oh, yeah, so.
But in any case,
let's bomb them because they're going to die anyway.
No, the point is this, okay? This is a cost-benefit calculation, and their question is how long do they want to continue with this fight as opposed to some number of lives that it costs? And every time you have a war, that's what the calculation is. You have two sides, and they both make a calculation about how much they're willing to pay for this, and the actual events of war clarify what the calculation should be. So I don't know how many people, what they thought this was going to turn into when they did those attacks, but I think, and on behalf of Hamas, it's turned into much more than what they ever thought that it would be. And now they're like figuring out, okay, we lost 95% of Hamas leadership. We lost this number of like tens of thousands of people. How much is it worth to pay to keep this war going? And so that's what they're trying to figure out. Maybe they'll get to it. I don't know. In the United States, when we had the Civil War, okay, that dragged on for like 4 years, and the South, they lost a whole bunch of people, and then they finally said, okay, we paid enough lives, enough blood and treasure, we have to sit down and negotiate. When we had the War of Independence, like a century or so before that, okay, Britain decided it was not worth their time to try to keep on with this colony, fighting with them. The cost just wasn't worth it. And so they just left it. And so the United States became a country. And in the other case, it became a unified country because the South wasn't willing to pay those costs. So the Arabs, they can make those calculations like anybody else.
We tried explaining this to him earlier, but he has like this very fairy tale understanding that you can like send special forces in to do surgical like takedowns like all over a city, which would mean,
a lot of
only a handful of these people exist. They're not meant to fight a war all by themselves.
Yeah, but
some of the takedowns were surgical. Remember when they did the beeper thing? Okay, they blew up the beepers all at once. That was very surgical. But there's only so many surgical things you can do.
Yeah, but that's the responsibility of the people, the political leadership to figure out how to.
It's not possible. You're asking for something. There's no military that can do that. They don't exist. They're special forces for a reason. They're very specialized, highly trained. It costs millions of dollars just to train one of them, like per service member. And obviously, most people are just not cut out for that work. And only a small percentage of the population can even make it through that kind of training. So there's not enough of these people to go around. So it's just not possible. And not to mention, it's financially not possible to spend millions of dollars training every fucking person.
You guys talk about like the possibility of being surgical, right? And then I don't know if you guys remember the incident when you had those people that offered to cook for the Palestinians. They got bombed on the beach. They survived that first bombing. They hopped in another car or another van, drove up, not even a mile, got bombed again. The survivors of those hopped in another van, drove a little bit more, and got bombed again. That's surgical as fuck. That's surgical as fuck. And they spent those resources surgically removing people that were offering aid to civilians. So, like, yeah, I understand you guys, okay, you're gonna have some casualties, but come on, man, like Lee said, the beeper situation, like we've seen situations where they do have the resources to be surgical, but they're taking the other option. Like it's
I don't think you understand. There is, it's not like special forces, for example, would go after like high value targets, right, or do hostage rescues. That's what they're designed to do. That's only, but there's tens of thousands of Hamas fighters in very urban areas. The special forces can't even go in. They would have to bring in reinforcements just to like form a perimeter around like whatever building. Like when they rescued some of the hostages in Gaza, like they had a lot of soldiers that had to basically shoot it out with people that were trying to stop them from getting in. It's not correct. You think this is like child's play? It's very messy. It's and violent. I don't know what. Well, how do you think this happens? I don't get it.
They rescued our friend from this app and they murdered another one from this app. All they were doing was dancing at a music festival. They just came and they swooped in and they butchered them like they were cattle.
Okay, but no reason. Don't ignore the Apache helicopters that also did this.
Yeah, no, I saw the goddamn. No, you see, I put up with this shit in the mirrors rooms, but I saw like the body cam footage from it was an Israeli police officer that was there, and I saw him walking to the festival. I saw the people dead in the. It looks like a little stand where they were serving drinks. There's dead people everywhere, and they look like. I mean, just looking at them, you can tell that they were shot, up close, and you don't see. I even remember like the cover for the stand where they were serving drinks or whatever. I didn't see like a whole shit ton of fucking bullet holes coming through the roof like you'd expect to see with an Apache helicopter.
You did see the vehicle scattered, blown to pieces.
So what? That doesn't mean a helicopter did it.
I mean, when you show regular guns, there's drive-by shootings that happen every day.
Spike, I want to give you Spike. Hold it.
They're not blowing up like that.
That's 50 millimeters mounted on technical.
Norm, hold it. Spike, those of us that you're talking to in the room, people in the audience, we lost a friend that used to be in clubhouse rooms with us that day. And we take it very seriously. And he was shot in the head. I forget, Norm, tell me how many times did they shoot Jake? And they killed him on the spot. And he was at that music festival. And we have another friend that's on the app that was there right with them, and they took him as hostage. So we take it personally, and it came right into our spaces as we were in rooms.
Does Palestine have the right to exist, Abby?
Okay, that's not an answer to her fucking question. Like,
it's not. Palestine has the right to exist.
No, you smug piece of. Hold on a second.
What condition?
No, you smug piece of shit. You're sitting here talking about. You have the nerve to sit here. I don't know if it's just like a game for you, but you're talking about a group of people that, I mean, realistically, a lot of Israelis knew people that died that day, and you're sitting here making a fucking mockery of their deaths and claiming that. The Israelis murdered their own people and coming up with all of these loony fucking conspiracy theories. I mean,
you need me to send you the article?
There's video of them coming down. Okay,
send you the article.
With paramotors. There's video of them with their paramotors coming down with AK-47s. They were obviously not there to party. I saw the goddamn footage of the dead people. It's pretty clear what happened to them.
They took the footage. The people that shot took the footage. They had GoPros. They took footage. They sent it out on the internet. Do you understand what we're saying?
Footage that was never released. That Biden lied and said he witnessed, and then days later said he didn't.
This is where it gets like. I don't know how long that guy was doing government service, but it did a number on his head.
He's already gone. I was getting ready to tell him. I mean, it could have been.
Hold on just a second, Lee. Sorry, sir. I moved him down to the audience because I told him an hour ago I I would appreciate it if he would have a good faith conversation instead of a poor one. So he keeps moving the goalposts. He's trying to talk, and he keeps talking over her. So basically, Street's doing a Norm, and we've already got Norm. We don't need a double Norm.
Well, I'll just say this. I mean, I don't want to be mean, but I'll just go there because it should hurt. I mean, it sounds like you've made bad choices in your life. I have too. It's like I don't want to be too mean, but I mean, I personally do not see how you can make good decisions in your day-to-day life, and quite frankly, I doubt you're ever going to be able to. I just don't think you're that intelligent. But I'll just say this: like, you should feel very stupid and ashamed for having the views you have, and the nerve to want to argue them. Like, I would feel very embarrassed and just shitty. And you should feel that way about yourself too. I mean, just realistically. And so, I don't know. I'm not trying to bully you, but it's like, it's really hard talking to someone like you.
Somebody's out of the after listening to you that stupid. But what I'm saying to Spike is the death toll could have been much worse because people have military technology called daisy cutters. They've sacrificed a lot of lives of Israeli troops trying to go in here and be a little bit more surgical about it. Now, an option that they might have had would have been to say, okay, we lost those people, and then just go in and drop several daisy cutters throughout there, and the death toll could have been much higher. All right, so this is just to let you know. So I think they're being pretty ethical about this. But seriously though, I mean, maybe I know what you might like, Spike, it's a movie called Lawrence of Arabia, okay? And this is something you don't have to read a single book. You can watch it as a movie. And it talks about this Englishman who tried to make a confederation of Arabs in order to fight against the Ottoman Empire. And two things that you will see. One is that, the Arabs have been subject people for many hundreds of years under Turks and under different sovereigns and things like that, and they got by just fine. And one of the best lines in that whole movie was, old men send young men off to war, and then once enough young men have died, then they sit back and then they make a deal with each other. So, like, these very old leaders in this Arab leadership on Gaza, they do have that option, like anybody else who wants to bring a war to conclusion. Calculate that the cost has been too high, let's just make a deal. I might mention that Jewish people lived as subjects after, the first and second temple destruction for a long time. Assyrian subjects, Babylonian subjects, Persian subjects, Roman subjects, they got by fine that whole time.
Shooting going on, or shooting, I don't know what you want to call it, New York City in New York. You may want to put it in the Jumbotron or play it live in the room. Mayor Eric Adams is there now. That should help his election prospects. That's
I saw somebody posted a picture, and I was like,
one of the two needs to back out of that race, or we're gonna have
the shooting. Though, you want to play it in the room,
a guy dressed in black with body armor. It's the headquarters for Blackstone Private Equity Fund in the NFL.
I see a picture
on the 34th floor.
I see a picture.
52nd floor.
No, I see one. Someone just posted one. Viral News NYC. It looks like a black guy in a suit with an AR-15.
Pepe, where is it? I can play it if you just tell me where you want me to play it.
Let me look it up. It's New York.
YouTube and just put in New York City shooting, it'll come right up. I happen to be watching it on I can't even see what it is. One of the local New York stations. New York Now. But it'll come right up for you. It's live.
Okay, stand by.
Still at large. There's cops everywhere.
Why is everybody so quiet?
I was trying to find something, sorry.
Just trying to find the shooting. There's the mayor's talking about there's like a mass shooting in New York.
To YouTube and search New York City shooting, and a lot will come up.
started walking back to check it out, and then somebody's been gunshots, shooter after shooter, and then I saw cops going into the Bank of America building. And then that's when I just kind of backed up and just see what was going on. And a bunch of people started running out of that building. And then that's when I saw 4 police officers bringing out another individual that was in a uniform that looked injured. They were carrying him out.
Okay, great. So the gentleman that carried out was wearing some type of a uniform, and again, we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if it was
his job.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a security guard or if it was a police officer in a blue uniform, and they're carrying him by his arms and his legs out of the, rushing out of the building.
And the thing of it is too, because we are in the news business, where whenever anything like this happens, we just don't walk by it. Matt stops, of course, and he starts taking video of the different things that he had seen, and he posted that video of showing it was multiple police officers with their guns drawn at the door, and then you saw the SWAT team showing up.
And I saw the SWAT team later on. I saw the SWAT team going in. The police presence became much more heavy. More police officers, lots of sirens, ambulance. It all started that you see right here.
Matt works for Fox Live. Yeah. Some of our colleagues here from some of the other TV stations thinking that Matt is just somebody else who's walking along the street here who saw something, so they wanted to try to do an interview with them. Which is understandable. So now, then you overheard people talking, some witnesses.
I was there with my camera, kind of recording as much as I could. I did speak to an individual that was closer to the church, where there's a lot of people that kind of sit there and wait for, I think it's food donations or they're there. And they said that a woman said that she saw somebody with an AR-15 going into the building. And then so that confirms what Dr. Chin said in the photograph, confirms what that eyewitness saw, that there was somebody walking the building with an AR-15 and sneakers, just going right into the building.
And once again, I'm looking at that video that our colleague Peter Fassini from a law enforcement source, and it is the picture of the alleged suspect. And again, walking, it's really stunning to me. Walking after everything that we do in this business, it's still shocking to me when I see something like this. But it's broad daylight.
Yeah, especially across that Esplanade, which is wide open. You wonder if he had to get out of a car. How did he get there? He obviously did not walk down the street with an AR-15 all the way to the entire way. So you just don't know where he came from, if he got out of a vehicle or what. Because I didn't see anything that looked like that, and nobody was reacting until people just started running after they said they heard gunshots. And later on, when I was going back and checking these up, I did hear a gunshot.
Okay, now something else, and this is information again that's coming in from our colleagues who are back at the station and other locations, and they are reaching out to their sources to get the
situation that they're dealing with, not only do they have to keep the area contained where the active shooter went into the building, but they have to keep pedestrians safe. And New York City is one of those areas where, and it happens to us all the time, and we see it all the time being in the news business, that you could be 2 blocks from here, could be a major explosion going on, and you have no idea that anything is even happening because you're 2 blocks away. And unless you come into that street or that area where it's happening, you still don't realize. So that's what police are dealing with. They're having to push back literally hundreds and hundreds of people who are walking along the sidewalks on 50th, 51st, 52nd, 53rd, between Lexington and Park and Madison, because they have to keep the public away. And they keep pushing back the media, which they just did. And now, let me try and see what's going on here. There's people some officers getting out of the truck here. I'm sorry, I'm on the phone. What's up? Air. Okay, all right. So we're going to stop here for now. Okay, folks, hold on just a second. I have to call into the station. They're going to take us live on the air right now. Give me like 30 seconds. Fox 5 News. Tune in to Fox 5 News. Also stay here, but you can watch both at the same time. Okay, so just give me a moment. Again, I'm Linda Schmidt, Fox 5 News. I'm here with Gus Batista. He's my cameraman. My colleague, Matt Onimus, who was on his way home from work, saw all of this happening. So he's been filling us in. Give us about 30 seconds and we'll be back with you live on air.
That is just some of the coverage there from Fox 5 News. We will definitely be keeping an eye on their coverage. Thanks to Linda Schmidt there on the scene that continue the updates. A really, really fluid situation that is happening right now in Midtown Manhattan. And we are continuing to bring you these images that are playing out on this Monday evening, just past 7:30 in New York City. I do want to bring in our next guest to help break down this breaking news that we are seeing right now. So please, everyone, welcome here to Live Now from Fox, Jamie Copenhagen, law enforcement analyst. Thanks so much for being here with us. And first off, what are your thoughts here on this huge response that we are seeing right now play out?
Yeah, my first thought is, our thoughts and prayers to everyone involved, especially our first responders. But I've got to tell you, Mike, New York City is no stranger to these active shooter events, and they train quarterly for this. So, the men and women of the NYPD are ready for this because we see with the huge presence that they have around this building on the corridor. And, they're just now going through the process of locating witnesses and making sure that scene is secure for crime scene.
And let's talk about what is it like when you are looking for a suspect in a downtown setting with, you have the big buildings there. It's just past 7 o'clock in New York. And what goes into that type of effort when you have reports of a man with a gun?
A lot of manpower. We see that we see an emergency service vehicle here, so there are elements. The Joint Terrorism Task Force, I know, in fact, is on the scene. But here's the deal: they've got to make sure the shooter is contained within that building, Mike, because it's a high rise, like you were saying. And God forbid if he's alive, he can still take shots from that high rise. So we need to, number one, secure the shooter, whether he's deceased or not deceased, and make sure that shooter is secured. And then you go to the backup of starting the process, this crime scene, etc. But it's an undertaking to locate especially if it's a single shooter on the 30th up floor of one of these high rises. So you're going to have to clear that building methodically as you escalate up the building.
And when we see images like this, when they're horrifying going on, and it seems like it's happening at random, I mean, what possesses a criminal to want to try to do this in not only New York City, where they know that there is going to be a huge response, but also just knowing just what type of elements are out there in New York?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't know the motive for this particular shooter, but I can almost assure you that once that shooter, everything's
looks like we did maybe lose their Jamie. We'll be keeping an eye on that. As soon as we get Jamie back, we will bring you more from him, as he was just trying to explain. But now taking it back out live right now, we are continuing to follow the very latest is coming from New York City. Obviously, a very, very fluid situation that is happening right now in Midtown Manhattan. You are seeing the huge police response that is coming. It looks like we have reestablished with Jamie. Sorry, we lost you there for a moment, Jamie.
I'm sorry, I'm traveling back up to DC, so I apologize at the airport. But as I was saying, the building, it's a high rise, so you have you're going to secure the outer perimeter of that building, and then, as I was saying, methodically might go and clear the interior of that building floor by floor. I've heard rumor that he's on 30th or 30 and above. But you've got to make sure they're not a secondary shooter in this situation. And it's just, officers say at this point, but also there's going to be a quick step in their step because we just don't know if he's down or not down, for lack of better words.
Sure. And just talk about the response. What is it like for those first arriving officers that are coming on? And, like you said, you don't know at that point, is there multiple? Where is the actual shooter? How do they do that in such an urban environment?
You're depending on those 911 callers that are calling into the emergency system for information and intelligence. So as you're arriving and responding to that scene, you're collecting that information from the So once you arrive, then you want to get eye and ear witnesses to find out who, what, where, and when. And in this case, it was supposedly a single shooter with multiple victims. So you want to start assessing that situation. But but you have to protect anyone else from madman. So you're going to have to eventually go after him. We've seen this in training on an active shooter training. You want to go to immediately.
And Jamie, how at that point when you're just seeing it all unfolding, how do you know that there's not maybe explosives in the area? How do they kind of try to locate that if there is some of those elements?
Yeah, we've seen that play out in the past. Just recently, I think up in Idaho, they had something similar where they actually found an IED after a shooting. So you're going to have to methodically clear that crime scene with a lot of personnel. I can assure you that the NYPD and the Joint Terrorism Task Force has bomb units on the scene just in the event they find an explosive device, so they can obviously make that safe so they can continue searching for the gun.
So true. And now we're just taking a live look here at the scene. And a couple of times they were pushing back the general public as well as the media members about a couple of blocks away while this was still unfolding. It was that just that they weren't sure of the location maybe yet, and they just wanted to make sure everyone was safe?
Yeah, keep in mind you have personnel that's clearing that building and securing that inner perimeter. But also you're going to have an outer perimeter keeping the public safe and the media in this case. So, they want to make sure that everyone's back far enough. And just as you mentioned, what if there is an explosive device somewhere on the street? So they want to clear that street along with that building simultaneously to make sure that the outer and inner perimeter is secure, not only for the shooter, but a potential device that may be implanted before the shooting.
Absolutely. Well, Jamie, thanks so much for coming on here on Live Now from Fox, giving us your analysis here. Very fluid, early stages right now of the situation out in New York. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, well, we are staying on this right now. I do want to take you now back out to the coverage from Fox 5 in New York. Let's listen right now.
When all of this started to go down, this is Matt Anonymous. Matt, you were on your way home from work. Tell us in your own words, what did you say?
Yeah, I was walking home to Grand Central to get some train to go home, and I had my headphones on, which I won't do ever again because there was just a flood of people running past me, more than just one or two. It was just a ton of people. And I turned around, somebody said that, shooter, gunshots. And so I didn't hear anything. I took my headphones out. I started walking back towards, and saw some people kind of walking back towards 51st. And so when I walked back there, I saw police officers with a gun drawn. I called Fox 5, I called the newsroom. I let them know there's something going on. And then I just started recording on my phone, seeing officers going into the side entrance of Bank of America with gun drawns. A few minutes later, a bunch of people come running out. People that look like they worked in the building. Then there were 4 officers that were carrying, which I thought was another officer. It could have been a security guard or another person in a uniform that looked like they were injured because they were carrying them out by their hands and their feet across the Esplanade to another police car or ambulance that was waiting.
Okay, and then also you were talking to some of the people who were around here even prior to you arriving on the scene. Talk to us. What did they say?
Yeah, a bunch of people that were sitting by the church said that one witness said that he was talking to a woman who saw somebody with an AR-15 going into the building, and that's what they heard, automatic gunfire. I heard gunshots, not so much rapid fire like an AR-15, but just I heard like a pop-up that kind of supports that. But,
all right, go ahead, continue talking. Police they want us to move further back, so hold on. We got it. Thank you so much. Thank you. So police are moving us. Hold on. Go ahead. Police are moving us back here. They want us to get as far back from Park Avenue. Because this incident that happened just around the block from where we are right now. So we have to keep walking to the location where they want us to stop. My guess is they're taking us to Lexington.
Okay, I'll just share this. It looks like workers that are in the building are being cleared out one by one. And that's why they were asked to back up, because the police has the building front door secured, cordoned off, and it looks like just regular civilians are trying to exit the building. So they probably did a floor-to-floor clear to get all the innocent people out, and hopefully there was not another shooter.
Off from Lexington to Park, which is just where we just were, and then one block beyond that to Madison. So they're getting us down here. Okay, great. Thank you. Stay safe. So police are escorting us, and they want us to be on the other side of Lexington. So away from this. Matt? Yeah. While we're walking, just tell me real quickly what it is that the witnesses told you that they saw.
The witness said that he was talking to a woman who saw someone walk in with an AR-15 into the side entrance and then heard automatic gunfire, and that's what they told me.
All right, so now we are at Lexington and 50th Street. Did you guys want us to keep talking, or do you need me to wrap, or what do you want to do? I'm sorry. Okay, all right. So for right now, Natasha, I'm going to toss it back to you. They keep pushing us further and further away from the scene. All right, Natasha, I'm going back to you.
Linda, thank you very much. All right, we want to go to Kendall Green right now with the very latest. Kendall, what can you tell us? Looks like we're having some issues with Kendall's setup there. I want to recap really quickly what Matt Onimus was saying, as sources told him. So he was out there on the scene. He said that someone said walk in with an AR-15 gun. Witnesses say that they heard pops. What we know confirmed is at least 2 people have been shot at a Manhattan office building. In that area, there's Bank of America, a number of banks, to a very, very heavy police presence in that office building in Midtown Manhattan. We do have Kendall Green now with the very latest. Kendall, if you can hear us, where are you and what can you tell us?
Hi, what's going on, Natasha? We're here along 54th and Park Avenue. The building in the middle of the scene is right there near 943 Park Avenue, not too far away from us. And they've been pushing us back for quite some time as well since we've gotten here. We talked to a bunch of witnesses who told us they heard some of those shots ring out. They also heard warnings coming from other citizens that there was a shooter inside that building. I have some of those witnesses right here. I'm going to be joined by one of the individuals who was inside pretty close by. Talk to me about what you saw, what you heard, just tell me about it.
I was sitting like getting home from work today from downtown, and I pulled up and I saw 3 or 4 cops going in with guns. I saw a car, black BMW parked right outside the building, which looked like the shooter's car.
respond to on Park Avenue? I mean, nobody can imagine.
Yeah, it's shocking. I've been working here for so many years, and I've never witnessed some of this. Very sad, and I hope everyone's okay. And shout out to police and first responders for showing up within minutes to the situation. So I hope everyone's okay.
There's other witnesses here, folks here in this area who were evacuated. For a while,
So my office has an exit on 52nd and Park, so I was just leaving to go home, and I go east, and we were on the block, saw just a few cop cars, a few machine guns like running around, and then out of nowhere they started pushing us down to 53rd because they realized that the shooter was in the 30th window, and we were in the shooting zone. And then, cops and ambulances have just been coming like crazy.
You've been here for how long now?
About an hour and a half now, trying to wait. Originally, we were back over on 51st and 52nd, and they started coming like right away, saying, get back, get back. Then you started hearing and seeing cop cars coming from all different directions, ambulances shutting down the roads. And then we've just progressively been like shut down more and more. And when we asked a police officer, they did confirm there was an active shooter, as if we didn't already know. But they haven't given us any other details. We're finding out from the news more than we are the police officers at this point.
There's a situation here. We spoke with another individual who also saw was evacuated as well. We'll give you the latest on that in just a minute.
Kendall, witnesses there painting a really terrifying scene, talking about a shooter perhaps on the 30th floor with police officers running with machine guns. I know that officers are pushing a lot of our reporters around this perimeter. As you can see behind you, still a very active scene. Maybe you can tell us about what's in that area in terms of the building. So I've heard Bank of America, potentially Blackstone building as well. Any idea of the different businesses that are in that building?
Particularly, I can't tell you the particular buildings that the businesses specifically, but Blackstone, I believe, owns 943 Park or 349 Park, and I believe Bank of America is housed within that building as well. So all of the different buildings, not specific, I can't give you specifics on it. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. So you're on Park Avenue near 52nd. Where are we seeing, and I think right now we're looking at Skyfox video too from one of the vehicles here. Again, just you're joining us right now, we know that 2 people have been shot at a Midtown Manhattan office building. This is 52nd between Park and Lexington Avenue. We've been hearing a lot of witness accounts there on the scene with a number of our reporters in that area. Please avoid it because, as you can see, it's still a very heavy police presence. We've heard that people saying that they heard gunshots. They saw someone walking in with an AR-15 gun. We do know that at least 2 people have been shot. Our Kendall Green is on the scene, as well as Linda Schmidt. They're just being moved around in that very active scene. Again, a massive police presence. We're hearing a lot of information coming in, drips and drabs. At least 2 people, again, have been shot. This is out on 52nd and Park Avenue. Wondering if we can go to any of our reporters there on the scene and see if we can get a little bit more witness accounts. We don't have any reporters, but what we have been hearing is that it's been a very scary situation. Again, just to paint a picture of where this is, this is Midtown Manhattan, a very busy area in terms of there's an MTA station, subway station right there, 53rd and Lexington. You have a number of corporate businesses there. This all unfolding in the middle of rush hour and people getting out of their offices. So let's get back to Kendall Green, who is on the scene. Kendall, looks like you've got a witness there.
You were evacuated from the building right across the street. You were watching from a corner building. You saw everything unfolding. Talk to me about what happened. What'd you say?
Well, I work across the street here at 399 Park, which is 2 blocks away from where the shooting occurred. And it was pretty scary from a perspective of this is where we work every day, and there's an active shooter 2 blocks away. So it was pretty scary for a solid 30-40 minutes.
The amount of businesses that are on this trip, how many different
He said that he was evacuated for 30 to 45 minutes. Also hearing some reports that people had to shelter in place. So while this is all unfolding, really towards the end of the workday for a lot of people in that area, and so many businesses in that one building too, high-end hedge funds, law firms, banks again. So quite an active scene, a lot of police in that area, understandably so. It's a very active scene, 52nd between Park and Lexington Avenue. Let's go back to Linda Schmidt, who, when we last checked in with her, she was being moved due to that active scene. So Linda, any new updates of what you can share with us? I know you're with Matt Optimus right now, who was walking by when he heard some of this scene unfold.
That's right. He actually shot some of the video that you guys have probably been showing on the air and also streaming. We are located right now. We're at Lexington and 50th, where this happened, and they pushed us back. Where this happened is one block that way, 51st, and about halfway up the block. And it was one of the side entrances to the building. Now, Matt, who works with us, we've worked with each other for more than 20 years. He was on his way home from work. And so, Matt, I want you to describe how people got to see what you got to see. Talk to me about it.
Yeah. I was walking home, going to Grand Central, take a train home, and about 6:20, and all of a sudden I had headphones on, and all of a sudden just a rush of people running past me, and more so than just a couple people. So I took my headphones off, and somebody said gunshots, shooting, and I turned back, and I saw some people, it quieted down for a second, and some people were walking back towards 51st Street. So I started walking back to check it out. I saw officers with their guns drawn. I immediately called Fox 5 and talked to our news director and said there's something going on. And then I just got my phone out and I started shooting video of just the officers around the Bank of America building, about to go in, just hiding behind trees and the planters that were there. And then they ended up going into the side entrance, and then a few minutes later, people started coming out. People looked like they worked in the building, running out, and 4 officers came out, and they were carrying what looked like to be another officer that looked injured. They were carrying my arms and legs, and carrying him to an ambulance or to another police car.
They were running, basically.
Yeah, and it went on for a while because the police had their guns drawn for a long time, and they kept, nobody knew what to do, so people were just still milling about 51st Street. I did hear a few gunshots, and then officers started flooding the area and go back, and that's where we are right now. It's more than ambulance and officers just started coming into the area.
And now you and I have seen, because one of our colleagues was able to get a picture of the suspect. There's 2 pictures of him, and he looks like a guy, it looks like he's about late 30s, early 40s. He's wearing dark sunglasses. He's got black curly hair. He looks to be like he's dressed like a hip guy. And he's wearing a blazer, a collared shirt that's either white or light blue, jeans and sneakers. And he is carrying what has been told to us is an AR-15, carrying it like this. Now, I don't know if you can see, and now an AR-15 would go from like here on me up to about here. In broad daylight, walking down Park Avenue and going through an esplanade that is normally a very busy area at that time of night because people are on their way home from work. And you're in Midtown, lots of financial industries here along Park Avenue. Walking with purpose. You can see the intenseness on his face. He was on his way to do something. And you get the same feel looking at those pictures.
I mean, that area was wide open too. So, walking with an AR-15 down Park Avenue, you wonder if he got out of a car right there or how far he was walking. It was a big, wide open area, and there's nobody else around him. And you can see from that security photo, it's just him. And it does look like an AR-15 rifle. And when I was taking videos, I talked to one eyewitness that said that he spoke to a woman that was sitting right there. She saw somebody walk in with an AR-15, and she heard automatic fire. And that's what she told this story.
Okay, now the building that we're talking about, again, is right around the block from where we are. 2 of the primary businesses that are in that building, the NFL, which was reported that they told their employees to shelter in place when all of this was happening, and also Blackstone, a financial company. Again, this is along Park Avenue here in Midtown. Lots of financial companies here. They're not just down down on Wall Street, they are here as well. Nobody knows at this point who this person is, who the suspect is, but it is being reported that he killed himself on the 33rd floor. So he went in to do something. We don't know what floor that he did that on, but we are hearing that the moment that he entered the building that he started firing. That's what we are hearing. But again, so much of this information, this is breaking news, this just started happening around 10 after 6 tonight, so this information can change as the night progresses. What we do know is that there is a suspect, he has killed himself, and multiple people were shot. Now, I just want to take a look here real quickly at what they were saying here with the Associated Press. Associated Press reporting at least 2 people. The AP is reporting at least 2 people, including a New York City police officer, have been shot in a Manhattan office building. And a person familiar with the matter tells the Associated Press. We don't know the conditions of any of these people at this particular time. But you come and go, this is your route that you take every day to work. So you're not really thinking, you got your earphones on, like so many people today, even on the subway, paying attention, because it's just how we live our lives now. And then this happened. So, tell me more about how you're feeling about it.
I won't wear the headphones where it kind of muffles the sound. Never again, because you have to be alert when you're walking down the street, because you just don't know what's going to happen. And thank goodness I saw a rush of people, because who knows what could have happened if I was, left work a little bit later, and I was right there when the gunman was walking by. It seems that I was lucky enough that I walked past the area before the gunman came past me. So it's just luck on my part, but certainly with the headphones on, I wouldn't have known what was happening.
All right, man. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Okay, Natasha, back to you.
All right, Linda, just a terrifying ordeal unfolding there in Midtown Manhattan. We do want to let you know that NYPD Commissioner has said that this scene is contained. The shooter has been neutralized. We'll have to leave a special report there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much to Fox 5 in New York for their coverage. We want to stay on it here for you on live now from Fox. This is Skybox aerials that are happening right now. And they are taking a deep look here at this car. And we'll take you now out live to more of the ground that we are getting these images in. We have this shot here as well for you, just showing you the huge police presence that continues right now out in New York. Thanks to all our viewers for continuing to watch with us here worldwide.
If you want, we can close the room. I'm just gonna go out. I don't want to leave you here if you want to stay.
It's up to you. It's your room. It's your house. Your club.
I don't care. You can hang out here still, or it's up to you.
Well, do you want to go back to the conversation you were having?
Honestly, it was kind of like I was trying to have a serious conversation for once, and I couldn't do my troll bullshit.
Yeah.
And I was like trying to be the neutral moderator.
Yeah, I was trying to,
You did a good job. You're an awesome moderator.
Get everyone in. It's up to you. If you want to just cruise, that's fine. I'll just shut down the room. What they're sharing right now is not been any different. We've been streaming for the past 45 minutes. Yeah. So we're not going to know anything different. The only thing that they're showing are people being evacuated and people in like street clothes. Obviously, it look like workers are running out of the front door. Yeah, that's just about it. There's really not. Oh, and he shot himself on the 33rd or 35th floor. That's the only thing that they've been able to report. But also in the news, they have identified 4 suspects in the Cincinnati violence.
I saw that.
Against the white women. So that would be interesting. Vivek had a whole comment about it. He wrote up on X that the victim, the woman, has not heard from any city officials at all.
Such bullshit. Like, if they are black, and the double standard is so fucking annoying.
Well, I told you in the Telegram group what I think would be a great room, but probably not today. Well, Well, it's up to you if you want to keep this room streaming, or we just want to just shut it down.
Hello, sorry. Sorry, is the guy Middle Eastern or is it confirmed?
They didn't say.
They didn't say.
He looks
Well,
kind
it said in the information on Twitter. Or X.
They have a picture of him. He has sunglasses on, but he has.
Yeah.
I don't know. Would you say he looks
Like, he
kind
doesn't
of
look
like
Arab.
he's part
Yeah.
black?
Yeah.
He doesn't look Middle
Yes.
Eastern for some reason. Yeah.
He does look part black.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he could be
Yeah.
Hispanic or Latino.
I have no idea.
No, I don't think so. I think black, which is weird because blacks usually don't have a high percentage of committing these type of mass crimes. But
I think he's just a Pakistani, to be honest with you.
Mass shootings.
This guy has like Afro textured hair and all that.
Yeah,
So
it's
is
kind
it
of
mass shooting or stabbing or?
we don't know yet. We don't know how many. They haven't released that. It says possible mass casualties, and that was 34 minutes ago from New York City Police.
Yeah,
The
sounds
fact
serious.
that
Yeah.
he walked in and got up, obviously, to the 35th or 33rd floor where he killed himself. He obviously probably had an agenda. If he didn't just walk in and just spray the lobby and then killed himself, right? Like
That's
there's
crazy,
a reason.
yeah.
I don't think, and I watched, I saw a bigger picture of him, like he's a little dot walking on the entry sidewalk to the building, and he looks kind of tall compared to the other people that are just kind of in the area. So,
But do you think these are like mental cases, mental illness cases?
There's no way we can know.
there's no way to know, but there's one thing, you guys remember, I think it just happened the other day, the Walmart guy, the Walmart knifing, he was supposed to, they released him several times even after mental health checks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, so that's the only update. I'll just check the chat real quick.
I mean, the guy looked, I mean, just it doesn't mean he's not like nuts, but he looked well groomed.
Yeah.
He walked
casual.
Yes, with distinct purpose. You know, that's the scary part. Yeah, let me, I'm on X right now, and let me see what if anything is latest.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, they look normal. They look normal day-to-day life, you know?
Yeah, so he had on a navy blue looking like jacket with a buttoned, a regular like dress shirt buttoned up. Like I'm looking at the news reporter right now from the news a station live, Fox 5 News coverage, and he's wearing basically the exact same shirt, just a regular work kind of shirt.
Yeah, he probably works in New York. Yeah, he probably works in New York, yeah.
Yeah, he has a mustache, and it looks like maybe a goatee, and his beard, he has a little bit of facial hair underneath his chin. But he doesn't, like, his right hand is down by his side, and his left hand is just walking, like, with a normal sway when you walk with your step. So he wasn't, holding it in an aggressive manner while he was walking in.
What, was it Manhattan or?
It was, it was Upper East Side.
Manhattan, yeah. Oh.
I'm surprised, like, why, I don't get why he wouldn't have used his fucking, what do you call it? I'm trying to blank. Sling. Like somebody could just take your gun from you.
Right.
I saw the sling dangling from it.
And it's a camo. I'm seeing a bigger picture now, and it's almost like a camo color, and the sling that he has looks like a desert camo, not a green camo, if you guys know what I'm talking about. Dark pants, dress shirt, nothing stands out like he's in a dark trench coat with, you know, a hood on or anything like that, you know, like a ski mask type of situation or scenario. But and he looks tall. He's tall and slender kind of looking. He doesn't, You know, he doesn't. There's no other really features. So. Someone in the chat that he looks Somali. Yeah, he has a little bit of a bigger forehead. His hairline is receded a little bit. It looks like a puffy little bit rougher texture. But he's like cappuccino black, like milk.
Yeah, he might be Asian or Middle Eastern, yeah.
Yeah, he looks milk chocolate black.
The picture makes it look like it's hard to tell, but it's almost like he has a suppressor or something. I don't know what that is. It looks like his, goddamn, dude, why do you keep on interrupting everybody? You just keep on, yeah, like what? Everybody's talking. But that looks like in his buttstock, it looks almost like a pistol brace. Because
yeah, what kind of gun is that?
AR-15, but people need to understand what AR stands for. It's the actual brand of a gun, but anywho, that's a whole nother room. It's a rifle.
Yeah, it looks like a big rifle, yeah.
I need that gun in Call of Duty. It's nice done.
And then this is at 345 Park Avenue near East 52nd Street in Midtown. So I'm now seeing video footage of a guy being on X that was carried out. I'm trying to see if it looks like a civilian or a police officer. It looks like a civilian because he has a light shirt on. It's a male with black pants, black shirt. Like literally they're cutting open his shirt on the side of the sidewalk.
TikTok.
Yeah, it's doing CPR. And actually, the man looks like he's African American, the victim that they have down. So, because they have his belly up, so, and the compression.
That means he's actually not breathing.
Yeah. Hold on a second, I'll put it in, Telly.
Is it common over there in NYC and mass shootings or not? No.
Yeah.
Not mass shootings.
Really?
How many got shot and how many died? I'm sorry, I'm driving, so I can't watch.
We don't know anything yet, sweetie.
Oh. But he did shoot an officer? Did the officer die?
Well, no, they haven't confirmed the identity of those, but I'm telling you from what I'm seeing on personal camera phone video that's just popped up on X is they carried a man out, white dress shirt. He looks to be of African American. He has a dark belly. They're doing chest compressions on him. He looks like, like an office worker. Dark pants, dark shoes. That's.
Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah.
And he's not the shooter, right? He was someone who was shot.
Yes, correct. The shooter, they said, is identified on the 32nd floor. I don't know if it's accurate. They haven't shown it on the TV live feed, but it says at least 2 people, including an NYPD officer, have been shot.
Oh no.
But I think he might be American. He might be American national. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you definitely could be. So.
Yeah, in the picture that I'm seeing with him, he doesn't look Middle Eastern, to be honest.
Yeah, he looks like American.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got like a nice bro that he could pick out.
Yeah, like what's he doing?
Yeah, he got puffy hair.
Yeah, but what made him angry? Something must have made him angry or switch. I don't know.
Well, of course.
I mean, it could just be that he was, I don't know, like a fucking, for all I know, he's killing his ex-wife in the or he got fired or some shit.
Yeah. He must see his job or something, yeah.
Honestly, NY.
Just saying like 2 people got killed right now, so that doesn't sound like a mass shooting.
I know a lot of people have.
Go ahead.
Honestly, I know a lot of people have like vendetta against the NYPD for like so many reasons, and I think people are just getting fucking brave now. And just doing that. It's so crazy how dumb people have gotten to go after the police and all this shit. Like, it's just.
But what I don't get is if it was just he only killed 2 people, then like if it was targeted, why would you use a fucking handgun?
Yeah. I mean that kind of. But then when it's what's the headquarters of Blackstone, yeah.
And of course, the conspiracy nuts are already going crazy because it was in the Blackstone building, it was the NFL building. If you look at this article, that's the shooter right there. And he's reportedly he killed himself supposedly so far. That's what they. Yes, he killed himself on the 33rd. His agenda was.
Right now, I don't know, you are now fighting here. You don't know what you are fighting for. You are government is the government.
Sister asked him.
But you do agree, right? You know that a lot of those cases where they're Zionists. Hold on. There are Zionists that actually do this on purpose, right? To prove that the pro-Palestinians are terrorists.
These people are getting more and more violent.
They've done it at the church. They've done it at the church. They've done a whole bunch of shit.
These people are getting more and more violent in there. Everybody's been worried about this, including the FBI.
They probably arrested that picture. We're gonna find out the truth, and I don't think it's the guy that has a pro-Pally shirt. I don't.
Okay, this is what it says. It says 2 people were initially taken into custody at the scene. A woman reportedly had a gun in her head, and the man allegedly said, "Free Palestine, I'm not the active shooter." However, police have yet to confirm if they were actually involved in the shooting.
There was a protest today, so it could just be.
And there was a protest today.
Hey, look, maybe they got the wrong guy.
We know. You know what? I know because the NYPD be arresting anybody.
We'll know in a few minutes.
What's the latest? Unless the other people that are arrested and pull their weapons in their hands and then hold it up.
No, I think they're looking for the right person. They're not looking for the wrong person.
Yeah, no, they have the right person.
They neutralized him already.
Well, apparently there was a team involved.
Do you think he's a terrorist? He's a criminal?
Who?
Right away, you want to
hold on.
Of course he does.
Do you think he's a criminal?
I think who's a criminal?
The guy in the sister's picture.
So far, all I know is I see a picture. I need more info.
So is he a criminal?
So far, all I have is a picture. It's not enough information.
So you don't think he's a criminal?
Amir, I need more info to answer your question.
He's not a suspected criminal.
I didn't say he was a suspected criminal, but I'm willing to go with what the police say.
So he's a suspected criminal. Can we say Netanyahu's a suspected criminal as well?
He's not.
Yeah, I mean, just like we're going with basically.
He's absolutely not.
No, you said
the ICC they threw away the head of the ICC. By the way, he's a Pakistani guy. His last name was Khan, because he was found to be corrupt. He was trying to cover up some sexual scandal. This is why they disbanded the ICC, pulled the funding. They can't even get their email. I told them this a long time ago.
Alarmo, we don't care about his personal life.
We do care. We do care because he was exposed as being corrupt.
Look, you just used the logic. You said he's a suspected criminal. The one
I said, who's the suspected criminal?
The one active shooter right now.
I did not say that. I pointedly did not.
So apparently, right now, is an active. Netanyahu is an active suspect as well in terrorist activities.
Incorrect, sir. Incorrect. I know you want to give Israel a black eye, but it doesn't work, Amir. You don't know enough about the situation.
They give themselves a black eye, so they don't need Norm's help. Or Amir's help.
What's that?
I said Israel gives itself a black eye all the time. It doesn't need Amir's help.
Hey, you know what, Edward? If you think so, that's okay. That's not going to get you any closer to what you want.
What do I want?
What's that?
What do I want?
Well, I think you want a state, but unfortunately, I don't think your countrymen or the people from where your parents are from are really. I don't think they want it. They've turned it down too many times, and now they've destroyed all trust. So I don't know what's going to be. But
I don't think
think it's dependent on Israeli trust or Israeli anything anymore.
Well, Israel's not going to allow monsters on it.
I don't think it's dependent on what Israel wants
It's
anymore.
not dependent solely on Israel, but
Well,
Israel is going to have to sign off.
It has very little input now. It has a lot less input than it did before October 7th.
Israel is not going to allow monsters on its border. That's not even negotiable.
It's not. No matter what you call them.
Yes.
It's not going to be Israel. It's not going to be Israel that's going to decide. It's going to be the world that will decide. You lost the opportunity, Norm.
The world doesn't have any say about sovereign nations.
Yes.
No.
The world. No. The world isn't going to. It's not going to. It's not going to tell. It's not going to go into Israel. The world will decide on the West Bank, Jerusalem, Gaza, Jordan Valley. This is not part of Israel.
Jerusalem is Israel.
It's not part of Israel. It's not recognized as part of Israel.
I'm sorry, but
okay. Well, you don't have to be sorry, because I know it's not.
Okay.
The UN doesn't recognize it as part of it. The Israeli
It's not a question of the UN doesn't have anything to dictate
jurisdiction over national borders. I think they do.
Absolutely not.
Oh, they don't have jurisdiction over national borders.
We can argue this if you want to argue it in court. Israel's more than ready to do so.
They're already doing it in the ICJ court.
And if you want to go to well, this is not being litigated in the ICJ right now.
This is under occupation.
This was that done South Africa. Under occupation of who? By what? From who?
You sound like somebody that got caught robbing a bank.
What other nation has sovereignty over the land that Israel is currently on? What other nation?
We're not talking about Israel. We're talking about the West Bank. You don't have sovereignty over the West Bank. It's not yours.
Listen. Well, we have sovereignty over B and C, and A you guys have. So now that's as a result of a treaty signed in Oslo. Now, if that's going to proceed, I said Palestine has sovereignty over Area A. Sovereignty over B and C.
No, it doesn't work that way. You don't have sovereignty over them.
By the way,
you signed a treaty, Edward.
No, there wasn't a treaty.
Happy.
Oslo is a treaty.
With the Diet barbecue and Deer Bala. Didn't I tell you that
Oslo is a treaty.
Turn into like a fucking oven? They did that to you guys. You fucker.
I don't know what you do.
Let me just say.
You're getting real excited.
Listen, you fucker, I'm talking now.
I'm talking to an actual Palestinian. We're talking to an actual Palestinian.
Fuck up.
Don't talk over an actual Palestinian. So listen, you can curse all you want. So Edward, Israel has sovereignty over being shared with Palestine and shared. And Palestine has sovereignty over it. That's the deal that you signed.
Never allow you to talk now.
Now, if we want that American unity, that's dependent on peace, Edward.
Shut the fuck up.
Do you understand, Edward?
Oh my God.
I'm back. Hang on.
You're ignorant. You're ignorant.
You got some guy cursing and being
One second. Okay.
How you go and make your point, and then Norma will respond, and then we can pass the mic around because it's
because it's really it pissed me off. When the Zionists, okay, they are the ones who ruined, Oslo. Okay, they accepted Oslo and they ruined it. And the agreement, was like there was like how can I say this? There was like a period. There's like a time frame where all the the text of Oslo, the agreements, they would have applied, on the West Bank, and the Israelis refused to do so. They refused let's say to move on with the Oslo agreement, and they came with a bunch of pretexts. Story, and then the American, following the 2001, the American government they tried to save the agreement of Oslo, and they couldn't, and it was basically ruined. Oslo is gone, and now they talk to us about Area B and Area C. Well, you assholes, you refused that. You
didn't want Oslo. You just wanted, to play the game. You know what? Hey, we are going on with our occupation. We would like infest the West Bank as fucking parasites and eat of it each time, a part of it, and this one, and this one, and this one.
Anti-Semitic.
Shut the fuck up! I'm talking. You have your time. So let's build a new settlement here, a new settlement there, and the whole world is like frustrated with that. Hey, you fuckers, you stop occupying the left. You should never.
Shut the fuck up!
I'm talking. Shut the fuck up! I'm talking.
Tell him not to curse.
Shut the fuck up.
Amir, I think you should not be cursed.
They kept going on with their plan. They kept going on with their plan.
Can you make it short? Brother, can you make it short? Because look at everybody on this side, including Norma, has a short attention span. If you go past 30 seconds, he can't pay attention anymore.
So just keep it to the minimum so we can get an answer out of this.
Not really saying anything.
So the thing is, you talk about Oslo now. It's just bullshitting you. This guy, this fucker, is bullshitting everyone with Oslo. Back in 2014, I guess I can go now and look for the UN Security Council resolution. Well, everyone, including Obama administration themselves, they abstained from voting. They didn't say no. While France, Britain, and everyone else said, hey, Israel, they should respect, the borders of 1967 and withdraw from the West Bank. It was like the most Western high call, okay, for Israel to withdraw from the West Bank because it was illegal. And these fuckers, they keep pushing everyone with Oslo. Oslo is done. Respect. Go. It's like, hey, leave just the Palestinians. Go from the other side of the 1967 borders. That's a talk. Forget about Oslo. You are pushing everyone with it.
So all I'll say is that the only time the so-called Palestinians obtained any sovereignty whatsoever over what the Jordanians
No, they're not the so-called Palestinians. They are Palestinians.
Over what the Jordanians called the West Bank, over what Israel calls Judea, and the United States called Judea.
No, the United States does not call it Judea.
Yeah,
the United States called it the West Bank.
No, they
calls it the West Bank.
They did
not.
Yeah, they did. I'll show you the bill. I'll show you the bill.
Prove it.
Yeah.
Did it go through?
Yes.
Did it go through?
So,
let me see it.
And what the Palestinians call the Dafa, as Edward has taught us, the only sovereignty they've ever had over it is as a result of Oslo. That's the only time. And that's by treaty. So the treaty says that Palestinians get the Palestinian authority over Area A. They share the authority with Israel over Area B. And Israel has authority over Area C. Israel is allowed to build in its own areas. And Palestine is allowed to build in its own areas. Both sides are building in the areas that they control, and that's legal. So I don't know where you want to go from there. The only legal right that they have to that land is in Oslo. Other than that, there is none.
All right. It says, does the United States of America acknowledge the West Bank as Judah and Samaria? No.
Yes.
The United States does not officially recognize the West Bank as Judah and Samaria. Here's the breakdown. What the U.S. does recognize. The West Bank is a term the United States government used in its official communications and documents. 2. The U.S. considered the West Bank to be territory, not sovereign Israeli territory. The U.S. does not recognize Israeli sovereignty over the West Bank, though it does recognize Israeli control in parts on the current arrangement, like in Area C under Oslo Accords.
That's what I just said. That's what I just said.
You know you did not.
Yeah,
no, you're so
You called it a treaty.
You said that the United States of America acknowledges the West Bank as Judah and Samaria. And I went and said no. It said no. You're such a fucking liar, bro.
Secretary of State Marco
I'm not
Rubio
finished.
and Ambassador Mike Huckabee both acknowledged this. Sorry.
It doesn't look that law. I don't know.
Bill,
Maybe you
Bill,
don't know
you're a
how
liar.
U.S. law
And
works.
that, we're not finished. Trump
Yeah, it
administration.
is the way it works.
In
The
2019,
Secretary
I'm
of
not
State
finished.
decides these matters.
In 2019, the Trump administration declared that Israel settlement in the West Bank are not so in consonant with international breaking from decades of
It's not inconsistent, meaning
Mike Pompeo, the Secretary of State, did refer to Judah and Samaria in some speeches aligning with Israel terminology.
So does Marco Rubio, the current Secretary.
Used mostly by right-wing Israeli politicians. However, this was rhetoric, not an official change in the U.S. naming a recognizing policy. See, you are a fucking disingenuous piece of shit.
That's just personal attack.
Judah and Samaria. That term used primarily by Israeli, especially by nationalists and religious factions.
By the U.S. Secretary of State.
And biblical ties to the land.
By the U.S. Secretary of
At the
State.
UN and most countries, including U.S. allies, the region is referred to as the West Bank. Where's the bill? There's no fucking bill. You lied.
Norm,
lied.
areas A, B, and C.
Where's the bill? Where's the bill? You're a liar.
Areas A, B, and C.
You're a liar. Where's the bill?
Areas A, B, and C have never been considered by Israel or by any other nation to be a part of a border or recognition of any borders in the West Bank. They're called zones, not borders. And the United Nations, U.S., and not even Israel recognizes them as borders.
I never said they were borders.
So if they can't be borders, then they can't belong to you. Your border is the 1967 line.
I see no bill. You said there was a bill, and you said a bill passed.
Yes.
There's no bill. You're a liar. You're a liar. And now you're moving the goalposts and saying some politicians are coming to Judah and Samaria.
No, the Secretary of State.
It's not. It's rhetoric. It's rhetoric. It's rhetoric.
It's official U.S. policy. It's really
No, it's not.
Secretary.
It's rhetoric. You're a liar.
I'm not a liar, Freedom.
We don't need to repeat over and over. We know Norma is the biggest Hezbollah agent.
The Secretary of State determines U.S. policy.
We can move on from this point.
We don't need to keep going back and forth.
I agree.
Calm down.
I agree because he's a liar. And
We all know.
You're a liar.
Anyway, going back to normal. Can you please tell the room?
Yes.
Are there any Israel? Is America thinking about parting ways with Israel? America is in a parting ways with Israel. Are you for it or are you against it? Can you tell the room? Are you for the idea of America parting ways, American government parting ways with Israel? Are you for it or are you against it? Nathan was for it. We have Nathan in here, hardcore Zionist.
America and Israel are great partners, and as long as that partnership is working, I'm in favor of it. Of course, I'll be guided by the official policy of the United States. I'm guided by the President and the Secretary of State, as everybody should be.
Okay, I have a follow-up question. The follow-up question for you, because you're so genuine, you never lie.
That's correct.
Next question is.
That's correct.
Yeah. Next question for you is, do you think that America is trying to control Israel?
Well, I think it's mutual. I mean, nations, they act according to their mutual self-interest. So Israel serves certain interests for the United States and, by the way, the civilized world in Europe and so forth. And the United States serves certain interests of Israel.
So do Palestinians. They've served the civilized world as well.
I don't dispute that.
I mean, Norma is Palestinian.
Edward is a Zionist. You and
I don't know what to say.
What do you think about that? He's a Palestinian.
No, we'll give it back. We're part of the agreement. When we come up with an agreement, it will be, who would take Norm? And both sides will be arguing.
Ukraine, he claims to be Palestinian. follow-up question. Now, America, Trump is sort of trying his best to part ways, right?
I don't think so.
If it happens, are you for the idea of parting ways with America?
Look, this is a little bit above my pay grade. I don't think that you're.
No.
I dispute your premise. By the way, I'm putting this into the chat. The U.S. bill called Recognizing Judea and Samaria Act has been introduced to replace the term
It's not passed yet. It's not passed yet.
Judea.
I don't know about it.
With Judea.
Let me stop shouting, please. Stop. I'm speaking. Come on. I already know about the bill. Okay? It hasn't passed. Hold on. The only state it passed is Arkansas. Arkansas passed the ruling that they're going to be calling Judea and Samaria. And they just passed, the white supremacists. They're going to be, God has promised the white supremacists a piece of land is about 40, 50 members and located in Arkansas.
Well, if you heard me on Twitter last night, you know I'm against that. I gave that guy a very hard time. I roasted
him. Which space are you in?
I'm sorry? We were in that big Twitter space. We interviewed the guy who was trying to do
Mario Duffel?
No. We interviewed this guy, and I gave him a really hard time.
Are you in the stealth space? Are you in stealth?
What?
Stealth?
I don't know what that is.
Who
But anyway,
was your main host?